And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
생명 돌격! 준 화이팅! 보여줘 매운맛! 강화 생명 파이팅!
생명 화이팅! 농심 레드포스 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is the last day of the week, and we have saved some of the best games till last here at the LCK Cup. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf today, and we are ready to dive headlong into some video games. Starting off with Nongshim taking on Humble Life Esports. We have DRX taking on T1, a little bit of a Worlds 2022 Finals rematch. Am I right?
Yeah, what looked like might be two one-sided games on paper has a lot of dense skill, I think, packed into it, into these four rosters, right?
Like dense skill. I haven't heard dense skill before.
I was going to say, like, the talent pool is quite dense, but I ended up saying skill for some reason. But the players on these four rosters are packed with skill and talent and ability.
I thought you were like I could be really good at using a lathe, but I'm a really dense person. You know, like that's what I thought you were saying. So a little bit different. It's just a lot of compact amounts of skill. I like that a lot. As we see, Nongshim still unfortunately unable to pick up a victory here at the LCK Cup. Humble Life Esports, unfortunately in the same position, not something that we'd expect, but a difficult opposition in their very first match, being taken down by T1 in 3 games.
Yeah, the expectation is that we will see them rise in this matchup here against Nongshim. Facing off after disappointing losses, I think one of these losses was a little bit more disappointing than the other, with B&K dispatching of Nongshim earlier on in the week. For Humble Life Esports, like you mentioned, they won the first game of the series. The next 2 games, though, were so one-sided that you could barely remember the first game, where FaZe got engaged on from Kanavi, and they just were not able to win there. But In terms of fundamentals here, we have both returning LPL veterans here, Scout and Kanavi, playing against each other, so it should feel a little bit familiar between these two.
Yeah, a lot of fun actually, having two players that, I mean, you can say that Scout played in the LCK kinda, because he played behind Faker all those years ago, but spent most of his career in the LPL, if not all of it. I think you could basically say all of it. So him and Kanavi, both of them, making their way back to Korea in order to play at the tippy top level is very, very fun. As we have a look here at some of the MVP history for both of these squads. Actually kind of insane that we get to do this stat.
Dense skill.
Dense skill indeed, Wolf.
Kingen picking up that one in 2022. Gumayushi, of course, the most recent World's Finals MVP. Lehen's grabbing the MSI MVP, which was very deserved back in 2024, but we have not seen him rise to that level since, it feels. You know, didn't have the greatest end to that year, and last year was a little bit tougher despite some of his eclectic Elise and Shen games.
We're only missing one World's Finals MVP over the last 5 years in this series. That's actually completely insane.
Yeah.
If I read that correctly, maybe I skipped one of them, but regardless, that's a nutty stat and very, very cool to see. And let's see who is going to be able to pick up the MVP, or the POM, I guess, in today's match between these two squads. As Nongshim, yeah, they haven't exactly hit the ground running just yet with this new composition, and a lot of returning players on the Rift. Two of them here on Nongshim we've been raising some eyebrows at, right? Scout and Taeyun haven't necessarily left their mark just yet.
No, not yet, and Lehen's is still struggling a little bit, playing very aggressively, which has not been working out. I think what's so interesting, we talked about it last time, you and I were even casting the match, that Sponge has been the most impressive addition to this roster so far, and Kingen has still been the most consistent player. It's going to be an uphill battle today. Perhaps if they can catch some of the aggression that we've been seeing from Hanwha Life Esports, though, it could make Hanwha backfire a little bit, because Kanavi has only one mode, and it is the going in aggressive, constantly engaging. If he sees a champion, a range of his engaged tools, the rest of the team better be ready to flash and follow, because he is certainly going to take, so far in the LCK Cup here, every opportunity he can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely no fear at all. And sometimes you do require a little bit of fear. Kanavi thinks, no, we do not. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do, because I think Sponge has a bit of that vibe to him as well. So maybe it is going to make for some explosions on the Rift here today between these two squads. But holistically, and if we zoom out a little bit, this is big deal territory for the Baron side of things, right? Elder currently 2 wins ahead. Yesterday made a little bit of progress back in the Baron direction, but still Elder starting to really create some distance in this LCK Cup for now. So see whether HLE can pick up a victory and put another win on the board for Team Baron.
It's been 2 years since Sponge's debut. We've seen a lot of growth in that time. You know, it was
actually kind of crazy.
Yeah,
he still feels like a little baby player.
Yeah,
you know?
It was kind of a meme for a while, but a lot of his talent that we heard about when he was on the DRX Challengers, watching a lot of it we commentated and watched, didn't translate to the LCK at first, but we're starting to see a little bit of that now.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And we'll now be up against a huge veteran of the scene as well, one that has really paved the way for a lot of strategies here in the East for League of Legends in Kanavi. And I imagine Sponge probably watched a whole bunch of Kanavi's games and was following what he was cooking up throughout the last few years. So kind of cool that we're going to see them take to the Rift against one another now. As Coach Ohm, also another one to come back to Korea as well, has spent a lot of time over in the LPL since winning Worlds back in 2014, if I am remembering correctly, on Samsung White.
He has been one of the most renowned LPL coaches for so long, and I think he's bringing something a little bit different here to the roster of Hanwha Life Esports. Of course, former coach Dandy of Hanwha Life Esports on the other side, so a cool coach match.
Yeah.
Mowgli as well, still here. And Nongshim will choose first pick, so they'll be on the red side with that one.
Yep, HLE then choosing blue side, as of course we do have first selection, allowing you to choose sides and pick order independently. And HLE, that means we'll be on the blue side, but we're going to have draft go in the opposite direction. So let's get into that now and see what is going to be taken away For 20th, Jace ban, what do you reckon? Yeah, there's Kingen and Zeus in the game. I think they should probably ban Jace.
I think they will. Also, the junglers like to use Jace right now. There it is.
Yeah.
The Rumble is gone from Kingen. The Malphite already off the table. Yunara not going to be first picked here by Nongshim Red Force this time.
Oh, Orianna and Azir. That's going to be the trade unless one of them is banned away here. I think perhaps an Azir ban, just because I know both Scout and Zeka would love to play that champion. Scout probably more of the Orianna player in comparison to Zeka.
I wonder if they ban Orianna and try to give Zeka a Sylas counter pick or an Akali counter pick. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, that would be fun.
I would love to see something like that. As Sylas has had a lot of success so far. The Varus will be taken away from Taeun as one of his favorites, as we know. And
I think,
do you take the Azir? Do you take the Orianna? I like the Azir right now, personally.
Yeah, I think just take the Azir because I don't think Zeka is nearly as comfortable on the Orianna as Scout is. And so taking away the Azir, giving that over to Scout, very happy on that champion, and taking away one of Zeka's biggest picks as well in that. But they're taking their time, and it's going to be Pantheon actually. That's a consideration at the beginning. Kind of crazy that that's the lock-in, but has found a fair bit of success here in the LCK Cup so far.
Perhaps they want to go Pantheon Talia if the Azir is locked in. Talia just has not looked very strong thus far in 2026 as Aphelios.
Interesting.
Where Gume finally
Guma
gets his hands on it. It's been banned against him so many times. And they'll take the Azir, unsurprisingly. But that Aphelios pick is pretty early on, but it's really difficult to take away some of the best tools like the Lulu from him in this first phase. Obviously, you'll lose jungle power if you grab that Lulu now, but it's a really strong scaling draft here for Hanwha Life already. And instead of the Talia, they're still looking for the stronger Orianna pick here. The Pantheon is a flex, but I mean, they could just slam Orianna Nocturne and show their hand here, but I think they will likely just grab the Orianna and something in the bottom lane instead. Could also grab a strong top lane pick, but there's nothing really that stands out as a blindable pick that's this high prio right now.
And then you don't want to be immediately counterpicked straight afterwards as well. So I think holding on to top makes a bit of sense here. But also, like, you don't really want to lock support. Probably just getting a priority 80 carry up against the Aphelios would be the option here.
You don't want something that needs a strong pair, like Lucian, for example, because then those pairs will get banned away in the second phase. So this is a really tricky angle, actually, right now for Taeun. See what he wants to lock in.
Is it just going to be... Okay, the
Nico is
Nico is up.
That's one of the only blindable supports I feel in this situation. That makes sense.
Agreed. That's a scary one. Is Delight thinking about the good old Aphelios Thresh? That'd be fun. But the Lulu makes the most sense here. As you can already see that there is a range support on the other side, so being able to go toe-to-toe in the laning phase is going to be pretty important here. And him and Gumayushi are going to have a lot of fun on these two champs. And now also sets Kanavi up to play something that can really get in amongst it as well. Lulu is so good at supporting skirmish-heavy junglers, and so a Xin Zhao going to be something worth considering on the ban list here
Jarvan
for Nongshim, as well as that Jarvan, exactly right.
I think those are definitely the big ones. The Ambessa is another consideration, but it's already been banned. So, see what he does decide to go for here. I think he'll get his pick of what's left, as Jarvan feels like it's 100% the ban right here for Nongshim Red Force.
Yep. I feel like there are some traps for Kingen. I feel like it's a little bit of a scary scenario because we've been seeing a lot of blind Renekton being answered by Na and Kennen.
Yeah,
and
I don't think
doing that into Zeus sounds like an actual death wish.
Yeah, I don't think you want to blind that here in this draft. You only have the Pantheon for ball carrier. The Nico engage is decent, the Pantheon engage is decent, but the wild growth is so good defensively for the Aphelios, not to mention the engage opportunities they're now banning away. Xin Zhao's gone. I think the Jarvan will slot in here quite nicely. I mean, in terms of other like engaged jungles, we just don't really have those right now. You know, you're not looking for Sejuani Lulu. Sion is going to be the opt-in here for Zeus.
Okay.
So saving the Kanavi pick for last. A little bit surprising.
Very surprising, unless he's going to play Lulu jungle, which I highly doubt. As Taeun, let's see whether he's going to be jumping on something like his Ezreal that we've seen so many times.
That's kind of where I'm feeling like he has to probably go here. Like the Misfortune is not popular right now, but it would have been one of the strongest bully lanes they could set up with a great setup with this Orianna. Now this is a different look entirely. Quirky, one that we haven't talked about and is very safe actually. But there's not a lot of engage here until we find out what that Kanavi pick is just yet for Hanwha Life Esports. But you take a strong 2v2 in the bottom lane, and it's playable into the Lulu, and then you go, okay, well, no matter what your jungle pick is, it's going to be Valkyriable, probably. We banned the Jarvan, we banned the Xin Zhao, so you don't have those wild growth combos, and the Sion isn't really a big threat for the Corki. So I do like how they've rounded this one out.
Oh, it's Zion. Okay.
Zion debut here in LCK. I've seen this pick a lot in other regions. It was even played in LCP as support earlier today. I didn't see if it won or not, but Orca played it. It's certainly experimental right now, I would say. Gives this composition, though, a lot of frontline and brawling power around this Corki once he hits his 2-item spike.
Yeah.
Aatrox, jungle, the answer.
All right, that's what Kanavi's looking at here. It's Zahin before Zahin is going to be picked up. As of course, we did have the conversation yesterday where we did have Aatrox actually picked up. A lot of people were asking why updated Aatrox wasn't the consideration instead. But this will be Kanavi on this champion. Of course, if you were watching during the Kesper Cup, Aatrox jungle was kind of ridiculous during that tournament. Of course, we are, you know, a patch or two down the line since then, and isn't quite considered as powerful, but is still pretty good and gets through the jungle pretty quick.
I think Zahin works really well in matchups like this, where you're just constantly trading with a tank, getting your passive online. And in the front line, when you're brawling with the Aatrox and the Sion, and you're even going to have some Orianna shields on top of you, you're going to be able to get your res off in a big team fight pretty consistently, not to mention his ult is going to work pretty well. A lot of the time with Zion, if you're in a tough matchup early, it can be quite volatile, and if you fall behind, it's really difficult to get back into the game. Aatrox a lot safer in that regard, but if you get through the laning phase and you get to those brawly team fights later on where your Corki's on 2 items, you are just going to be so difficult to stop. So I like this angle here. I think this is one of the better drafts, and probably why we haven't seen it up until this point. It's just been kind of looking for a little bit more of a niche draft like this that suits it incredibly well. This comp, though, for Hanwha Life Esports scales so incredibly well. That tanky frontline might not matter when that Aphelios is cutting through.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that both of these compositions are looking pretty balanced, but Hanwha Life Esports looks so incredibly playable throughout so much of this game, with Gumayushi then as that late game win condition.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of our final day of our first week of LCK Cup. Already, you can see a little bit of biffo here towards the bottom side of the map, but probably not too much to be coming from this. We'll have to see who is actually going to be able to pick up the lane control here in this one, as of course with the Calibrum you do have a fair bit of range on this Aphelios, but you're not necessarily known for having a lot of buttons that do good things in the early stages of the laning phase.
Got the shield from Delight, his barrier after that, but still going to take some poke damage here. The Corki has way more damage throughput at level 1, but doesn't want to necessarily trade with the Lulu on the other side, so it's just a little bit of a poke war here, which is why you see Guma just expend his barrier to make sure he can get the max amount of health possible.
Yep.
It's on a relatively low cooldown anyways.
And Taeyun does have his up and available, so it might mean that over the next couple of levels there is a bit of an aggressive opportunity here for Nongshim, already pushing relatively aggressively. But it's not like a clear-cut we win the lane type scenario. As you can see, King taking a bit of a combo here from Zeus, and probably wants a couple of extra buttons up and available here on the Zion before he's really feeling good into the Sion.
Yeah, you know, you have your kind of skewer ability, which he hasn't locked, obviously your W. And that can be used in a lot of other matchups, but against this Sion, you're kind of like, just keep my distance from him for now.
Yeah, let's not bring that guy closer towards us, perhaps.
Yeah, gets the sweet spot on this one as best as he can. I think he hit the sweet spot on that. It's hard to see when you're not playing the champ yourself, but Guma gonna force a barrier here, but I don't really think that was the way he wanted to play that.
Yeah, and it is, you know, it kind of works out here as Taeyun didn't get a massive amount of value from his barrier, and Gumayushi almost has his back up and available.
Yeah, he actually played that pretty passively after getting the barrier, gets away, has the Lulu to keep him up, and then he has Red Gun to heal. Actually ends up working out way better than I initially anticipated there on the setup. Guma has such mastery of this champion. I mentioned I was banned against him last time, like that. It's his first penta in the LCK. He was playing behind Teddy back in 2021 after having his debut in the Worlds qualifier, and He's since won multiple World Championships and has the most recent MVP under his belt, but it's been a while since he's been able to play Aphelios, and I'm sure he's probably enjoying the laning phase here.
Yeah, feeling pretty good about it so far. Currently behind a little bit as far as farm, but nothing too much to be worried about here. As Kingen taking another combo here from Zeus, who seems to be having an all right time on this Scion. Sponge making his way down towards this bottom side of the map, though, where Delight and Gumayusi could be in a little bit of trouble. But we'll see. Playing it very safely for now. Should mean that everything will be okay. Gumayusi also with a fair bit of added safety, the Gravitum up and available. And so we'll be able to stop some members in their tracks. It's all right, almost hitting the snare is Lehens. Gumayusi able to use that flash, get him to safety, but flash down on the 80 carry feels pretty good with a return gank.
Yeah, this is putting Guma in a very vulnerable spot. Not going to see a follow-up there. As Kingen is looking for the extended trade here, he gets the knock-up. Not going to matter too much.
Yep, charging up that passive over and over. And of course, pretty dangerous doing battle with this guy when he does have that one fully charged. So short trades here for Zeus feeling like the best things to be looking for.
You know, the difference between Zahin and Aatrox is like, with Aatrox, you want to hit the sweet spot, right? And like, you basically initially hit it kind of far away, and then you have the awkward second one, and the third one you slam it right in his face, whereas the sweet spot for Zahin is kind of like, I'm close to you, but not really that close. Like, I'm going to kind of be like a little bit away from an auto attack range on this sweet spot. You're kind of Beyblading a little bit.
It is somewhat awkward. But Kingen, we'll just have to see, is of course hitting a sweet spot on a Scion somewhat easier than others.
That's true.
He is
there he
a
goes
relatively
again.
large champion. So there you go. Maybe that's why Kingen has gone for this into the Scion this time around. As of course, probably would have wanted to pick the Ambessa or the Gwen. Those were banned away. As yeah, a fair bit of damage there. As gets a nice little knock up, but not going to quite be able to kill the Scion on that one.
That's where you can get those trading patterns in this matchup when he charges a full Q and you have all your abilities up. So you want that wave, you're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to expend your health bar for it. He will expend a teleport as well as he heads back to lane. Kingen will match.
Yep. Does have his Page now put together and will arrive, but that is a Bramble Vest, so Zeus is getting more and more frustrating to deal with here in this lane as these items come together, especially with that passive stacking up that health over and over again. So Kingen, work cut out for him just a little bit here.
It gets easier.
Yeah. Should be able to cut through some tanks once he does have...
That looks weird.
Yeah, that is very strange. Didn't know you could get through that wall. There you go.
Sponge is very low.
Yeah, he is going to be able to take the first Chemtech Dragon, but Kanavi looking for a little bit of an option here. Does hit the Infernal Chains, but they're broken pretty comfortably.
Sponge is like, yeah, if it was another jungler, I would have felt scared, but that's Aatrox. His engage is kind of, you know, relying on me not walking away.
Yeah. I will choose not to fight, as it turns out.
You can tell Kanavi was like, well, I guess I'd toss it out and see what happens. This is the first Dragon going over to Nongshim to control that bottom lane. And the Corki pick working out here initially. Scout?
Emperor's Divide, yeah, going to throw back Scout here as Kanavi with the World Ender looking for an opportunity. Flash does come through. There's the Flash Infernal Chains. And Scout is just pulled back into the sweet spot of Q3. And down he will go. First blood over to Kanavi. And Zeka also almost able to grab himself a plate at the same time. That is a big swing of gold for HLE.
Yeah, he should be able to get it once he clears this wave. That's massive. And unfortunately, the walk-away strat for a mid laner in this situation, not enough. When he's already expended his flash, does end up getting pulled back by the chains. Didn't use his ult there. I don't think there was really any angle to save him, because if you watch the angle at which this comes through, like if he ults here, it doesn't matter.
You have to flash it immediately,
yeah, right? It's the only way to survive here is to flash the Emperor's Divide. If he ults both of them on the chase, I think he still dies, so doesn't matter. Like you said, that's the part he did not opt for. And just didn't react, I suppose.
Yeah. The job had kind of already been done as soon as that Emperor's Divide did hit. So a little bit unfortunate there for Scout, but Zeka feeling very happy about this situation, almost has that Nash's Tooth put together, and Kanavi off to the races here on this Aatrox for the moment. Actually farming extraordinarily well, him and Sponge in this game, really getting around this jungle as quickly as they can. Reset to come through here for the Aatrox, and getting very, very close to item number 1.
And there is ult up for Pantheon, so I don't think Kanavi's going to make any plays down here, but he is going to go to these Kregs first to start his nuclear. And we'll see Scout rotating over as well, trying to make something with this Pantheon ultimate for Sponge. Doesn't look like they're going to get anything except deep vision.
Yep. And they do spot that Kanavi is towards his bottom side, so having eyes on this freshly fed Aatrox is certainly a good idea here for Nongshim. But he's on the red, going to be taking that and then looking for another avenue as the Grubs have just spawned. That is going to be the next port of call for both of our teams to look at as far as these neutral objectives. Zeus making his way down towards said pit already as Zeka finds it once again. It's so much easier with that flash on cooldown, and it's Zeka that grabs the kill this time. Man, this Kanavi Zeka 1-2 punch is getting scary. I mean, I was watching the positioning of Kanavi on the minimap and where Scout was, and I was in my head, I almost just said before this even happened, like, I think Scout's dead, because he just doesn't have flash. He doesn't have anything he can do there. If that dash comes through from Zeka, he's just way too close. And he's just dead again, and that's free grubs. Like, there's just nothing Sponge can do. Also, now trying to set up something down here in the bottom lane with his Pantheon is going to be so tricky because Delay has flash and ult as well. Like, I just don't think there's a cross map for you in this one, Nongshim. And Sponge is going to be spotted on this ward as well as he makes his way in. They are going to be able to clear that out, so he does know that he's been spotted, but full information over to HLE for now.
Like, Guma has barrier flash too. Like, this is going to be so tricky to pull off. They might be able to do it.
It's red-white guns. It's a bit scary here as the Pop Blossom does come on through. They do try and focus on Guma Uchi, but he gets the wild growth, and Taeyan's going to go down in trade. Zeka teleports in to make sure that he's seeing the end of this fight, but a 1-for-1 is not what Nongshim were looking for.
No, certainly not. Guma opts not to flash when the wild growth comes through because he has the wild growth. Sorry, when the Pop Blossom comes through because he has the wild growth. Hits 2, and Taeyan does not flash, but dies, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Still, I mean, they were able to make a successful play happen, and they were also able to get Zeka's teleport, so it's not all for nothing down there on the bottom side, but like you said, definitely looking for a little bit more on that one. It was a desperate attempt, but at least it didn't go up all empty. You know, maybe Guma's flashes the Pop Blossom, and that goes even worse, but...
And they kill Guma underneath this turret as well, so he doesn't actually get to take this wave, and so Taeyan's 20 CS advantage is a lot more permanent. But Taeyan picking up the turret aggro, not exactly the greatest of maneuvers either. But Nongshim, I think a 1-for-1 and denying farm for Guma. Probably, you know, it's a neutral play. We'll call it neutral. Let's give it that.
I mean, it's furthering Taeyan's lead. And that's the only available play they had. If they just, you know, keep pushing that in and say, well, that's it. Like, Sponge is like, why do you pick Pantheon? I can't ult anywhere. There's no angle for me in this game. As Kingan's an early game Zahin, you know, and the Orianna is getting crushed.
Oh, Lahen's also getting crushed, but does have a disengage cone. Shout out to Valdez. Waiting on the space. Maybe we will get our highlight #1 as that particular disengage cone. Just to talk about how frustrating it can be.
I mean, now Pantheon still has ultimate, but is very far away. And there's a lurking Aatrox. Like, Lehens is on his way back. This could get very awkward as they crash this wave through. They're going to at least get a plate, but they may get more as Taeyan still has flash, but they could just cut off this Pantheon. Or sorry, this Nico.
Yeah, Lehens has to flash immediately. Now Taeyan realizes that he's in an awkward spot. There's the flash in from Sponge, though, as they do get Zeka, but he's able to shift the sands, get himself over the wall, flash from Scout, and Zeka is going to come on through, but Scout has that clockwork wind up, is able to take down the Azir. Still, the fight continues here as Kanavi looking for the angle, gets the wild growth. That's going to be the end of Lehens and Sponge in so much trouble as well. This Aatrox is completely unstoppable, and he is going to transition that into their first dragon of the game as well. I mean, man, Kanavi is poised to take over this game completely.
Don't forget that Scout had to flash to kill Zeka. Zeka almost got out. If Zeka lives there, it's even worse. I mean, they really are one step forward, you know, 2 or 3 steps back on this one. And, like, the whole time, it's just Kanavi set up for success. He has this Lulu. And this is kind of the way that you can play so many of these new bruiser junglers, like the Ambessa we've already seen in the same position. When you have a Lulu, you just go, well, if I'm going in, and I'm Aatrox, I've got a lot of healing, I'm very difficult to kill, I have a wild growth, I have shields, you know? Zeka ends up getting the dash over the wall here. Scout has to flash over the wall, which is a nice flash here, is able to get that off successfully. But the rest of the team here is just way too deep, and like, watch Kanavi get on top of Lehens, who doesn't have flash because he used it just before. The ult comes out from Guma, and Kanavi has wild growth on him. No one is ever going to put even a dent in his health bars. It goes up to full, hits that dragon.
Man.
And that'll be the dragon going over to Hanwha Life Esports as well.
And it means now the gold is almost unanimously over HLE's side. Even that lead that Taeyun had is kind of dissipated. Zeus to try and grab this last plate. They do have the 3 grubs as well, so these turrets are going to be falling very swiftly. And I don't know whether we're going to be seeing too much of the Zahan gameplay in today's game.
I just think we're witnessing a bit of a... I don't want to say it's player-based on the Sponge side, but he just hasn't been set up for any sort of jungle proactivity, whereas Kanavi has these lanes that are crushing, and he's able to find constant value, even without a global ultimate, so Sponge is still just behind the curve this entire time. He just cannot make the impact.
They are on the same screen as Kanavi. That cannot be a good idea as Sponge dives forward onto Gumayusi. He flashes away. Kanavi's just posing the question, can they kill him? That's the question, is now in amongst it. Taeyun going down very, very low. There's a wild growth once again as Delight's support is fantastic, but they do manage to take down the Aatrox. The problem is Zeka turns up, and that's going to be 2 on the floor for Nongshim at the same time.
This is a big, big, big disaster for Nongshim here on these bottom lane skirmishes. And we just have not seen the top laners involved in this game at all. And the Aphelios isn't online per se. In fact, was down an item over the Corki in this exchange, but it doesn't matter because they have the Aatrox that's fed. That's such a strong body in these fights. Zeka can show up late and get the Emperor's Divide. And Nongshim is opting in, but it's just not worth it. And I think they need to be thinking a little bit more about, like, yes, our composition is aggressive, right? It has a lot of Nico engaged, it has the Orianna engaged, but when it's not all set up, like, I'm not entirely sure what they thought was going to happen. After getting Guma's flash, you'd want to get out, but you can't really get out. Lehens gets the Pop Blossom, so they're like, okay, I guess we turn on Kanavi. They should have probably just said, well, let's get out, you know? The Pop Blossom may allow us to potentially escape as Zeka shows up here, and they just get routed. Sure, kill Kanavi in the end, but absolutely not worth.
Yeah, it was a bit of shutdown money, but you can see he still has a 1.3k gold advantage. And with Scout grabbing the kill, does mean that he now is in the lead just slightly. Does have his Blackfire Torch now completed, building towards the double burn. And will be doing a fair bit of consistent damage in these fights. Does kind of need it up against Zeus on this Scion, who is going to be very, very difficult to move. But as this game goes on, I mean, Gumayusi is going to be putting more and more items together, has his collector now completed as well. And looking for that item number 2 where he can. Might be the 2-item spike in the collector Infinity Edge that he's going for here. I actually kind of like that. Trying to get a little bit of extra power in those 2 items instead of going for a lot more of these 3-item builds. All right, Kanavi, I don't know about this one, as he's just dead.
Like I said, he only goes in. He doesn't know about the other directions.
Yeah, didn't need to. He could have gone sideways or something, or just gone in elsewhere, because that was not it. But that's okay. I like the gusto.
Yeah, I like the gusto a little bit less, but I thought, you know, it looked really like we were going to put Aatrox to the
Sometimes it's the intention that counts, you know, and he intended to make action happen, Wolf.
He was like, look, I hit this guy with Sunder's guy, then I hit the next guy. I mean, there's something here.
Yeah.
There was not, in fact, something there, except 3 people that were trying to kill him, and then they did. But, hey, you know, it did cost them the Herald, so it was not a play that... Like, if you look at the setup here, the rest of the team is not rotating off Herald. Zeka is not in position to Emperor's Divide. So I think there need to be a little bit more coordinated of a discussion about how they were going to fight that. They probably have to drop Herald and look for a flash play from Zeka, or just be a little bit more patient. Instead, he kind of just sent it, and it was received.
Yeah.
They got a thank you note in return.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, at least the mail company did a really good job. You nailed that part. Outside of that, not exactly the optimal scenario. However, HLE is still sitting on about a 2,000 gold lead. Things still looking great for the squad for the minute. As Kanavi, for a bit of an angle towards Sponge here, is standing on a ward right now, though. So Nongshim with full information as to the whereabouts of this Aatrox.
And we still haven't seen top laners in this game. Like,
yeah, they have not participated.
They're both 0-0-0 up. They're just hitting each other. Kanavi's starting up this dragon. Kingen, he's considering. He's like, should I go down there? I don't think so. I'll let Zeus go down. I'm going to stay up top. I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to get money.
Well, he might actually be able to grab a decent amount of plate gold here, as the Trinity Force is already completed for the Zahan, so we will be cutting through these turrets very effectively. There's the Rift Herald, gets a decent little charge there, as there's the flash ult from Zeus, as Gumayusi throws out his ulti as well. That is a dead Taeyun, just stepping a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, I remember when I said in the draft that he's like, oh, okay, it's a Scion. There'll probably only be one form of engage I'm worried about.
Oh, the hands finds the double pop blossom on two of the carries here as Gumayusi is the target, but oh my goodness, gets so much of his health bar back.
There's just not enough damage to take him out there once Taeun is gone, even though Scout's trying his best.
Kanavi. Okay, he's not going to die to the turret this time around. As Zeka now could be in a little bit of trouble here as he does have to shift the sands to make his way out. Delight to slow down Scout with that Glitter Lance. And HLE
TP?
will be able to back away.
TP from Zeus to the back.
Okay. Well, he's just going to walk up and see whether he can park himself underneath this turret to make something happen. Just says, Scout, please leave. And Scout will
Because Kingen got the whole turret, so I guess he was like, you know what, there's nothing to defend here. Might as well just go in. He's been reading Kanavi's book on how to play League of Legends. But like, I mentioned in the draft, though, Taeun picks the Corki because he's like, okay, there's a Scion, there'll probably be a jungle that engages. I'm a little bit worried about that, as Kingen should be worried.
He should, as Kanavi's going to come in, does land the Q onto Taeun here, as the rest of Nongshim will show up. Lahan's not going to get pulled back by those Infernal Chains, but slowed down enough to dissuade the engage.
It's just kind of insane to me that a Corki got Scion engaged on and then died, as Guma instantly followed up, right? I think we're going to go back to this now. Zeus is just like, Taeun? Nah.
Yeah.
Flash ult. I mean, just as simple as that. As the wild growth to follow, Guma follows up. He's just dead. And that's, I guess as a Corki, you feel like, I have Valk, I'm fine. No, not in this case. This is a nice little attempt here from Lahen's, but there just isn't enough damage. You see the follow from Scout is fantastic, but Kanavi has the turret aggro.
Oh, Lahen's finds the angle once again onto Gumayusi. There's the shockwave, and down he will go. Sponge makes his way in as well. They really threw the kitchen sink at Guma to make sure that he went down, and that is going to be his second death of the game.
Kingen is going to get some extra side lane pressure as we're still fighting.
Yeah, there's another double knock up here as Kanavi comes forward. He's the real carry this game, and down will go Sponge. Now Kanavi's still looking for a little bit more here as he is still alive on Summoner's Rift, so that means he's going to be going in. If there's a turret, does not care.
Like, I kind of said it almost jokingly at the beginning because of how he played that series against T1, but I mean, this is starting to get, like, turn into a meme, like, right before our eyes. But you know what, when you're Aatrox and you're this fed and you have this much support, why not?
I mean, it works.
Yeah. As, you know, this scenario here, I'm gonna watch this one. Guma gets the shield, goes a bit far up. Lahen's is fully wrapped around, gets him on the edge. There's a lot of burst damage here between the Orianna and that Corki. And then Sponge sends it, and this was received as well, as he goes forward here, and once again, with the last of his mana, Zeus has his ult and a charged Q.
My goodness.
And that's the end of the Pantheon. Like, I'm not entirely sure what we were thinking there, Sponge, but...
I mean, Kanavi was standing on a control ward for the majority of the time before he even decided to come in. So Nongshim did have information as to what was going on there, but Zeus being able to start that fight off exactly the way they needed him to.
That Kanavi lead is the whole lead. It's the whole thing.
And we were talking about the fact that, you know, Kanavi has one mode. Well, I'm not doubting it. This mode is working, you know? And I know it's a little bit results-based or, you know, outcome-focused assessment, as Daniel Orks Harrison would say.
I mean, with this much gold, you could say he's on economy mode, but it doesn't feel that way, you know what I mean? That usually, like, he's not on low-power mode.
Yeah.
That's for sure, as he's 4 levels up on Lahen's, takes a swipe at him. And one day, Kingen will show up for a team fight. You know, it was a bit of a fun time watching Kingen just avoid fights and lost games for Nongshim last year. This game, I'm like, maybe now that you've got the Sundered Sky, you're better release Aatrox. Get involved a little bit, because Taeun is still relevant. He's about to hit his transformation.
Yep.
He's still big. You know, he was caught that one time, but otherwise can do a lot. This composition revolves around its insane front line, the Pantheon, the Zahin, and then the Pop Blossom. Taeun can do big with this. They have great setup with Scout as well. This game is not lost by any means, but we need to see this team coordinate real 5v5s, because right now Hanwha Life Esports is just calling every shot. And Kanavi is the one who's calling the shots on Hanwha Life.
Okay, Wolf, Kanavi is going in.
He's going.
I don't want to surprise you, but he is just going to look to kill Sponge. Sponge is just dead. Now Taeun is in between his turrets, and that is an illegal place to be as the Infernal Chains pulls him back. Pop Blossom not going to be enough to save him. Yes, it is. Never mind. Enough to save him here is maybe not enough to save Lahen's, as Kanavi has tanked about 11 turret shots here, and he still kills him underneath the turret. it. My goodness, this guy is so bloodthirsty today.
Scout did not want a TP ult in. He's like, I'm not going to TP and drop an ult on this. This is just doomed. It feels like this whole game, I'm watching 5 members on Hanwha Life Esports walk towards Nongshim and kill them with their fearless leader running forward first. Their Aatrox on now 2.5 items. And Nongshim are just like kind of split up and not sure what to do. Like, Kanavi's just like, all right, I found the enemy jungler that's 2 levels down. There are teammates nearby. I mean, I'm sure like Guma and crew are like, there might be some bad guys in there, and he's like, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's my goal.
He's like, that's kind of the point. And the fact that this between 2 turrets, Sion is again able to ult Taeyun, a Corki. And I just like walk away. I'm kind of losing it. Like Nongshim.
Oh,
we gotta play a pro game here. Is Hanwha Life Esports is making this look easy. They get the dragon.
Yeah, Nongshim will be able to take their second of the game here as Shockwave still up and available. Let's see whether Kanavi can get in amongst it. Oh my goodness, they're all stacked up. As Kanavi, can he actually find it? Pop Blossom hits onto 3, but the Emperor's Divide is there as well. It's so hard to kill this Aatrox as Sponge survives for a long time, but finally will be taken out. Kingen getting in amongst it, almost picks off 2 as Gumayushi limping away with about 100 health, but that is a much better fight here for Nongshim.
And Kingen, he wanted so desperately to Zahin. Like he was.
I mean, he did. He assisted Zahin 3 times.
He went in there. He was trying to auto the champions. He was getting polymorphed. Finally, he got his ult down. He was like, "You can kill me. I'm coming back." And they're like, "We'll kill you again." What happens after that? As this fight against Taeyun can't really get access, right? They end up really trying to play through this Zahin as they kite back. Sponge has to flash away. And then Kingen's at half health. He does not really have his passive stacked, right? So this is when the Pop Blossom comes through, but there's not really a huge follow-up. Scout's over the wall, but cannot find can't find full prio target. Zeka goes down, but then Kingen is just running at them while Kanavi keeps the carries away. And ultimately, Guma and Delight will get out. It's a messy fight. It's one that Hanwha win, but that Nongshim win, but not in decisive fashion at all.
They do manage to get the Drake, though. So taking the Dragon and being able to come out ahead just a bit in the fight. Also, I mean, you can see it in the gold. That has actually shrunk by about half. So HLE not exactly controlling the game as much as they were prior. And with the entire outer ring of turrets already taken down, there is 1 extra inner turret taken here by HLE as well. So some standing gold on the map here for Nongshim. They could even it out with a good push.
They certainly can. 1 big team fight win for them, and they're back in. In fact, they'll be in charge. And Scout is actually pretty huge now. 10 stacks, has his death cap completed.
And he's gone for a damage build as well. It's not this...
Yeah, please. I want to see more of this.
Yeah, I want to see it as well. I kind of like it. Does mean that all of your buttons feel like they do stuff when you can just burn them with any sort of ability. And now that he's got a death cap, I mean, everything hurts.
I mean,
so
you're playing into
very cool.
Aatrox and Sion, so it's pretty good if you can do more than just 1 R button in a team fight. Every Q matters, every W matters. And I do like this build quite a lot. And now, looking at this setup here, Nongshim do have a little bit of prio around this Baron. And they clear this control ward as quickly as they can. And the Shockwave positioning here makes it difficult to approach for Hanwha Life Esports.
I think Kanavi may be about to go in.
He wants to. I can tell you that much. He's also using Restraint.
There are 4 people right there. The rest of his team, not exactly nearby.
Kingen's rotating up faster. And, okay, Kanavi... You're walking a tightrope here. Wants to bait them, it feels like.
Yeah. Does get another control ward down here. Doesn't quite find the chains onto Sponge. So the rest of HLE moving on over. Zeus getting himself into position. There's the flash ulti onto 3 as the Q knocks up 2 of them. And there's the shuffle from Zeka. Down will go the Lulu. But it's in trade for 2. One of them being the Eddie carry. And HLE now considering going for a Baron.
I mean, Zeus is making, like, this... Sion looked like Kennen or something.
Yeah, right?
He just keeps flashing and getting exactly what he wants. He's gap closing with his flash button. He's using his ultimate at point blank range.
Oh, Pop Blossom does come on through as now Gumayushi could be in a little bit of trouble, but it's
There's
just
no
by hand. So I don't know how they were supposed to do anything about that. He does go golden. As now Kingen at full health, but he has to face off against Zeus, who is incredibly difficult to kill. There's the W, and the ulti comes through here from Kingen to take down the Aatrox. But he's now into his passive. Scout looking for the angle here as Gumayushi is by himself. as now Kingen fighting off Zeus and Zeka here one by one, and he will go down in the process. And Zeka still not able to actually enter the river here, so the Baron will stay alive.
Sponge is back up here. Kanavi's down for 30 seconds, but I just don't think they quite have the damage to do this Baron. Zeka's still alive. His Emperor's Divide back up. Zeka did so much damage in that fight as he just kept Kingen at bay despite Guma's death.
There is one thing that I really love about this though, and these are two legend teams. Yeah, this game feels so Rise Group right
now. No, it really does.
Which is only a good thing.
Like, when you watch this setup here, it feels like in so many ways, like Nongshim don't have a great plan. They see Kanavi, they start running. That's like a good strategy usually, because Kanavi might run too far afterwards. But then Zeus is able to flash the Raptor Pit, set up the Wombo combo. Kingen teleports in, and then this fight gets a little bit messy here, as Kingen is able to stack his passive up. And this Lahen's ultimate would have been great if there was follow-up. But this whole game, Nongshim have been so split on team fights that even though the gold was relatively even, my whole vibe for this game is that like the tempo vibes are not Nongshim's. Like they just do not have a setup in team fights. And I think if they were all coordinated like they were on the last fight where we saw the big shockwave from Scout, this game could look very different. They are able to, because Scout is able to get on top of Guma, take him out, but Kingen is just a ragdoll here. He doesn't have any follow-up damage even with Scout's build.
It was a very awkward position for Gumayushi to find himself in as well, as he was sort of on the wrong side of the big old rock, but wanted to stay in range to do damage. So did find himself at the mercy of Scout after that flash did come on through. HLE looking for Soul Point. They will be able to get it.
There's a control ward here. They know that Nongshim are on this, obviously, and they're very aware that they were rotating over, but they can see the timing. They know exactly, we can get this dragon, push mid. There's no way they can do this. They also have Sun Disc, as you can see here, so Nongshim wanted to give Dragon to get Baron, but they will get nothing in return.
Zeus doesn't have flash, so he's not going to be flashing on top of Nongshim this time around, but he can drive a bus towards them if he feels like it. Kanavi now getting very close to the bad guys. Lahen's, I'm not sure about this position, but he does sidestep Zeus' ultimate. Still gets slowed down though, as the Roar of the Slayer does come on through, and there is the fully charged cube. Lahen's will just be dead.
I didn't see it until just now. When I saw that slow, I was like, does he have Bandle Pipe? He has Bandle Pipes. Zeus built Bandle Pipes.
There we go.
He's gotten a lot of gold this game. He's putting it to good uses. Now Nongshim are looking for a contest.
Well, it could be a 50-50 here as Sponge. He's been pretty good at those in the past. Let's see whether Kanavi can lock this one down. Down to 3,000. Sponge trying to get into the pit here. There's a shockwave! Absolutely insane! This is a triple for Sponge! Does manage to help Taeun take down another one as Scout gets pulled back, but it's a quadra kill for the Pantheon! Absolute insanity here for Nongshim, as now they're going to look to push in and break open the base!
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds on Guma, 40 on Zeka. They have a wave here with a cannon minion. I mean, trying to end here, I think, might be a bridge too far, but they may go for it. They may just also go back and take the Baron. 20 seconds on Aphelios.
I think they might have enough. I think they might be able to do it.
I mean, Scout is so huge this game. This turret is just not going to last long enough, and I think they just barely have enough time here to take this Nexus out. What a silly end. Great combo from Scout.
What a ridiculous game.
That game.
Are we? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. We had to adjust our microphones just for a moment because I think everyone was a bit confused about how abruptly that game just ended. My goodness. Sometimes a Pantheon just dives on top of someone and there's a shockwave and everything is over from that point on.
So much of the game for Nongshim was being unable to set up these consistent combos with the Orianna. But every time Scout hit big, he hit really big.
Yeah.
The fight they won, it was a narrow fight right on the Dragon Pit. And then there was that fight there where Scout just cleaned up house. The Zahin could have, I feel like, been almost any champion in this game. Didn't really amount to too much outside of that one extended fight. Taeun, you know, it ended up getting caught a few times. The Zeus Scion was kind of crazy. The team fights were overall better for Hanwha Life Esports. They had a lot of tempo, a lot of control of the map, but sometimes it doesn't matter if you get to that 30-minute team fight and get routed. GG, it's over. Yeah, they just got their heads cut off by Scout.
And that was just, like, you saw the gold graph. It was HLE winning for the whole game. Albeit not by that much, but man, what an extraordinary team fight for Nongshim to close that one out. We'll see whether they can do it again, as man, this is looking grim for Team Baron if this is going to be a Nongshim victory. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space gonna break that down, then we'll have game number 2.
볼게 천천히.
야 앞에
좋은데?
아지라 아트록스 맞아 아트 봐줘 자 끝났다 미드 오 나이스
나이스. 한번 했구나 영준아.
영준이 해줬구나 내가 뭔데
끝나냐 이거?
끝내 끝날만한데? 아뭐 해보자 끝날만 그냥 탱해줘
아 무조건 간다
그냥 탱해줘
나이스.
사이언 너무 빡세다
이니시를 좀 잘한다 쟤네가.
사이언 풀공 너무 빡세네
사이언이 좀 잘하네.
야 빨리 몸대고 끝내야 된다 15초 남았어
다행히 됐죠
풀체크 좀.
왼쪽 살짝만 펄 있어 앞에 펄 있어
위에 거부터 위에
실드 받으면서 깨 그냥 끝났다.
나이스. 한번 잘해보자.
그래 화이팅 나이스 스근하다
아유 힘들다
예차에 고생 좀 했네
لست بآثم إن وزر هذا العالم ليس لك وحدك
Hello and welcome to the space here at Chichik Lal Park. I am Valdez, joined by Ox and Wadid after a massive comeback victory from Nongshim over Hanwha Life Esports in this first game. Definitely the underdogs in this match, and yet they were able to come back from behind and make it an interesting game one that looked all but Hanwha Life. So guys, what did you think about that first game?
I just never seen a 0-7 Pantheon have that much impact in a team fight, you know? It's not the champion that you expect, but yeah, I mean, power to Nongshim for really clawing back that game.
I mean, I think definitely the Dragon stack helped them a lot staying in the game, because I think the Dragon control by HLE was not clean enough. And also, when you think about their draft, I think they were just feeling great about their team comp, because they're just all about scaling with the hyper carry. And with the Aatrox, if you are not getting stomped in the early game by Pantheon and Nico Corki on the bot side, then I think you're really good in the game, because you're literally unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Aatrox get really far ahead. Kanavi has often been a jungler who's really good in a team fight.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It felt like this game, you ticked all the boxes for HLE, and then some things happened in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it did feel like with Kanavi very far ahead and the team doing very well and about 4,000 gold ahead as we moved into this fight around the Dragon 23 minutes in. It was all looking good for Hanwha Life, but what went wrong here, gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, you cannot see the kill score, but here I remember it was kind of double. So it was really one-sided team fight. Even though the Sion is half HP, the positioning-wise, I think they were just chasing the targets here, but the usage of the Aphelios ulti was not on point. And also, I think they were just too rushing into the choke pit here.
Yeah, so the Aphelios ult only hits one, and then here, the shockwave, you can see, catches Zeka. He's trying to go for a shuffle. He's trying to shuffle through with his flash, but the shockwave actually clips him and interrupts him. And then what ends up happening, he ends up against the wall. This huge Nico ult comes in from the Hens for the turnaround. The Zehen ult follows, and in this choke, they kind of get minced with it. And the thing is, this fight's still pretty close, but this was where we saw HLE with the biggest lead they really had in the game. So the fact this fight was close, it was kind of the beginning of the comeback for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, it was gigantic. I think Hanwha Life Esports, as you guys were saying, were rushing a little bit. They went into that choke, and it just did not go well. The synergy wasn't there between the teammates. It's still very early on in this year. So Hanwha Life Esports, they get pretty far behind from that. And Nongshim, with 3 of their carries, are able to clean up the fight. And eventually, they did go on to win this game. So Nongshim, I have to admire the fact that they were able to stick in this one for so long and make it interesting.
I mean, from this game, it reminds me about how important to control the Drake, because Nashor got a lot tankier. So you can see it from the highlight too as well. They got the Nico for free here, because Lihans was kind of flanking, but Zeus cut him off. So they had... It feels like it's kind of free chance to do the Nashor, so you can just speed up. You can see like they just get the free man here and just go Nashor with Azir and Aphelios. So it feels great. But look at the Nashor HP right now. I think if it was last season Nashor, I think the Nashor is gone already. But it's tankier, so I think they're in a really bad situation here because of how their team comp works.
Yeah, so much more time to approach, and I think the important thing to focus on is Kingen gets onto the objective. And this is kind of similar to how Xin Zhao functions. You'd often see him go on the neutral objective, stack up the passive so he has that knock-up ready, and this is what Kingen does to actually catch out Guma when they look for the engage.
Yeah, and also because they had to tank the Nashor, Sion and Aatrox was in the pit. But you normally know how the hypercarry works, right? Azir and Aphelios, they just need someone to tank the front line, but they have no space here.
And you can see him stacking it up, gets the pullback, and they sync that with the shockwave, and it catches out the Aphelios. And once the Aphelios is down, that's just game winning, and they manage to clean up enough members so they can just end the game on the back of that. But I think, again, you know, we've seen it so often with Xin Zhao. You get the 3 strike, the third one you prep up, and then you instantly engage with it. But I think maybe Guma not expecting it from Zehen, such a new champion, but has a similar concept, which is interesting considering in the lore, Zehen is just Xin Zhao, but corrupted.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like it was kind of a rough moment for Guma because he didn't have the front line. But again, I think you have to think about the Nashor, you know, like it's really hard to finish it. So I think you have to be really awake of what you want to do if you have the advantage here.
Big shout out to Nongshim. They made this a very interesting game and now are mounting a comeback ahead 1-0 in the series. Let's go back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yeah, blink and you miss it. Just kind of all over in the blink of an eye. Nongshim managing to take out HLE in game number 1. But thankfully, thankfully, here at the LCK Cup, we have best of 3s. So they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is and do it again.
They very well may, if they can play like that again. The resilience was pretty insane. It's a really good point out there, and shout out on the Zahin play in that final fight, because we were really focused on the shockwaves. And
yeah.
Looks like it's Delight's mom.
Yeah.
Love to see the support.
Well, we'll see whether they can support the support enough to pick them up a victory and bring us to a game number 3. That's what we're looking for here, as HLE will have right of first selection now. So first pick should be going their way instead.
We'll probably flip to where they have first pick on red side themselves, and Nongshim will be on blue side, is my expectation here. Well, we will have to wait and see until that decision is announced to us. I think that the way that, you know, Zeus played the Scion aggressively was really cool to watch. Like, despite the loss, you know,
yeah.
I felt like for most of that game, Nongshim were timid. They were waiting for their moment. But when that moment did finally come, it was enough to snap the necks of Hanwha Life Esports. It's just, you know, that's how pro games can go when you reach that late game Baron fight. You know, it's not Otacon anymore.
Yeah.
But it can be anything, and you got to be ready for it. Guma simply was not. So, as expected, we're going to have the first pick red side into blue side Nongshim here. I'm sure we'll like kind of standardize these names at some point. Like, we're going to move them into archetypes, but this is the standard, the normal.
Maybe we can figure it out on the POG state or something like that. Really dig into it, make sure that we can get some terminology sorted out, as is the LCK way. But here we are, into the draft for game number 2. Nongshim on our blue side this time around. First pick going over to HLE. They will be taking away the Malphite one more time. Just to refresh everyone, we had Rumble, Jason, Varus banned away, and then Ambessa, Malphite, and Yunara taken away on the other side. So see whether these bans do stay the same already. Slight difference with the order. We'll see whether that means anything.
Malphite's gone once again. Jace will follow. You mentioned it. That's what, 21 times I think it's been?
Yep, that's 100%.
And be the Vi to be taken away from Sponge here. I'm kind of most interested for Hanwha Life Esports what Kanavi is playing, because that just really seems to dictate the pace of how they play. He's such a different player from Peanut, but the jungle role has always been so pivotal since Peanut's been on this team for how the game is played, the early game, the pace of it, how much ganking, how much farming, you know, timings, rotations, you know, invades. Kanavi has just kind of had one mode, and it's been fun to watch, for better or for worse, and it's mostly been for better.
Yeah, until it wasn't.
We'll see what the final ban is going to be here, and Yunara may just simply be it.
We'll see whether they do take that away. Yunara and Varus were both banned away in the last game. Ambessa is another thing that was taken out as well. So 3 things going to be left up, or sorry, 2 out of the 3 going to be left up, as Yone is taken away from Zeka here to start us off. So Ambessa looking like her stocks are rising here. And of course, Zeus and Kanavi could both be playing it. Wouldn't mind that as a flexible option.
Guma, in this moment, will have to make a bold call, because I think Taeyeon will be happy to play the Yunara if he shies away from it. They'll take the Rise instead. Cassiopeia, not a hard counter, but certainly something available to scout in this situation. A Rise is so incredibly powerful in terms of scaling and late game damage, so you want to be able to match that. Not a whole lot of champs that can shut Rise down in this meta, just simply because he's got great wave clear, and with his Ghost and Phase Rush, it's hard to punish him in sides.
Yeah.
As this will be one of the champs that could potentially do it in a team fight.
It's hard to run out of a Cataclysm. That's absolutely true. So it could be an option here as Sponge does lock away the J4.
Also feels like a great denial from Kanavi, who's done so well on this pick. And the Yunara, you know, not a mystery that that one was likely to come in tow. Taeyeon laughs about it.
Yeah, they don't have Nico or Lulu to pair alongside it, so it will be something else alongside the Yunara this time, as Kanavi is considering something weird.
He's trolling, I think. There's no way.
Amumu's obviously it.
Now, they could just lock in Lucian Braum and play through that in the bottom lane. The Ambessa doesn't have a Lulu this time. Will be a flex pick here, but I think the expectation is that it's going into the jungle, as the Varus can be taken here for Gumayushi. So instead of going for the Lucian angle, it's going to go for outranging in the lane.
And full comfort as well for Guma at the same time.
100%.
All right, one last pick here for Nongshim. See whether it is going to be a rounding out of the bottom lane, save their solo lanes for after the next round of bans, or whether it'll be something else. As the Talia consideration for Scout and will be locked in. We've seen this matchup so many times. But Talia has, I don't know, she hasn't really got me going so far this season, not going to lie.
The Realm War is, we're seeing it way more often because usually the Rise clears the wave and is like, well, I can go wherever I want. And Talia's trying to follow that rotation, try to match it. And sometimes it's just so slow that you don't even opt for the Weaver's Wall and you get a consolation plate, something like that. So seeing Scout can change the narrative here. It has been one of his best picks since he joined this roster, even going as far back as the Kespa Cup.
Yep.
So it's definitely a pick he has 100% mastery of. It's just, we're not 100% sure if it's good in this this current meta. It has not been finding the same success it used to. Rakan is taken away, which I find to be kind of interesting here. Great follow-up for an Ambessa engage. The Alistar has been the pick with Yunara in the bottom lane, even into lanes that push really hard. Just gives you a little bit more robust of a front line and some strong skirmishing later.
Yeah, a lot of supports hitting the dust for now.
There's no threat of a Sylas in this game either. So that pick is going, you're not going to be able to answer it with that.
That's a good point, actually. Always something to keep in the back of your mind. Is Rel also taken away? A lot of engage options being banned. I think Nautilus could be another thing that they do decide to take away, but instead it's the Renekton removed.
Zayas doesn't want to play Ken in this game.
Yeah, I guess not.
Interesting to see that one gone. So in terms of threats here, I mean, they have the Talia, they have the Jarvan set up, and Nautilus, you mentioned, was not banned away. They banned the Renekton instead. That one ends up being pretty obvious here. And now they can save counterpick for sorting out what this Ambessa is truly going to be doing. I think the assumption still is jungle, but you don't want to make that assumption if you're Nongshim Red Forest. You want to wait and see. And this will actually flip the table on that as Kanavi gets his hands on the Xinjiao. And that's a pick that has been finding a little bit more success over the latter part of week 1 here of LCK Cup 2026. And the final question is, what is Delight playing?
Yeah, could it be like
Renata? Probably.
Yeah, I was
not,
thinking Renata, like, for some reason. I don't know why.
I mean, it's good into this comp, and it's ranged, but Braum is going to be the opt-in instead. It's going to be a tough lane here for Taeyun and Lehens. And the final pick here will be the answer to that Ambessa top lane for Kingen.
All right, what are we doing? He looks like there's almost a grin on his face. Is it
just going to win it?
And this is a tough matchup in the Ambessa. So we'll see how he does go, but will be an absolute menace later on into the game. A lot of DPS available here for Nongshim with that one locked away. This could have been one of those comps where a tank is locked in towards the top side of the map, but obviously into an Ambessa it doesn't feel fantastic. And instead, it's a 3-threat comp and will be doing a lot of damage in the later stages. And against decently low range, I know Varus has a lot of range himself, but outside of that, everyone else is up close and personal. The Gwen will thrive.
I think Nongshim need to be incredibly confident with their setups and engages. If you go in, there is no going out. Like, if you start a fight, there is no canceling that fight because there's a Braum on the other side, there's Chains of Corruption, there's an insane front line. Now, when Zeka's Actualizer is online, they are just going to fall to pieces if they try to disengage. So you're going to have to see Nautilus working in tandem with the Jarvan. The Yunara ultimates are going to have to be on point. The follow-up is going to have to be fast for Taeyun because they need to win the fights quickly, as if those fights go longer, it's a big problem. And they also can't really, mess around in the neutral. If they play slow, that Varus poke will just continue to chip away. So they're not going to be able to passively sit around on this one. They're going to have to play through vision, fight for vision, and constantly be ready to go in as a coordinated unit. That was, for the first half of the game in Game 1, not the case, but they were able to do it there in the end.
I'm really intrigued by these drafts and how they're going to work, but Gumayusi on his own skin on the Varus as well. Very, very cool to see. Let's get onto the Rift here for game number 2. All right, Humble fans in full voice here today, trying to get them back into this series as we do have the first ward going down, but immediately answered here by Nongshim on the other side.
Oh, and you kill that ward, there's almost, it's almost more satisfying than getting a champion kill there.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, hook coming on through here. Is Delight already taking a bit of damage?
When you get the ward and a champion kill, or at least 2/3 of the health bar, you feel pretty good about that as well.
Yeah, Taeyun stacking the Q on a ward as well, and then able to transition that into a lot of damage onto Delight. So high value. As Nongshim starting off this lane in a pretty good position.
It's kind of unfair.
Yeah.
So he's going to continue to stack another one. Lehens is going in.
Yeah, well, Lehens is going to find the passive stun onto Delight after not quite hitting the anchor.
Lehens does this a lot. It's something that Barrel does with Nautilus, where you aim like this, and if they try to predict where you're going, then you hit the wall, and then you get the root on them anyways. And when you have a health advantage like this, it feels like it's kind of like he's game theoried the play, where he's like, well, no matter what, I'll get something out of this.
Yeah.
Looks silly, but actually ends up working a lot for them.
And right now they have full control of the wave. Hook gonna connect here onto Gumayusi as well as he has to flash out of the way. And once again, Lehens avoids getting stunned by that Winter's Bite concussive blows. Oh man, Nongshim really taking control here of this lane towards the bottom side.
Really aggressive plays from Lehens working out. The stack Q from the ward was the beginning of the snowball rolling. Taeyeon does take a lot of damage here though on that follow-up, so needs to be careful, but this is going to be the wave crashing through. Free win here for Nongshim in this early laning phase.
Yeah, might even be able to go get a cheeky cull.
Yeah, that's what I think he's going to do. If he has enough money, he probably does.
Well, we'll have to see exactly where he is going to go there. Has opted for the cleanse, but it's a teleport on the other side, so no barriers to be watched out for here.
There it is.
And you're exactly right. Okay, so we do have the cheeky cull and straight back to lane. So not exactly the most power as far as extra stats, but going to be really banking on that mid game for when that is going to proc.
The closest thing to like a Rod of Ages for a champ like this, right? An AD carry who scales incredibly well, is you get that free lane pushed through, and then you get the free cull, and you're like, all right, well, this is going to be more money later. And, you know, the cull gives you some additional stats, not really a lot to write home about, but it is going to be a feeling of like, okay, I've kind of gotten through some of the toughest part of my game, and I'm going to have a really fast spike later on.
And you don't really pay for it either.
Yeah, you get money out of it.
The lane is nowhere near pushed into their turret. Home Guard's going to be helping out there, so Zeka moving in towards 2 people. Not sure about this one here, sir, as he's taken down to 100 health, but Nongshim not going to push the issue. They'll just take the ghost and get themselves out.
Guma gonna back here. Does have teleport, so can just go straight back to the lane. So he is going to manage to continue to have a CS advantage here.
Yep. And his tier is going to start stacking up as well, so not too bad. Also with a cheeky longsword for a few extra stats in comparison to Taeyeon, but he's already picked up 10 stacks on his cult, and so getting closer and closer to that payout. As Kanavi here towards the top lane, Kingen could be in trouble as he is pushed very far up. Zeus now dives on in. Zeus going down relatively low, but the flash from Kanavi will get the return flash out of Kingen as well. He's in the mist, but Gwen this time is not immune, and that is first blood over to Kanavi once again.
Yeah, I guess he really thought that perhaps that would be enough there with those extra resistances, despite the lack of immunity, to get that kill back on the Kanavi, but commits his flash to try to buy the space. Gets Kanavi's flash in return. Will go down. And you saw Sponge was heading to maybe pressure the bottom lane there, but didn't really work out timing-wise and went to Krugs and then wasn't able to make a cross-map happen. Sponge has now fully cleared his bottom side and is looking to potentially make an impact on that long wraparound here, but they have a control ward defensively here, and I think Guma and Delight should be fine with this wave pushing. Now, if Scout had level 6, this could be a little bit scary. He's still going to come over.
Yeah. He's going to be the one that walks over a ward, but Sponge is just blocking off the retreat here. And remember, Gumayusi does not have his flash available. There's the flag and drag, and the flick back onto 2. Scout locks down the kill, and man, I mean, asking the question of what Nongshim had for breakfast is pretty obvious. It's probably ramen, but oh my goodness, it must have been good.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of products, and a lot of the staff is eating it here every day.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, it smells really nice. I'm a little bit jealous. Zeka is going to Realm Warp.
All right, let's see whether HLE can make the play work themselves, as they will be able to grab a plate, and Kingen is just dead. No flash, no chance. Zeka able to tank up the turret quite comfortably there. So the answering kill does come on through.
Yeah, and it's the, you know, the Talia that makes the kill happen first this time around. Wasn't stopped on that rotation, but no answer for that Realm Warp, and Zeus did not have to commit his ultimate there on the top side, and they will also get the Dragon in answer on the bottom side, so winning on both sides here. So Hanwha Life Esports taking a significant gold lead off of that turnaround. Really like how that setup happened on the bottom side, but cannot ignore what happens right afterwards. Very significant here for Hanwha Life.
And especially when Kingen's now at 0-2, we know how important it is to get that quest loaded in towards the top side of the map, because otherwise you just find yourself behind in experience for the entirety of the game. And the more Zeus gets ahead, the more he can zone Kingen away, and it can become quite difficult. Taehyun here, though, going to comfortably clear out this minion wave, and he still has a decent advantage up against Gumayusi with a 10 CS lead.
And Kingen still doesn't have his ultimate. I don't think there's a window here for Zeus, really. He's like 1 minion away. But could have been scary. Kanavi was relatively nearby.
Yeah, it's a full level in the lead here for Zeus, as Kingen does hit level 6 now, so that needlework up and available.
Just don't think he can really use it here, and it's going to be Zeus continuing his lead, continuing his advantages. This is the first time we've seen Talia pick up an early kill, though, here in LCK Cup. See what Scout can do with the lead he picked up there, and gave an advantage to Taehyun as well, who will have that call here, 54 minions. So it's a really even game right now, across the board.
Level 6 here for Gumayusi, so Chains of Corruption now online. And HLE, this composition does skirmish very well in the early stages, but I think the Nongshim are going to be kind of comfortable at that stage as well. It's only really the Yunara that does want a few extra items. I think that the Varus will do a lot of work with 1 to 2 items, and not so much the Yunara. So Nongshim with a little bit of late game insurance for that reason, but also may not be able to tussle quite as effectively at the beginning of this game. But that color's about to cash in.
Yeah. I mean, it's...
Lehens activating Hex Flash. You know what?
I'm looking at the player cam.
Barrel left, but I feel like his spirit remained.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like
in the form of Lehens.
Those wall dredge lines I was talking about earlier, that's a barrel thing.
There you go.
Doing. And all right, his player cam reaction, well, he had a little sigh, but it looked like he didn't really care about it too much.
Nah, you got to activate Hex Flash. That's it. Must be the reason.
Why'd he pick Hex Flash if you're not going to use it?
Exactly right. Well, Kanavi looking for a bit of an angle here towards Scout. The ghosts have been popped on both sides, but Sponge moves his way over. That is going to mean that Nongshim are going to be A-OK. Kanavi not quite able to find an angle here, as Delight moving towards the mid lane does have that Glacial Fissure up and available.
Double control word. Well. Got to work on that communication as Kanavi.
Lehens finds himself behind enemy lines, but also in a very uncomfortable position. It's a great Cataclysm, though, as there's the ulti in from Zeus to spell the end of that Nautilus. Kanavi will go down, but it's already a one fight here for HLE as Kingen trying to do what he can, but it's a double for Zeka. And it's now 2-5 HLE securing a big lead.
This was such an opportunistic play from Lehens. It looked like initially might have worked because Scout's there with the follow-up, and that's the kind of decisive call I was talking about. You can't go in and say, never mind, we're not gonna play this one. You have to actually look for the follow-up fight. They obviously didn't have their AD carry there. Guma wasn't there either, but the shove was there. Scout's with the follow-up damage, but Lehens just takes so much on the opening salvo. As look at this, he goes in, Hex flashes, drops the ultimate onto a Xinjiao, so that's kind of part of the issue here, is you can't really kill Kanavi fast enough, despite the fact that Scout's so quick with the follow-up. Kingen shows up here as well, but there's just no real range damage. Scout's like, I got no cooldowns. Kingen just gets kited, and Zeka is just going to have way more damage throughput than Natalia at this type of moment, so...
Another fight breaking out, but Nongshim kind of realizing they're not exactly as well positioned in these skirmishes as HLE. One grub did go over to Nongshim, but it looks like the other two will belong to HLE after getting themselves the first Drake as well. So a Cloud already done. It's under a minute until we have this Chemtech Dragon coming up. And HLE, if they can get themselves into a position where they have that double dragon, that extra dragon control, it's something that Wadid was talking about on the space, was a bit sloppy from HLE in game number 1. Was that dragon control? Well, this game around, they could be adjusting that one.
And it's just one team fight that could be what puts Nongshim back into this game, especially with this Yunara about to cash in the cull. That's going to put further lead here for the AD carry of Nongshim Red Force. Taehyun just for the moment solo here, but we'll have his friend Lehens joining in just a moment. I'm kind of looking at this game now as how much of a lead can Hanwha have to stabilize the game state so that the Rise can get third item actualizer, as Delight does not care about this.
No, just stands beside Gumayusi and is going to be A-OK.
And Navi's coming down.
Not really a dive available, but here's the Cataclysm as Zeus Gonna look to go 1v2, finds a public execution as he does put Kingen into the sky, but he's now looking to try and dash his way out. Not exactly finding it here, as there's the Flag and Dragon. Down will go the Ambessa. A well-needed kill here for Kingen towards that top side of the map. Now actually has a gold lead.
Can they deny Dragon? I just don't think so, though. And this does help Kingen a little bit. Obviously getting a second kill of the game here, grabbing some plate gold. This is going to be huge for the Gwen, but it's Ocean Soul here for Hanwha Life Esports, but they bought themselves a ton of time for the scaling rise. And so it feels like an even exchange across the board.
Yeah, I would say so.
In terms of gold, obviously better for Nongshim, as Zeus here, just not really much he can do. The Flash Cataclysm looks for the turnaround. There's no angle, unfortunately.
And keeping Kingen relevant, I think, is incredibly important in this game. If the Gwen isn't able to actually threaten kills, then she really is kind of a dead weight. And so, feeling better about that one. I think understanding where they need to be putting their attention is, speaking of attention, HLE throws theirs towards the bottom side of the map as now Lehen's in a lot of trouble and will just be popped like a balloon. Down goes the Big Daddy. It's a second death here for Lehen's.
Even though he has Aftershock, he's just not that tanky. And that's just going to be a little bit more bottom side control here for Hanwha Life Esports. Like I said, it's not the end of the world, but just some additional gold holding on to this lead. Zeka stacking his tier, stacking his Rod of Ages. And yes, Yunara is a late game threat, but that Rise is a real scary one, as we've seen so many times, and he has 3 kills in this game.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary blue guy.
And so I'm kind of wondering if HLE is going to be playing a little blue man group later on.
I think they certainly have the tools to do it. Zeka now eating some honey fruit. He deserves it. There's Gumiushi down here towards the bottom side. Will tank up turret shot. There's another Hex Flash being used here. See, Lehen's was activating it, man. He just really wants to be able to press that button.
He's pressed it like 6 times at least. And go back and look at this once again. He's on Vision. And he goes on to the Braum. And unfortunately, I mean, he's on the wrong side of this one. The Realm Warp comes through, like...
Yeah, and teleport in from Gumiushi as well, so it did kind of look to them, I guess, like they'd found the Braum, but it's Braum. It's so hard to kill him.
TP plus Realm Warp, I mean, that's a lot of commitment to resources that, like, I guess Lehen's wasn't accounting for. But either way, kind of a bit of an overstep there.
All right, 2v2 here towards the top side of the map is Sponge, keeping his presence unknown for as long as he can. Kingen down to 50%, but there's Kanavi making his way forward. Great knockup as Kanavi is so close to dead. He'll be taken down first, and Zeus, not long for the world either. Zeka is going to show up, and meanwhile here towards the bottom side, it's Gumiushi being knocked up into the sky. Taeun trying to take him down and will be able to get him here as Delight able to assist the kill there towards Lehen's, who does fall for the 3rd time, but he'll be saying worth in all chat, especially with that extra plate going over.
Plate going over to Scout, they end up getting the AD carry in the bottom trade, so it's definitely a trade up. And then here, Sponge plays this super well. Kingen kind of baiting ready. Like you said, he waits. Sponge waits for the last possible second to actually see how much value can get. Has the Cataclysm here, and there's no way to get out of the needlework as Kingen is just able to cut through them. And then Lehen's is just like, I'm going to tank this. Bit of an awkward spot here for Guma to back. It actually means that Lehen's can get the ult off before he starts tanking and then just hold the turret aggro long enough. Taeun pops his ultimate there, gets charged up, and it's a trade up. They get plate gold there, and because of the rotation of Zeka up to the top side to try to look for that play there after the kills go down for Kingen, he's not there in the mid lane, so Taeun picks up a plate. So 3 plates in his pockets, starting to get to become a larger threat himself. And Nongshim take a gold lead, a significant one here for the first time.
Man, I am very frightened about a theoretical level 20 Gwen. That just, I mean, running with scissors was dangerous enough, right? When it was level 18 at the maximum. Sponge does flag and drag his way out of there, not able to quite take down that control ward. Still early days, ladies and gentlemen. If you do want those 3 games, or you're an HLE fan, this is by no means over, especially with the 2 dragons that they've already been able to pick up and this big old Rise.
Yeah, not to mention that we saw a similar lead in the last game for Hanwha, and they ended up losing.
Yeah, maybe early game leads are actually a bane, not a boon, perhaps.
Could be. I'm going to say probably not, but...
Yeah.
Maybe strong late game wipes are actually just the real...
We have evidence from last game that perhaps it's not the greatest thing to do, you know?
The rotation over here to Herald for Hanwha is much stronger. Zeus has TP as well. And Kingen could match, but could also be interrupted.
Looks like
I think this is just there.
Fight for this. Weave as well does come on through, but
it's like Scout's telling his teammates don't contest.
Yeah, this is a very weird situation here as they do take the Rift Herald. So now not a lot more to fight for, but there is the flick back onto Delight. Down to 50% as Kanavi makes his way in, obviously. Flag and drag knocks him towards the sky. His Chains of Corruption, oh, just barely outranged by Lehens there. And HLE will just be able to walk their way out after collecting their prize.
Kanavi is just so terrifying. He could go in at any time.
He could.
And they end up getting the win on that one. Nongshim are going to try to take this dragon in return.
That's another seismic shove connecting here as the door does a lot of work, but just not enough to keep him alive. Kill goes over to Taeyeon there at the same time, so that is more money into the hands of the Yunara.
So they get the dragon, they get the kill. We'll lose some plates here in mid, so Zeka's benefactor of that, but really strong turnaround for Nongshim after what happened there on the top side, and Sponge is going to get out with no problems. So that'll be their first dragon of the game. This game is suddenly really close, you know, when you look at the scaling Yunara, the Rise, the fact that this Gwen is going to be a side lane threat. It's getting stronger and stronger, but at the same time, the way these fights have been looking, and so whoever punches first seems to be getting a pretty significant lead, or the punishes of the overextensions, which would still be a punching first, but we're seeing teams set up and then kind of not be able to commit and then get punished right afterwards. That 1,200 gold lead for Taeyeon is the scary part.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kingen as well with about a 900 gold lead himself on this Gwen after being targeted, down 0-2 in the early game, and he is now one of the big threats on Nongshim. Does have the Riftmaker now completed, as well as some steel caps, so this Scissors Lady is just going to be a frightening concept to deal with here for HLE. HLE still have a lot of skirmishing power. They have Gumushi with a lot of safety standing in the backline, and they can lock down targets in AoE pretty effectively. But Nongshim also have the ability to hold them at bay. Seismic shove, Lehens there with targeted CC. This is not exactly an easy task for HLE to find their way back into this series / game.
I thought for sure Scout was going to force the ghost trade there. He's just on the edge of a potential shove, but does not end up committing there. Knife's Edge game. Kingen is, if he's ever left alone, going to just balloon this lead.
Oh yeah.
And when he has Nashor's Tooth later, going to be incredibly potent. Sometimes we see that built first if it's a Gwen matchup where you just kind of crush it, or if you've been given a lot of resources, you get ahead. In this game, and going Riftmaker first to deal with the Ambessa and to have some jungle assist makes a lot of sense. And then he hits that second item, and he is going to be a real threat in the side lane, more than he is now. Taeyeon kind of alone here.
Yeah, there's the flash forward from Delight. Misses the ulti, though, as Taeyeon's able to get himself out of there mostly. Zeka flashes on top of him, though, to take down the Yunara, but now he's in an awkward spot. Scout, now the one in trouble as the blast going to get Zeka to safety as Kingen looks to make his way in. Needlework to start it off, and down goes the Rise as Gumushi now having to deal with Kingen, and the Needlework from downtown collects this Varus. Now Nongshim with a man advantage, but Sponge looking a little worse for wear as Lehens makes his way forward. Kingen is 1 versus 3, but I think he likes that one as down goes the Braum, and Kanavi follows. Sponge happy to die here because that is an ace for Nongshim.
I would love to see the damage stats after that fight between Scout and Kingen, just hitting everybody that's stacked up on top of each other in this one. Initially it looks like, okay, Taeyeon getting caught is a big problem, but Delight missing this ultimate actually means that Zeka has to get split off from the rest of the team, which makes him a free target. The Weaver's Wall positioning here actually so good because it means they can basically chunk Zeka down. Kingen shows up, gets the flank here, and now Kanavi is too deep chasing Lehens, can't peel for the rest of his team. Guma is sniped, and then Kanavi's like, I'm ready to fight, but they lost their carries, so they can't really do anything here. Sponge's flash is good, and then watch Scout and Kingen just say goodbye health bars. It is nasty. Everyone's all stuck on 1 pixel, and both Scout and Kingen love what that looks like.
Exactly, man. The snip value kind of insane. As Taeyeon, yep, hands off keyboard. He's
like, I got caught. Thank you, guys are welcome.
I got caught. We won the cooldowns, all right? Soaked the cooldowns, and he absolutely did. To be perfectly honest, the fact that Zeka had to go that deep, that was his first death of the game, right? Yeah. He went up to 4-0-2 in that moment. Him being dead is so much of the HLE money off the table. And speaking of money, it's now a 4,000 gold lead. This is a larger lead than we've seen at all today. because in game number 1, it never really crested 3,500.
Yeah, was very, very much back and forth. And this is a big, significant lead after a decisive team fight win. And a bit of a messy one from Hanwha Life Esports, you know, like on one hand, it's like Taehoon forced Zeka to go that deep, but Zeka could have also just been like, all right, well that AD carry isn't going to do anything, so let's kind of refocus. Kanavi was also chasing Lehens. Like there were a lot of things that could have been played differently in that fight for Hanwha Life. But Nongshim are very happy. They're like, no, if they did it again, they'd 100% do it the same way. We win every time. Taehoon's clapping. Yeah, that was my play. you guys better thank me for that one. And now we're looking at 30 seconds till this Dragon spawns. Will be the second for Nongshim. Weaver's well set up here for Scout again. And this is going to be a very difficult fight to enter for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, Scout, you can see, moving towards Zeus. It does actually clip him there with the seismic shove down to 50%. Kingen moving forward. This turret is very, very dead, but Kingen may be dead as well. Never mind, going to be flashing to get himself out of the way. The needlework to try and keep him healthy. Zeus should be going down as well. Finally, he's taken out. As now Taehoon is the target. Kanavi gets on top of him, but it's not quite enough. As now the Realm Warp comes in, but Taehoon is just dancing around the fight. Delight goes down. Lehens is dead as well. Zeka and Gumayushi still up and available as mid laners and AD carries both left standing.
Yeah, it's a bit of an exactly even trade between these two. Taehoon just does so much damage. Kanavi is like, I killed this AD carry, right? And Taehoon's like, it's patch 26.1, actually.
I'm sorry, sir.
We do a lot of damage. And he has that Kraken Slayer slamming into the end of the enemy team. And it's going to be a call here from the Nongshim.
Yep,
about the next Dragon fight.
Yep, letting him know exactly what cooldowns are up and available and all that sort of stuff. And checking flashes and things like this.
And then Zeus flashes away here, and then the turret actually does a lot of extra damage, so it survives a little bit longer, but the core issue here is that Kingen is isolated, and Sponge isn't able to get on top and peel for him. He does ultimately get in and zone the damage away from Taehoon, who just has to deal with Kanavi only. And then Lehens here does die, but look at how much damage Taehoon does in this interim, as Guma's just not able to close the gap. Zeka cannot do enough damage, and they're still going to reset here and get the faster take on the Dragon, so the end result is the same, despite an even trade of kills there. They take the second Dragon, they remain in a near 5,000 gold lead, and now IE is done for Taehoon.
Yeah, that's the scary part. That was just a BF sword that he had in his inventory for the last fight, and now it's going to be much more scary.
And Zeka is only half of his actualizer, whereas the third item is complete here for Scout. He has Crypt Bloom, so the carries are just so much bigger here for Nongshim, which makes it really tough for example, Zeus and Kanavi to actually get on top of the backline before they're just blown up. And it's an 80 carry meta for a reason.
Yeah, and it's a 2-level advantage for Kingen as well. He's level 16. Maximum level on his needlework. And we saw the snipes from that previous team fight. They are even more deadly now. And so with a 4,500 gold lead, couple of dragons now picked up. We were commending the double dragon that HLE were able to put together in the early game. But since then, the game's kind of fallen apart. And we'll see whether Nongshim can cleanly close this one out. They probably have it pretty clear in their mind that anything can go wrong and they can just lose the game. 100%. That's precisely what they capitalized on in game 1.
100% that could happen, but if they can maintain vision control, I think it becomes a lot more tough for Hanwha to engage on their fed carries at this point. And so vision game, I mean, look at the pings. Probably from Lehens, he's just like, pinged please assist like 7 times there on the top side of the map. He's like, put those wards down if you got them. And maybe they're telling Lehens to put those down, but either way, they're getting vision around the other side of this Baron pit now, and it's very easy to turn off of it with this Talia that's got Weaver's Wall. They have control over mid. I mean, this vision toggle shows that like they can see almost everything except...
Yeah, Kingen possibly discovered here as Zeus and Zeka are going to try and hold him in position. Let's see whether Kingen can get this one done. Remember, he has an arm guard and Zeka is almost just straight up dead. Public execution comes on through and Kingen does go golden. Now the fight on the other side of the rift with the man advantage for Nongshim. They get the double knockups with that ulti out of Lehens as Scout will show up. They take down Sponge though, and Kanavi taking so much damage. And he will finally fall down. 2 for 1, the trade in favor of HLE.
And I just don't see any way that Hanwha Life Esports can use this, though, at this moment in time to actually get further value. I mean, they don't have their jungler, they can't take Baron, so it feels like a good trade up for them isn't necessarily enough to lead to a comeback just yet, as it takes 2 to kill Kingen, and he almost trades it back. We didn't see the end of this fight post-Zhonya's, or post-Arm Guard. So he does drop this down here when he goes super low, gets the flash out of Zeka, and they just slow play it from here. He's got range damage.
Yeah, Snip not quite connecting, and Zeus with a little bit more range to play with as those buttons come back up again.
It's a lot of damage onto Sponge here. Like, he just pops, but Kanavi will die in return. It ends up being an even trade on the top side of the fight, which is a good thing for HLE considering they were outnumbered.
Yeah, exactly. And Gumiyushi actually doing a lot of damage in that scenario.
That same turn possibility is there without a Weaver's Wall here for Nongshim on this Baron potential take. Zori saw the last game tossed away.
Yeah, and Kanavi does have flash, so he can get into that pit. It's going to need to be a turn here for Nongshim as they look for Zeus. Flick back, not going to quite connect there though. And Nongshim now regrouping one more time.
Drop the Baron aggro, they let it reset. I think is the wise call. I don't think Zeka has his actualizer just yet, but he might in this fight. It would be huge if he did.
Oh, Kingen looking for a wraparound. There's the engage from Lahan's Cataclysm. Through from Sponge. They're looking for Gumiyushi, but he gets the relative safe. Never mind. Kingen gets on top of him, diving in towards that backline and will be able to eviscerate this Varus. And Kanavi falls as well. Zeka not enough that he can do, and the Weaver's Wall is going to come through to take him out. That is going to be another threaded volley. A big old rock to the back of the noggin, and down will go the Rise. And now Nongshim should be able to take this Baron.
It looks like Nongshim is poised to take this series. There's no actualizer in Zeka's inventory. He cannot alone 1v9 this team fight essentially. As Gumiyushi, he's got his shield from his Edge of Night, but it's popped instantly, and Kingen just gets on top of him. And on the bottom side of the fight, Zeka is just really struggling to close the gap here on the back line. Offers a decent amount of damage to Sponge and Lahens, but now all he can do is kind of phase rush his way out of here. He's trying to do what he can. Zoom in, let me out of here. Not going to get out. That is going to be Baron going over, and what should be now a 7,000 plus, 8,000 plus gold lead here for Nongshim in the ensuing fight. Guma thought he was safe there, but the engage from Sponge was fantastic.
I thought he was safe. Honestly, I felt like he'd done enough to get himself out, but instead, Kingen dashes, flashes, and he's right on top of the Varus. And not a lot that Gumi can do when the flash is on cooldown. And so now you got a shield bow done for Taeun as in goes Sponge, looking for that blue buff, will not collect it as the anchor just barely not finding the backside of that Xin Zhao.
I mean, the copium for Hanwha fans is like, you've got to Rise, you've got a lot of wave clear. Maybe somehow you can just hang on here. It's still a 2 Drake apiece game. That 2 minutes left on the Baron, though, is going to feel so oppressive. They still have this Gwen.
Oh, God.
And
look at Scout's items, man. He's got a Rabadon's completed.
He got the Rabadons. Still no actualizer for Zeka. This is going to be a free dragon, but I think if you're Hanwha, you're like, yeah, I mean, take it. As long as you're not killing my Nexus right now, that Baron timer is going to get smaller. That's the best we can hope for. As you see Zeka in the top lane farming as fast as he can to put that item together, but he'll still be a full item behind. However, you know, it's a lot more burst-oriented the way Scout plays this one out, and if the front line can stay alive and he can do that damage, maybe he could be in a miracle world. Well, the reason why they get back in, there's the actualizer finally complete way later than he would have liked it. He's so incredibly far behind his opposition here in Scout.
Man, this is such a huge deal for Group Baron as well, as Nongshim, with this upset victory, will be able to get them within touching distance of the Elder Group. And after our next series, could be that T1 will be able to even the scoreline if Nongshim are able to close this one out. So a lot on the table, and that'd be so clean to round out the week.
Yeah.
5-5. Gorgeous. But hasn't actually happened just yet. We'll just have to see whether Nongshim can cleanly close this one out.
Let's see, they got 40 seconds left. Zeus is kind of knocking on the, King is knocking on the front door here.
Yeah, Kanavi goes in, looks for a bit of an angle here. 3 items completed. 4 Kingen does have his Zhonya's now complete. Scout throwing away some rocks here where he can see some angles. And to set up some of that worked ground.
Kingen, an ex-Hanwha Life player himself, post DRX, looking at his former teammates here, I think very few would have predicted Nongshim to win this series. I think even fewer, perhaps none, would have predicted Nongshim to 2-0.
Yeah, I can't remember back to the predictions, but I'm pretty sure it was unanimous.
Oh, I think it definitely was. I don't remember any discussion about this one. Like Nongshim versus BNK, you're like, okay, that could go either way. Nongshim did not win that series, by the way, but to win this one makes a pretty big statement.
And the fact that the money is exactly where it needs to be here for Nongshim as well just makes coming back in this game so difficult for HLE. Like, the lead for Scout, like, it's a full Rabadon's ahead. That's, like, basically the money he does have.
Yeah,
we were talking about Actualizer, yeah. Zeka has that. That's in comparison to 2 items. Yes, Rylai's is cheaper than a lot of others, so it's a little bit disingenuous, but Rabadon's is pretty, that's a price.
Taeyoon has level 16 and Flash and Cleanse, so killing him seems pretty out of the question. Sponge can go in as deep as he wants because he also is on his 3rd item GA. Kingen has Zhonya's, so like, you kind of just have to hope that you can get a 2nd cast of Actualizer and everyone takes their hands off the keyboard, then maybe you can kill everyone if you're Zeka. You have to hope and pray. They were able to keep all their inhibitors alive, right? I mean, that's all they could have hoped for, and that much remained true. The waves have been pushed in. They've just been hard farming. They're trying to get Guma. Additional item, he has his Sereldas now. The Actualizer did finish, right? And Zeus is looking for a 4th item eventually here.
I mean, there's an Ocean Soul coming up in 2 minutes' time, though, Wolf. And a quad Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul Gwen. Does Kingen die?
No.
That's, yeah.
He also has Zhonya's, as previously mentioned. I don't think they can kill him ever. Maybe, like, if Hanwha Esports can make some sort of really crazy macro call or spring a trap, which they've tried multiple times so far in this game, just kind of hide on bush and see if Nongshim make a mistake. It just isn't happening. The shot calling is good here, though, for Hanwha Life. You can tell they obviously know that their backs are against the wall and they have to hope for some sort of desperate mistake, desperate punish of a mistake. But Nongshim are just playing too clean. They're playing around that vision we talked about from the draft. If you have an oppressive control with this comp, it becomes so much more difficult for your opponent to play the game, even with Edge of Night for Guma, as we've already seen.
And this is the thing as well, utilizing the Baron in order to get even better Baron vision for next Baron. It's a slow way to play it out, but it certainly is a pretty foolproof way to make sure that your opposition have to walk through darkness in order to stop a second one from going your way.
The fact that Zeus is able to get a little bit of movement here in sides is more than I think Hanwha could even have hoped and prayed for. So that's one small thing, right? You can see, otherwise, like you said, the vision couldn't be deeper. It's practically in their base. And they're just using the timer here for the Baron against Hanwha Esports, like saying, all right, well, I'm just going to get as much vision as I can. The second that spawns, I'm going to be on it. You're going to have to walk through all of this. We've got Weaver's Wall. Our 80 carry is sitting on 5 items and has Flash and Cleanse. There is no in.
Yeah.
Good luck, Zeus.
This is very tough. As, yeah, like you say, Lord Dom's now completed here for Taeyoon as well. It's the old full item build, but does now have another slot considering the quest. Scout, will he be able to get the shove? He does manage to find it there under the light, but he puts up the door. Not exactly the optimal target, but still, even with the door there, still takes half of his health bar. And you can see the darkness that you were talking about, Wolf. Hens really hates that minion as he gets the knock-up on to Zeka. Man, thrown around like a ragdoll, but does go golden in time. Chains of Corruption are there to try and make this one happen, but Kingen gets into the backline, and Scout down so incredibly low, but he just goes gold and keeps himself alive. It's only Zeus left standing, and Nongshim are about to do the unthinkable. A 2-0 over Hanwha Esports here to put Baron within 1 game from Elder Group here for the LCK Cup.
The unthinkable, the biggest upset of the tournament here in week 1. Nongshim dismantling HLE in game 2, and game 1 showcasing a completely different resilience. But in this second one, as soon as they got mid-game control, they played a vision game, they played a macro game that was immaculate. It's a huge bounce back for Scout, who had a really tough start in this roster, not only in his first game of the week against B&K, but also in Kespa Cup, but he bounces back in a huge way. Kingen gets that kill with some help of the Shockwave, right, in game 1 on Guma, then plays an incredible Gwen game down 0-2 in this final one. Everyone had a part to play. They saw in that last fight, like, it was a really cool attempt from Kanavi to get around the backside and set up a really cool flank to where he was unkillable with his Crescent Guard. So he's trying to both be a front line for Zeka, but also split the team in half. But they just turn on to Zeka instantly. He has to pop his arm guard, and he just cannot survive. They just delete him. Kingen's biding his time, waits for him to come out of the arm guard, snipes him, and that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, beautifully played. I just really liked how they orchestrated the early stage of the game. They did it in sort of a malleable way as well. They saw the targeting of Kingin. They were like, we can't do anything if this Gwen is useless. And so they force fights, make sure that he is in a good position to find the angle, as we've seen that one from Lehens before. And man, he had a lot of fun this game. But, you know, it's a W at the end. And Lehens never change. You know, despite everything, never change.
Never
Honestly,
change.
him dying by himself was a large reason why they won game one. So, I don't know.
I just kind of feel like the way that Hanwha lost this game too, also, like the way they held on, the way they slow played it, they had no vision, they were still able to even set up one last desperate fight that were never going to win. It was kind of impressive. I feel like Nongshim really earned this. It was not one of those games where Hanwha Life make big mistakes, it was a terrible series for them or anything like that. It's just that Nongshim really did not give them any ins in the second game. In the first game, they knew they had one desperate win con. They pulled it off. It's the kind of game that just completely takes your week one first half and turns it on its head completely. I was looking at this going, well, I don't know if Nongshim's making Legend Group this time around. There's going to have to be some big improvements. And then just a few days later, I'm like, oh, look at that.
They made some pretty big improvements.
Yeah.
I just have to say, Kingin is just playing so well in 2026. I think the Zahen was incredible, especially in that final fight in game one, but this Gwen was pretty difficult to deal with here in game number two. And I have to say, POM is a very difficult one in my mind.
It was really hard. Well, I'll tell you guys, because I feel like, especially watching this highlights back, I think it's warranted. I voted for Kingin.
Good. I would have. I think that's the thinking man's vote. I think if you were just looking at big numbers, you're like, oh, that's a great KDA for Scout. And it's Scout, so it's really fun voting for him, things like that. But I do think that Kingin was so incredibly pivotal in both of these games.
Look at this fight for Kanavi. He's like, all right, maybe I can set something up. They're letting me in.
Wait, maybe it's Sponge, actually.
Could be.
That's the thinking man's vote. I don't know. It's odd.
I kind of like how Kanavi played this last fight. Or is this going to be... This is the last fight, right?
Yep.
Yes, Kanavi's trying to set this up right. The Weaver as well goes in. Look at this engage on the Scout. But Kingin's just like waiting. He's like, Zayas can't get anywhere near. Zeka goes golden. They're just so careful. They wait, they play slow, they don't overextend with Taeyun. And they just front to back this so brilliantly. I think it was the best thing that Hanwha Life Esports could have mustered here. It just still ultimately didn't work.
Yeah, the fact that Scout was able to get the last second Zhonya's as well to keep himself alive. Kingin topping the damage in this game. And honestly, Nongshim, they got a lead this time, and they did not let go of it. It was elementary the way they played it out. The way they used the Baron, I know a lot of people would be like, oh, boring use of it, right? Shutting out the enemy. But there was no way for HLE to get any vision. They had to make that desperate play through the mid lane, which was not optimal for them. And when you were just funneling them around to where they wanted to fight them.
When you have so much pick, when you have the Talia, the Jarvan, the Nautilus, like, if you run in this Rise, you die.
There it
Picks
is.
it up. Love to see it. And, I mean, the way that they said, you can't do anything with Guma because he can't see, so he can't poke. The Rise is slow range. We're just going to play through vision. It's something that I feel like we would have never said about Nongshim since they entered the LCK, right? That was not their thing. Just to play macro, to play vision, they just played team fight only, constantly scrap. This is a new evolution of the Noodle Boys.
And it's looking really cool. I think there's maybe a little bit of it is everyone jumping on the Lehens train, you know, wanting to utilize some of his more eclectic styles in order to find themselves wins, but it was also measured. The way that they did it, they worked as a unit, and this is a composition of players that haven't been together all that long just yet. So Sky could be the limit here for Nongshim, and that is an absolutely great look. We have to remember back, like, they were having a rough time in the Legend Group at the end of 2025, and now with a couple of adjustments to the roster, maybe this is going to be the Nongshim that Noodle fans have been looking forward to. And we get a chat with Kingin, who was the finals MVP in North America last time Worlds was there, and we are in another year where Worlds is going to be in North America. So I was saying yesterday that the bros could be making it to Worlds. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's actually Nongshim.
The first new Aatrox player. He played the Zion and beat Aatrox while doing it.
What if Kingin like went to Worlds and got a Zahen skin, so he's got an Aatrox one? That'd be incredible. Let's throw it over to him now for the interview.
2016 LCK CUP 그룹 배틀 농심과
Thank you very much, guys. This is here for the POM interview translation. We are here joined by Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force.
감사합니다.
Congratulations!
네, 킹겐 선수 LCK 컵 첫 승입니다. 지금 소감이
Kingen, this is your first LCK Cup win.
오늘
How do you
사실
feel?
2대0으로 깔끔하게 이길지는 사실은 예상을 못했는데
You know, I had not expected us to get a clean 2-0 victory, but it feels amazing that we're able to get a clean win. Did you know that Nongshim was actually on a 14-match losing streak against Hana Life Esports? So, what led you to this victory?
일단 저희가 연습 과정에서
Yes, the driving force was in the practice process. Whatever we actually
부분에서 좀 소통을 많이 하는
focus on as a key point, like how we would set up for a team fight. We have always been trying to practice and improve our communication, and I feel like that actually really paid off today. Yeah, just from your communication, we actually saw that your coach's main feedback being all about spell checks. So did it help during the game? Yeah, honestly, it helps immensely. And as you trade, you know, just you can see, you know, from the system chat, like you can tell who used flash, and sometimes it's really hard to catch. Those are really easy to miss, and so I think those are very, very helpful. Nongshim definitely does proactively use the coach voice. And in game 1, you pulled Zahin, which is a first appearance for the LCK, and as the Aatrox got fed, there must have been a lot on your plate. Yeah. Just the way Zahin works, you can actually stack a lot of passive stacks when there are a lot of melee champs that you face. So, since Aphelios and Azir have long range, it actually gave me a lot of pressure during the game. You know, despite that pressure, there was an amazing highlight at the very end of game 1. Can you walk us through what happened here? At first, we had to start with the dead Nico, and it was a 4v5, but I think we were able to sandwich them really well. And just because we were able to engage in the Aphelios really well, we actually were able to catch him out and wrap up that team fight. And we got a Gwen and Bessa matchup in game 2, which was key for both comps. And, you know, there are a lot of tough moments in the very early game. Yeah. So Gwen actually went through a lot of big nerfs. And I feel like that's why we started not using her that often. But after the laning phase, during the team fighting phase, actually she's very, very strong still. And Sponge, I had faith in him that he would be able to supplement and make sure that he can help me out during the laning phase during game 2. So it actually did work out. Yeah, we saw that Sponge was definitely helping you out a lot during game 2. And so, who was actually the one who actually proactively set up for you guys? Yeah, I think it was Sponge that actually mentioned a lot like, oh, this is what we should do and how we should set up. And his sharp ganks actually helped us get back into the game for that comeback. You know, Sponge, Scout, and Taeyun are new faces that you get to synergize with this year. So have you been getting along with them? You know, usually when we joke around, I feel like we actually click really well. We have really nice conversations. What about a player that was most unexpected? I think it has to be Scout. Just from the outside, he has a very cold image. And I thought that he had an image where he doesn't really talk a lot, but he actually jokes around. He's such a jokester and prankster. And he talks a lot more. He is actually pretty outgoing. He's outgoing and he's a yapter. So it looks like your synergy is on the right path. And your next opponent is Elder Group's ace, D plus Kia. What is your mindset? lately, D plus
안
Kia,
나가더라고요. 하지만
they have
저희가
such great
잘
momentum going on right now.
오늘처럼
But
좋은
as long as we're
경기력까지
able to
보여드릴 수
execute what we
있을
have been
때문에
doing, I feel like we are pretty confident that we can pull this off in a positive direction. So I hope that you guys keep on supporting us. And that's the end of the interview with Kingen, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation, as Nongshim have done it. They pulled off not just the one-game upset, but the two-game upset in a 2-0 victory over Hamalife Esports. Not a very expected outcome. All of us across the board did go for Hamalife Esports as the prediction, and I mean, even if Nongshim ended up winning, I would never have expected a 2-0.
I mean, yeah, and on so many levels, it's really important for the group. It's really important for their standing in the group. And also just for general estimations of Nongshim. With the new players coming in, we figured it would take some time to sort things out. And HLE, even though they've had some changes, we thought they'd find their footing a bit sooner, but it seems like one team has gotten to grips sooner, and Nongshim looking in better form. And don't get me wrong, there were definitely some up and downs during that series, but to take down a team like HLE is such a huge achievement.
Yeah, I mean, I just really like the way how they played Nongshim, because they just didn't look for many kills. They just played for the macro and just stabilized the game. So I think that made them in a really great point here today.
Yeah, I think it's very clear from both of you guys that like Nongshim has got it together very early on, and that's powerful at the LCK Cup. Let's take a look at the POM results. We did have a bunch of votes for mid, including our man Ox here on the desk, which I thought it should be one of these two, and it ended up being a nice split.
Honestly, I love it's like a almost perfectly even split. I think Kingen was super deserving. There was points during the series where I thought I'd be going for him, but yes, great scouting from Nongshim to find this guy. He's got a lot of potential. Where did they find this guy?
That's a really fantastic comment.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
You know what?
I have no idea
guys,
where you get these
I
ideas.
have to confess, I didn't think of this myself. I got a little bit of help from Wadid. Thank you very much, Wadid. You're not Wadid. I said Wadid.
Got dropped.
It was me. So let's go ahead to Wadid's comment. What did you have to say?
Yeah, I just really liked his play style today. I mean, I think he had some down moment in the laning phase. He got ganked a lot, but I think in team fight, he was looking for the correct target and just hunting down the enemy AD carry. And I think that showed up. The top laner in this meta is nightmare of AD carries.
Yeah, I think the two of them, I don't really know who else you would have gone for. I think that Taeyun had a nice Yunara game, actually. I think his first game was a little bit iffy, but they got across the line, and that's all that matters.
I think everyone else had little moments, but I think those two are the main ones.
They included Wolf getting to the comments a little bit late and saying, oh, my bad. It ain't over till it's over. And Ox, you did request this specifically.
Yeah, I thought it was important to know the full context around the Pommen. Because, you know, he has asked for his Pommen and he said, oh, my bad. Then he said it ain't over till it's over.
It's so toxic.
We need everything. We need the full picture.
Oh, boy. Well, Wolf isn't here to defend himself, but that's just fine. Kingen had a fantastic workout session. Strong, very strong. Kingen did look like he was lifting a lot of weight.
You know what? This is actually a meme in Korea right now. There's a UFC fighter. He's now a YouTuber, and he's always like talking, like motivating people, you know? So he's like, it's one of the meme in Korea right now.
I feel like Kingen is built like a top laner, like how you'd expect, you know?
He looked like a UFC fighter as well.
Yeah.
Always motivates the people.
Kingen locks in when the team needs him. I mean, it does feel like Nongshim kind of, when I saw this roster at first, it's like a ragtag group of just individual players kind of thrown all together and you didn't know what you were going to get. But Kingen has always been this guy that steps up when they need him most. Was World's MVP in the past in 2022. Scout, a.k.a. Mr. Solid, is back. His class is eternal.
And, you know, Scout's been having some unfortunate periods of form when he was in the LPL, but you think back, there was a period where he was just such a rock-solid player. So if he's back in that form, he's going to be so scary.
And it's Kingen, a player you can trust and rely on. Very trustworthy, very reliable player is Kingen. And we did have one play that we wanted to go over from the second game, a little bit of an educational moment that you guys wanted to break down, so take us through it.
Yeah, I already mentioned that in the game 1 analyst desk. Drake is most important objective right now after Nashor doesn't give you much gold, just like before. And also, there's no Atakan, so there's nothing that you can actually snowball except the dragon. So I feel like you have to really just aim for to stack the dragon correctly. But right now, you can see HLE already got the 2 Drakes, but they greeded for Hazard here when Drake is up in 10 seconds. And they misses all the abilities when they could actually land the play. And now what happens is that they lose the position for Drake here, so they cannot really do anything when they had to make the play by themselves in the Drake, because whenever you get the 3 Drakes, that means for the next Drake, enemy team has to come. Enemy team are forced to come into the Drake pad. While then, I think you can make the play on the side, get the gold by just destroying the turret. But I think, again, HLE kind of messed up on the Drake control once again whenever they had to fight, because you can see it from the AD carries items as well. Lethality virus, man. You can literally win the fight easily in this early game, but I think after this point, Nongshim had kind of one-sided.
Yeah, also the fact that like the Ambessa is on the Eclipse spike, which is massive too. And I think that, you know, the ult from the virus is such a massive tool. The fact it was thrown out there, and you could see they were trying to, like, they were fishing for a fight a little bit, and if they'd managed to get a successful fight, maybe they thought that will get us a 3rd dragon, but I think it was just too much invested into the Herald side of the map, and then still trying to force the dragon, and in the end, it allowed Nongshim to claw back those dragons, equalize, and end up coming out ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Nongshim's priorities were a little bit more set in stone in the second game specifically. Let's take a look at the predictions. I did mention this before. Nobody wins for good old Nongshim, and I think this shouldn't be a surprise. The unfortunate part of this is that multiple of us, if these last two were correct, we're going to be 10 out of 10 in predictions, but now we're not.
You know, I'm going to say I'm really glad that Nongshim ended up winning, not specifically because Nongshim beat HLE, but I'm glad we got, in my opinion, an upset, because I think when a lot of people get 10 out of 10 on the week, especially week 1, that's not what we want to see. You always want to get an upset. 10 out of 10 needs to be earned. Needs to be like a little bit of, you got to throw some spice in there. I feel like my predictions week 1 were kind of tame, and if I got a 10 out of 10, I'd be like, I feel like things weren't chaotic enough.
There were 5 of us that could have gotten 10 out of 10. Yeah, so that was very tame across the board.
That can't happen. There needs to be
we got to talk about these standings, because right now HLE, yes, they did play against T1 first, but they should have beat Nongshim, at least theoretically, on paper. So now they're 0-2 to start off the LCK Cup.
It's a bit rough for HLE. Obviously, they can still bounce back, right? And they've had 2, you know, not the hardest, but also not the... I mean, T1 was a very hard opponent, but they still haven't faced Gen G. There's time for them to recover, but there's not that much time, and they do need to start moving that placement back up in the group. Being 0-2 right now feels rough, especially when you think HLE were the last winners of the LCK Cup. Last winners of Fierce Stand, so to be 0-2 now is just a very unfamiliar feeling.
I mean, my concern is that this issue is not looking like an easy fix for the HLE right now, because they were struggling in the laning phase, and the mid game is an issue as well. So I don't know. It doesn't look good for HLE right now.
Might need a little bit more time, but LCK Cup is not the longest tournament we have here this year. So guys, up next, we are going to have T1 up against DRX, and we do have a big favorite in T1, but who knows? Maybe we get another big upset. We'll see you in about, 15 to 20 minutes for that second series. See you then.
시험 문제 푸는 것 같은데 뭐야? 모르겠는데. 이거 아시나요 혹시?
100점 맞힌 사람 혹시 있어요?
이번 협곡이 어떤 테마인지 아시나요?
테마가 이제 대마시아 컵이라고 알고 있어요.
이번에 LCK 컵 개막을 기념해서 특별한 퀴즈를 준비했거든요. 대마시아에 대해서는 얼마나 알고 계세요?
제 전문이죠. 오래 살았죠.
녹서스 때는 너무 어려웠어가지고 그거보다는 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
제가 녹서스 팬이라서 대마시아는 좀 싫어하거든요. 대마시아는 이제 질서와 정의를 중요하게 생각하는 국가라서 녹서스를 좀 더 생각합니다.
자, 준비됐습니다. 태블릿을 위해서.
다음 중 대마시아의 상징으로 옳은 것은? 아 이거 너무 쉽다 이거. 1번 대마시아.
아 이거는 근데 너무 쉽다. 그죠? 첫 번째 문제라고 쉬고 내주신 거네.
아, 1번부터 너무했다 이거는. 롤체 해가지고 또 최근에 롤체 안 했으면 이거 못 맞췄다 진짜로.
이건 너무 쉬운 건데 1번의 이 칼 모양이 대마시아
상징을 본 적이 없어가지고 그래도 대마시아 하면 상남자들이 많은 것 같아서 좀 로고도 좀 세 보이는 게 3번이 가장 세 보여가지고 3번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
대근이가 여기까지만 할게요. 아직 동생들이라서.
이거 뭐야? 대마시아? 다 모르겠는데요?
얘네가 대마시아 출신이었어요?
제가 알기로는 루시안은 대마시아 출신입니다. 의외로. 베인도 대마시아일 거예요 아마. 베인이 쓰는 은하살이 그 대마시아산 은하살이라고 알고 있고요.
모르가나가 뭔가 정의적인 챔피언 아닌 것 같아서 약간 녹서스 쪽 아닐까요?
모르가나는 근데 확실히 아닌 것 같고요.
아니면 모르가나? 아니다. 정답 바꿀게요. 잔나. 왜냐하면은 케일이 대마시아 출신인 걸로 아는데 자매니까. 아닌가?
잔나가 제가 알기로는 자운인가? 거기라고 어디서 봤던 것 같아가지고 잔나로 하겠습니다.
발행이 이끄는 대마시아의 정예병 부대요? 백골 부대? 백골 부대는 이거 아니지 않나?
그 광희 형네 아버님이 백골부대를 넣으셨다고 저한테 얘기를 해가지고
근데 잘 모르겠는데 3번 아니면 4번 같은.
4번을 왜 깔리셨어요?
자주 들었어가지고 롤을 하면서 들었나 아니면은 다른 데에서 배웠나 좀. 네, 3번 할게요. 3번인 것 같아요. 어디 가서 백골부대라는 단어를 들었을 것 같지 않아서 그냥 뭐 롤에서 배웠겠죠. 네, 백골부대 하겠습니다. 불굴의 선봉대인가요?
네.
편집해주세요. 네.
재밌게 편집해드릴게요.
불굴의 선봉대 같습니다.
가렌은 딱 봐도 불굴의 선봉대죠.
4번 불굴의 선봉대. 이건 100% 맞는 게 가렌 대사가 내가 불굴의 선봉대다! 이게 있기 때문에 4번입니다. 100%.
대마시아 내에서 마법사들의 반란을 일으킨 흑막의 정체는 누구인가? 누구야? 사일러스.
반란을 일으킨 사일러스죠.
사일러스였던 것 같아요.
그거는 사일러스예요.
일단 사일러스는 감옥에 갇히지 않았나요? 뭐 흑막이니까 갇혔나?
사일러스 아니면 르블랑인 것 같은데? 르블랑이다. 사일러스가 마법사 치고는 운이 너무 좋아가지고. 맞아. 그죠. 누가 어떤 마법사가 근력을 키워요? 맞잖아요.
운동을 좋아하는 마법사일 수도 있죠.
그러니까 좋아해도 무슨 사슬 들고 다니는데 몇 킬로인데 이게 장난하나?
다음 자료가 설명하는 이 물질은 사일러스의 패시브 이름은 예술은 폭발이다. 사실 킨드레드 Q 이름도 몰라. 화살세례인가? 화살세례. 패시브를 잘 안 읽어요. 패시브 개수를 보지.
힌트 좀 주실 수 있어요?
6글자 패로 시작하고.
패? 지지 베이커로 할게요.
6글자인데요?
베이커 파이팅.
이거 아는데. 뭐뭐 사이트인가? 뭐뭐 사이트인데 모르겠어요.
뭐라고 적으셨어요?
페이커 사이트로 했어.
사일러스의 패시브 스킬 이름은 패트리사이트 폭발이다. 이걸 어떻게 알고 있지 내가?
이거는 누가 봐도 알 것 같은데요? 대마시아 럭스궁 이거 하는 것 자체가 럭스궁밖에 의미하는 것밖에 없어요.
한번 해보세요. 보여주세요.
저는 여기에 희생되고 싶지 않아요. 이분들로 이제 충분할 것 같아서. 네.
양손을 뻗는 느낌이 루시안이 총 잡는 느낌이라 세나의 복수.
자, 그리고 마지막은 세나의 복수다.
마지막 자리 앞만 봐도 루시안인 것 같아서. 자, 이렇게 끝났습니다. 저.
최고 점수십니다.
아 진짜요? 3, 4번만 틀렸네? 전 이런 걸 안 해봐서 엄청 재밌었고요. 다음에는 100점 꼭 맞추고 싶습니다.
대마시아 주민이시니까 또 몇 점을 맞췄는지
예전에 갔다 와서 바뀐 부분이 있을 수 있겠네.
점수를 드리겠습니다. 만족하시나요?
아니요.
아 많이 못 맞췄을 것 같아요. 제가 약탈하고 그런 거에 좀 관심이 많아가지고. 아니 이게 다 틀렸다고? 잠깐만. 60점인데 학생들도 자기가 공부하는 주종목이 있지 않겠습니까? 대마시아처럼 정의로운 국가는 제가 좀 부족했던 것 같습니다. 나머지 공부 더 하고 벌칙 이행하도록 하겠습니다.
로쿠즈 태블릿 주시나요? 100점 맞춘 사람 혹시 있어요?
없습니다.
아 너무하네 여기.
스카우 선수는 몇 점일 것 같아요?
70점 이상일 것 같고요. 스카운서 좀 감이 좋아가지고. 네.
알 수가 없네요. 3번으로 찍을게요. 그래서 3번을 찍을게요. 그냥 1번 할게요.
잘 찍으시는 편인가요?
아니요. 다 찍기를 실패했구나.
어때요?
아무래도 중국 클라이언트로 하다 보니까 모를 수 있지 않나.
기회 삼아서 한번 대마시아와 친해지는 건 어떠신지?
부지인 것 같습니다.
사일러스가 틀렸네? 사일러스가 아닌 게 좀 충격적이고요 여기.
흑막의 정체는 뭔가요?
흑막의 정체는 누구죠?
그럼 8번 혹시 뭔가요?
검은 창문은 다시 피어날 겁니다.
역시 사일러스는 그냥 바지 사장이었어. 아니 그래요 이게 흑막 이게.
Keep moving on.
ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is time for our final series of the week to see whether we have even group standings. After the very last game, it would be absolutely insane if we managed to reach that. It would be very, very cool, as you did get a brief look at the Korean casters as well. But here we are, ready to get into it. DRX taking on T1, a 2022 World Finals rematch, Wolf.
We have T1 coming in as big favorites, right? They were able to topple Hanwha Life Esports earlier on.
They were.
But we already saw one crazy upset today.
We did.
So perhaps, you know, we'll have that expectation turned on its head a second time, and perhaps DRX will walk away. Remember, DRX had a really good start in their first game against Gen G as well. They actually were almost able to take them out. So anything is possible. I want to think that on this new patch and this new meta, any team could beat any other team.
And honestly, every team has a Nexus.
Then every team has 5 players.
And every LCK Cup has epic music like this that makes anything sound possible, Wolf. As here we are, Group Baron taking on Group Elder with a victory here for T1. It will put it at 5-5. If DRX manage to do what we see as the improbable, it'll be 4-6 with Group Elder at the lead. But I'm looking forward to this.
It's really huge if you are an Elder team, because Group Baron has Gen G and T1. If you can beat either of these teams or even take a game, it really affects where you can be positioned in the standings. With some of the weaker teams like the Supers and Breon, maybe you feel like you win those, but if you can take even a game off T1 and everyone else takes out the Supers, everyone else takes out Breon, maybe things change. Obviously, Breon playing a very close series just yesterday and looking a little bit stronger than perhaps we initially thought. Same could kind of be said of Nongshim, but if you could get the upset win here, just period, taking T1 out would be massive for moving into playoffs or play-ins.
Yeah.
Willer up against Owner. This is a bit of a generational gap, as Owner, has been in the LCK since the same time Willer joined as well, but has now conquered the LCK, has conquered the world.
Yeah.
And Willer is just trying to get back in the swing of things, but had a pretty good start into Gen G.
Yeah, and honestly, if DRX's performance against Gen G is anything to go by, this could be a competitive series. My problem is that T1 are looking already like a well-oiled machine, even with Pays taking the position of Finals MVP Gumayushi. He seems to have slotted right in, and they look pretty comfortable, as Willer and Owner sharing some words there as they make their way out.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit sad that it's not Vincenzo starting, because he was formerly on T1 as well, so maybe they'd seen each other around the complex, and there could have been a little bit of banter there, but not to be the case. Willer, definitely the more established jungler on DRX, and deserving of the spot here for our first game.
We have seen a lot of our top teams just forego using the coach comms entirely. DRX, on the other hand, used it aggressively.
They very much did.
Joker was like, let me just let you guys know everything all the time, and every time it's off cooldown and there's something happening, I'm going to get on there, I'm going to say something. So I expect that will continue to be true here in this series against T1. The game plan was great against Gen G. They were able to hold their own, punish Canyon in some early skirmishes, and basically just take an advantage because they outplayed Gen G in an early game. They could not, however, coordinate the end of that game into success. When we got to later mid-game team fights and then the late game, Gen G did just outplay them. But this roster is kind of a roster of, I don't want to say has-beens, but players who are definitely not at the peak of their career right now. And yet, when you look at all the experience it has together and what it's accomplished at each individual player's peak, you're like, there's a lot of talent here. This is what I was saying again, the kind of talent-dense, skill-dense day of LCK, because the achievements list, the accomplishments list for everyone playing today is just so high. You look at Gio and Andil, and you're like, okay, maybe they're the odd ones out, but everyone else has had some really incredible high peaks throughout their career. Even Willer going to Worlds, right?
Yeah.
Year. And, this is a matchup that means so much for DRX if they could win it. I think people will forget how close they were in that game 1 against Gen G if they bomb out 0-2 here. But maybe if you take a game off T1, people might take you seriously going into week 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to see whether DRX can step up here. Obviously, nothing to lose in a matchup like this. As T1 touted as one of the best teams, if not the best, in the league right now. largely because this young gentleman right here, from what we saw in the Kesper Cup, is firing on all cylinders. Pays just looking absolutely phenomenal in 2026. And Gio gonna have a difficult time, I believe, being able to take him down, especially with Kerry alongside Pays. I feel like he's kind of unlocked on this new T1.
I would like to see a Bard ban. I
think that's a good
very
idea.
Funny, but I'm serious on though. Yeah, I would like to see it. I think it's very important. Oh, little fist bump across the fan signs.
They're going so fast it looks like they're fighting.
How are you going to stop this duo?
Well, maybe just move the fan signs away from one another. That might be the way to do it. But
his first time coming to the GGZ Law Park here.
Ooh, is he going to be the good luck charm for DRX?
Could be.
Might actually be the one that makes it happen.
Someone was pointing out to me, we have so much old MVP Ozone talent on the coaching lineups of all these teams today.
Yep.
And it's a very good shout. It's crazy how much talent from that era survived to be incredible coaching staff and live on to coach up and train up a new era of LCK. A lot of these players, Faker included, who stuck around for a really long time, but it's really only Faker is really still around from all the way back then as a player.
Yep.
Most of the other ones have moved into coaching or streaming or retired entirely. Here we go. It's time for draft.
Yep.
And give me that Bard ban, please.
I assume the Bard ban will be coming through. I'm glad that you mentioned MVP because we've got Rich playing here as well.
Yeah, he was also a former MVP player. Yep. That's correct.
One of the most famous in the world of Heroes of the Storm, and was playing for MVP Black, I'm pretty sure. You have obviously a lot more experience, but pretty sure that was what it was. Oh man, I was watching a lot of that game just before it got cancelled. And it was, I feel like it was getting better, but never mind. I digress. Let's have a look at what is going to be taken away here as the Pantheon stocks looking like they're going through the roof, as that one is going to be banned away. And Avaris is the response. So, Nico. The Jace is banned, but Nico is a big one. Azir, Orianna.
Bard.
Yes, the Bard, a big one. And Rumble is a huge one. So something's getting through, Wolf.
It looks like we're trading mid laners again. So it's kind of been the new thing. There's just so much to ban. You're like, okay, Azir, Orianna, really S tier, but we got to get rid of all these other problems. So we're just going to be happy to trade those. And that final ban, a lot of thought in this one for T1.
Yeah.
Yunara could just be the way.
Yeah, I wonder whether it is... Okay, it's just going to be a jungler. I don't think you want to ban when it's Faker, right? Like, he's very happy to play Orianna, very happy to play Azir. I don't think that you ban one of them. I think you just let them choose, and then you choose the other. Letting Faker have Azir, though, I mean, if there are risks to take, and then there's that.
Yeah, but if you give the Orianna, then you give Orianna Nocturne, which has already been a tried and true combo for T1 this season and across all of the seasons. Like I was saying when I was casting with Valdez the other day, feels like I associate Owner with Nocturne more than Lee Sin at this point. So incredible on the pick. They could go for a Bard rotation here, but they don't necessarily have to. We've been kind of emphasizing that pick because Carrier got his hands on it again and did some...
Carrier things.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
we're just going to deny the Nocturne.
Well, Nocturne is going to be played anyway. Of course, you mentioned it. Owner is like, what, 86, 87%?
I want to say it was like
something.
87, yeah, across a lot of games.
Yep, throughout his whole career. So yeah, pretty good at Nocturne, we could say. And Faker is still going to be locking away the Azir. No doubts about that one. Zin's out Orianna, though. Fair bit of power. And
yeah,
honestly,
it's a lot
I want to see a
powerful
Lulu
3-6.
lock in. I feel like Lulu would be so strong here, but never mind. It will just be Yunara.
Well, now I think the Lulu 100% gets banned.
Yes.
And so that is going to be off the cards here, but you can do a lot of different things here as T1 in this draft. You can just grab an 80 carry now and keep it safe, but you could also look for a strong side lane champion in the top side of the map that's going to pair well with this Nocturne. You can also go for that Bard pick to have lane prio, lane control. Can go for even a Karma or something like that. They're going to look for Pays as a Felios, it looks like. And that's going to be the 80 carry of choice.
Okay.
Lulu stocks now really high just in general, as T1 have pick priority. So since they are a second pick, they will actually get the next one. So that may mean that, in fact, DRX have to ban it themselves.
Yeah, I actually think that Lulu Nocturne is so incredibly powerful just in general. So not going to be getting through, I do not think. Let's see what T1 are going to be taking away, though. Nico is still up and available. Another big one.
Yeah, I feel like you
can be taken by either side.
You can ban Nico as T1 and then if they ban the Lulu, maybe you get the Bard, and you're happy with that anyways. You feel really good about your ranged support here. You could still play Thresh, of course, if you wanted to, as Keria. He's pretty well known on that champion as well.
Yep.
Let's see what they decide to do here. DRX will ban the Lulu as I expected.
Yeah, so it has to be the Lulu and probably Nico or Bard. Man, it feels so hard because Keria is just really, really good at all of the champions. And so it feels like you need about 11 bans if you really want to get any work done.
I wonder, like, if they leave the Nico up. I mean, they're definitely not going to put Andil on Alistar, you have to imagine this situation.
I hope not. Although it does work for the team composition, so I can understand why they would decide to do it. I just think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, I just think it's going to cost too much to make that choice if they wanted to trade for Bard for something like that.
Doran wants to play Sion, by the way.
Yeah, that was the clear intent behind that ban. Ambessa will also be a pick that it could have been played into. Will be banned away now. It works well with the dive theme here for T1, where you just send all of your engage in and then Aphelios cleans up. Ooh, maybe the first Jax to come through here. But waiting to see this one. A little Dusk and Dawn.
Okay, kind of fun. Let's see whether it is actually going to be locked in. Whether we get the Wizard Jax as well, which is what we saw, I believe, from Bin over in the LPL.
I've seen Zahin already. I was looking for a Jax. That's something a little bit different.
Well, I believe this is going to be a Zahin lock-in.
All right.
So we get upgraded Aatrox, and now DRX rounding out their composition.
Let's see what Rich thinks is a counterpick here, because he already played the Kennen to an incredible degree against Keen on the Renekton last match around in that game 1. He had a good plan there. He's pulling out the Jax potentially here, so maybe I'll get my wish anyways.
I mean, Counter-Strike works pretty well into Zahin's Q.
Yeah,
so
also, it is really good to set up Orianna, so is the Xin Zhao, and it's a great side lane win condition to get your Yunara online later on in the game, and they'll deny the Bard.
Whoa, okay.
So, probably a Nico here, or if they want to play it safe, they could just go for the Thresh. I mean, there's a few other things you could do here aggressively, but I don't, like Pyke, but I think the risk is too high, even though it kind of suits the composition. Like, some would Blitzcrank here, maybe Duro, but I don't think that's really on the cards.
Yeah, I think you want something that can peel or like add a little bit of safety to Pays, but maybe Carrier is going to do something crazy, and it will be just the Thresh instead. So Aphelios Thresh, certainly a tale as old as time, that one. And that will be the lock-in here into the Bard Yunara. So I imagine that Gio and Andal should have a pretty good time in lane, but T1's composition is looking really nicely well-rounded. And with the Thresh Lantern and things like this, I feel like Nocturne can kind of just do whatever he wants and then just take a Lantern to safety when he needs to transition after a Paranoia.
Both of these comps are kind of insane. I mean, when you consider the front line for T1 and this Zahin, it's going to be able to fight through Xin Zhao and like enjoy the clash with him. And also the fact that they have an Azir and a Nocturne, they can use what looked like at the beginning of this comp was going to be an engage setup as a defensive tool, but it can still go in. On the side of DRX, their composition is also incredibly strong. It has a robust front line, has the Jax to play through with insane setup, like the ball carriers here are out of control. So UCal has a lot of agency. I look at this draft, and if you take the nameplates away, it feels pretty dead even to me. Like, Aphelios is pretty immobile. There's so many ways to kill him here. The Thresh will help, but the laning phase is a little bit tougher. I think we're in for a good game here in game number 1.
Yeah, I think the nameplate's going to play a very big role, and I want to see the good version of Jiu this time around. He's had some rough days of late, but we know what he's capable of. Let's see whether he can get it done here onto the Rift for game number 1. Actually really liked the fan chant leader's voice crack on the Dul. That was really good. I feel like it added a certain layer of emotion to what we got out of the fan chants that time around. I know we don't adjudicate fan chants all that often, but maybe that's something we're going to do more of from now on. As Carrier and Pays not having a great time already.
Yeah, that was a very aggressive ghost from Gio, and we'll get the value he's looking for. Carrier opting for Ignite.
Wow. Yeah. And this isn't an unsealed spellbook Ignite either. He has taken the Glacial Augment, so he is just playing with Ignite this time around.
That's an interesting choice. It's going to be decent into, you know, even later on in the game, just igniting the Xin Zhao and quite useful, but it does feel like Heal's ability to reposition at level 1 is often much more sought after, as you can see here.
Jiu is looking pretty healthy as FaZe throws down the barrier. Doesn't get a massive amount of value, but right now DRX with full control of this lane. We did mention earlier on that this is likely how this lane will kind of function with the range advantage that DRX does have down there.
You always want to keep in mind that Keria is insane on both of the support champions that are in this lane, understands them better than probably anybody, so I won't judge his Ignite pick just yet. We'll see what he can get done with it. Obviously, he hasn't employed it at the moment, but this is a lane that is practically impossible to win, especially with how the trade went at level 1 in terms of the battle for level 2. Yep, they do get it here. FaZe is going to start healing up a little bit off the Severum. We'll look for poke where he can. This is just kind of how Aphelios goes. Very fun to watch in the laning phase because you have a little bit more options than a lot of other AD carries. You can kind of change modes. You can even become an engager later on when you get your Gravitum.
But not just yet.
Not yet.
Right now, they're not allowed to really do much of anything at all. Just going to be hugging their turret as Willer is making his way in. Gets a ward down onto Ona, spots him out, and just audaciously charges in. And you can see the bottom lane. They are making their way over, but T1 do not have priority down there. So Andil makes his way in, and it should be a red buff steal here for Willer. DRX really just taking advantage of their comp's advantages at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher to do this on red side than it is on blue side to get that red buff away, but it works out actually for them in this situation, especially because it's a Xin Zhao into a Nocturne, and the Nocturne just isn't going to be able to scrap at this point in time. We talked about it in the draft a little bit. He's going to be a lot more scary when he hits level 6. We have some coach voice from Joker already, man. Yeah, he's always... He's just like, top, bottom's going well, keep pushing top. He's talking about the prio and how to use it to get scuttles.
And just a little bit more of a focus on the jungle and where Willer is going, and that worked out here as Magical Journey is taken. What is that? Flash was crazy as FaZe will be taken down for first blood, but Andil will be traded for immediately. Both of the supports picking up some kills, but it's Jiu that's allowed to stick around in lane. So theoretically, it is actually a win for DRX.
I love the camera was like, and Ona's over here, by the way. It's not going to impact this play. And he was not able to impact that play, but the play from the carrier there was pretty nice regardless.
And
great kill back.
With Gio actually immediately going for a reset, it didn't really work out in their favor. So never you mind. And Flash was actually held onto here by carrier, so he can make some big plays with the Lantern later on, which could be a little bit of fun. Get Ona in there, maybe earlier than is otherwise expected on the Nocturne.
I could look for Flash Flay play or even a hook, but this is just an early flash here from FaZe. The Lantern is used really trickily. Andil does get taken out here by Keria. It's still a kill on the AD carry, but as you mentioned with the reset, not a whole lot of extra value. It's not like Jiu is able to pick up a plate or anything like that, and the cull goes straight into the inventory here of FaZe, so doesn't amount to too much.
Yep. Jiu not actually picking up a cull this time around, just went for the recurve bow. So we'll be behind a little bit of gold as that one does get cashed in. And FaZe now with a very nice shove towards this turret, almost able to get this first plate.
It was cool the way that they played that Lantern with FaZe flashing left and then going right with the Lantern. Looks like that's something they've practiced. Very classic Thresh play, but it was fun to see it in action.
Yep.
Didn't save his life, but was very cool.
And also showing that Keria and FaZe really starting to get onto the same page, which is pretty cool. Ona moving down towards his bottom side. Magical Journey out for Andil as DRX playing with a lot of respect down here.
Yeah, this is the Infernum at work here, so we'll push this wave in. And Gio will catch it. I'll have a slight CS advantage. We do see Willer coming down here a little bit late.
All right, Emperor's Divide is going to throw Yukal back. There's the fear out from Ona, but it looks like Yukal is just fine. Still, FaZe not actually able to click onto the Lantern. Does get it as the ward disappears, but still is going to be in a lot of trouble. And he'll trying to throw out these auto attacks as Willer almost just dead to carry the flash to pick up the kill on the enemy jungle. But it does mean that Gio is able to get some damage down. Man, that ramped up tower doing so much work. And T1 just outplay them.
And you know what it is? It's Ignite.
There you go.
Like, look, if I take Ignite here, when they come back for this counter gank after Owner leaves and goes to the mid lane, I'll actually have just enough damage to flash auto and take him out and take my second kill of the game. and it's super calculated. My favorite part about this is the jungle diff, right? Like the Nocturne tries to do something mid, they don't even get a flash, and then down here, Xin Zhao's like, I'm getting everything. End up getting that stun onto Felios here. Kite's back though, has the Gravitum, and then Keria ignites, flashes for the auto, grabs the kill, ignite value.
Beautifully done. Gets level up as well, make sure that he is definitely not dying. And that tower was very angry. Man, if Gio had died there, it would have been such a disaster. As T1 now move out to about a 700 gold advantage. As Rich dives on top of Doran here momentarily. Isn't able to find too much. Does get that cannon. I was a little bit wary for a moment. But does manage to lock that one down. Things very even here in the top lane. And bottom side pays a couple of 100 gold in the lead, but as these cannons are collected and things like this, Gio is going to be feeling better. But Pays, we have to remember, does have that cull, so we'll have a little bit more money coming in.
Rich is having a fun time. He is... Okay, Keria is crazy.
Yeah. Willer is making his way in, though, and Keria could be in a fair bit of trouble here. Doesn't have flash, and so that Lantern, not something you really want to be taking here. 3 Talon Strike does come on through, and Keria is likely to be very dead. Yukal can speed up Willer here, and the hook is not going to be enough. So Yukal even collecting a kill. And that is a bunch of money over to the mid laner of DRX now, spreading the wealth.
Yeah, Keria was really feeling himself there. Perhaps,
Look, sometimes the call of Hex Flash is just too
I mean, look, in terms of the mechanical play that he makes there, incredible, right? Does everything he needs to. Unfortunately, they're just outnumbered. If there is no rotation, then they actually get a huge lead out of it. So in his defense, that was actually very cool.
Yeah.
In reality, it's a kill for Yukal and kind of a setback here for T1 as we reset the gold to even. And I think Faker once again.
Yeah, he's just going to be able to find Yukal. This time he'll flash, but that spell shield was so good to avoid the shockwave for Ona. And that is just a very dead Orianna as T1 back in the lead once again.
Yeah, Yukal didn't flash the last time. This time opted not to as well, but was caught. And there were a few more friends here for T1 and an ultimate available for Ona that he didn't have in the last exchange. And now with red-white here for Pays as this dragon setup potentially begins. T1 in a very comfortable spot. Owner may just simply start this one up after he gets the scuttle. Decides that he's going to head over and grab his red first, so there'll be some extra time here. Yukal's going to TP back to lane.
Yep. Nice little use of the W there for Doran to get a little bit of cheeky extra damage, but Rich is going to be okay. Still, he is down a couple of waves, does have this one to pick up, so maybe it is just going to be one wave difference
he has,
between the Zion and the Jax.
Teleport advantage as well. Doran used his, Rich has not, so...
It's a good point.
He actually is going to be feeling pretty okay about this for the moment. And now the wave's kind of in an awkward spot for Doran where they don't know where Willer is. Willer is channeling his back, so it looks like that's not going to matter.
Yeah, he's going to be heading down towards the bottom side. We'll see whether there is going to be a fight around this dragon. But let's have a look at this one more time. As Faker, he knew that there was a Nocturne on his way over, and he didn't even care about that shockwave. Beautiful use of that spell shield. Like
good spell shield. I also think Yukal just thought he was just barely out of range there. Faker knows exactly how far he can shuffle. He is the OG shuffler.
He is.
And so Yukal's caught a little bit there. If he flashes the ultimate, very survivable, but does not. And flashes anyways and dies, so good spell shield from Owner who does not have flash. In fact, everyone except Keria for T1 still holding those.
Well, Ona moving down here towards this dragon. Doesn't have the paranoia, but it's coming up pretty soon. Emperor's Divide as well on its way. As Pays will be able to take a Lantern over towards Keria. T1 now looking to close in, 4v4 around this Drake. Let's see whether Ona can get in and try and steal this one away. Looks like Willer is committed. He is going to be able to take it there. There's now Ona with another decent spell shield. It's Faker! Will find two with the Emperor's Divide and now turns his attention to Andil as Gio is still free hitting. A lot of damage now onto Ona and to Pays, who are split up from the rest of the team. The dash from Gio was so sexy, but it's Pays that takes him down. Willer needs one more auto. He'll get it and takes down Ona as well. It's a double as Yukal's in the back of the pit. Keria with the blade to try and take it down, and somehow it's a triple kill for this Xin Zhao. A 3 for 4 in favor of T1, but I have to say, DRX made it look pretty cool.
Yeah, a true conqueror of the Dragon Pit was Willer, hitting every auto he could there. Didn't have it Sundered Sky, by the way. He has it now. He wishes he had it moments before.
얘들아 지금 공뚝이 없을 때 활동해야 돼.
Once
얘들아
again.
억제 치자. 먹자.
Yep. Saying they got to get the dragon, I think, is what's going on in this discussion.
Yep. Certainly sounded like a lot of eating things. That's what I heard.
And he's like, we got to take our opportunity, basically. obviously on the top side was being taken by T1, so just making sure they did not just lose their opportunity. Now Willer here actually plays this well, flashes away. Emperor's the buy here from Faker is amazing, but he goes pretty deep here, and Jiu, who doesn't take the damage, it's Ondil instead, is at such a high health bar that he can offer so much back. This sidestep is phenomenal, but Ondil gets on top of him with the flash, and then from here, Willie gets a knockup, takes Pays out. Carrier looks for the hook here, but does not support his teammates, so Willer is just healing up as much as he can with that Conqueror. And the Faker here is just not quite able to take him out. He gets the charge through.
Huh. Incredibly impressive stuff there from Carrier towards the end, but also Willer being able to claw back what was quite a difficult situation there around that dragon fight. The fact that Joker was talking about the fact that they are in a great position to win fights, you can understand exactly why he was saying that, but T1 was still able to eke out the extra kill in the exchange. The one thing that does go DRX's way, however, is that dragon that they do manage to pick up for themselves. And so that could be something that allows them to have a little bit of added control later on into this game. And Gio as well, if his mechanics stay this crisp.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say, is if he plays this well, it looks very scary. Is Ondil is not going to...
Yeah, Owner is down here as well. There's a Tempered Fate just to stop Pace from doing too much damage. And now Willer gets on in there. I don't know about this, though, as he does get a little bit scared. That's a lot of damage, though. Cosmic Binding as Pace is going to be taken down. It's Andal that gets the kill, but Gio's just not doing enough damage. And Owner picks himself up a double. Kind of a disaster there for DRX.
I mean, Gio once again with a cool sidestep there, but doesn't ultimately matter. It was a pretty big commitment to a desperate situation. I'd have tried to escape there, but decided they were too priced in, I suppose. Let's watch it again. Because Ando just kind of walks face first into this. Gets caught, right? Then the box is on the edge of him, so he can't really get out. Uses a Tempered Fate to deny some of the damage, and it's a beautiful magical journey to escape. But in this interim, like, unfortunately, Gio, even though he's able to sidestep here, doesn't get caught by the hook, he cannot do enough damage. Like, he just frankly cannot. Even the cannon is getting involved there. Yeah, so, you know, he gets another assist, but now this Aphelios is 1,000 gold ahead. Faker didn't even get involved in that play, but had they even won, he would have still been cleaned up by Faker, who was coming down. UCal did get 2 plates, I believe, off of that, so that's something.
Oh dear, Carrier Hex Flash in once again. Another hook, beautifully set up by that Gravitum as Gio is just dead. That is Pays throwing down that Q with the Severum. The Magical Journey does come on through there, but it's a double kill as Andal's just going to fall down. Willer is now in a lot of trouble as Owner's moving in. I think Willer's dead as well. Dustbringer comes on forward. Owner is going to hunt him down, but it's Pays with the damage. Triple kill for the Aphelios. 5-3-5 to start off this game at 14 minutes. And my goodness, this game went from relatively playable to not at all in about a blink of an eye.
Yeah, Pays red-white here. He's got his Crescendum to grab another plate before Rich TP's in. Sending Gio top. UCal?
Yeah, this time he'll flash.
Yeah, I think he learned his lesson. Oof. Feels like every time we cast Carrier, it's just a highlight reel.
Yeah.
Every time we cast him playing Thresh, it's like, is Thresh allowed to do that? Like, is that
He's
supposed to happen?
100% kill contribution.
Well, you look at the comp and you're like, oh yes, the Thresh protects the Aphelios. It's like the Aphelios protects the Thresh. Like, the Carrier's going in and Pays is like, oh, you're pretty deep. Let me kill those guys for you. Like, hold on.
I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Oh my God, the play here from Carrier is just out of control, and Pays spaces it well, does the boom boom.
And this was what Carrier and Guma were known for, was this exact duo quite a few years ago now.
Yeah, I mean 2021, 2022.
Yeah. As we're going to have a look at another battle here. T1 not liking the look of it. Tempered Fate does go down though. Great hook going to connect onto Willer as he's pulled back with the play, but Owner is already dead. And now Willer goes in one more time. Great shockwave and a double kill here for Gio. Never mind, you know, that blink of an eye I was talking about. Sometimes you have to blink again. You know?
I mean, it's still a pretty significant advantage for the Aphelios, but things getting a little bit better here. They're also going to be able to grab the Herald off of this one, as Carrier got the Phaelite for just a second, but it will be reset. As Faker should be fine here. He's got his ult coming back. Oh, I thought he actually had it, but it's coming back up. He's got Flash. Doran going to grab this turret down here at the same time.
Yep.
And Gio will get this Corrosion to pop and probably grab another plate, but still a big gap in the bottom laners. But it's confident plays like this from DRX that you really like to see. They collapse onto Owner. He's got the Lantern, but now they get the Tempered Fate. UCal is at the ready here with his ultimate, and Gio is just playing so confidently today. Dashing forward here, Willie gets the flash, and Gio collects a second. It's actually really well coordinated, and really just no hesitation there from DRX. And from behind, you have to be able to spot those potential angles.
Wait, hang on, what happened here?
Yeah, this was...
Oh, great avoidance of the ultimate as Rich just dives on top of Doran. But is Doran going to have that release date win? So far, it is just the passive going down. So that was the result of that one. Kind of cool.
And nothing
played there by Rich.
This should be a mid-turret. They got that extra plate for Gio topside. The gold still significantly in favor of T1 here. But some of these really strong, late game champs are coming online. Well, particularly the Yunara. Gio is still on his way to being very relevant in this game despite a deficit. And if they don't respect the engage, DRX can win this game for sure.
The world's tiniest magical journey being taken here by DRX. As let's see whether Ona can make his way in. There's the paranoia to start this fight off as in goes Doran. Gets into the backline. He just takes matters into his own hands. Down goes Andil already, and there is UCal falling as well. Doran will be dying because he doesn't have that passive available anymore after that fight towards the bottom side. But still, T1 get control of the Dragon Pit. DRX unable to lock that one down. That should be one Dragon apiece and a one team fight for T1.
Yeah, still getting the kill onto Doran feels like a nice little pick-me-up after what was certainly looking to be a disaster, but T1 will be the big winners here as Gio in danger.
Yep, Faker gonna go forward, but does not quite get far enough to lock down Gio.
And Pace is like, man, I got the gravitum on him. I was so close.
Yeah, the flash was employed though, so now Yunara with no flash. That's going to be a more easy target here for Faker, who just elected not to go for the flash play because he would have been very deep under the enemy in a turret.
Doran's flank here is massive. He then has the 3-man ultimate. And look at this. Down goes Ondil. In the backline, Owner cleans up house. There's no more UCal. And Gio alone just cannot carry this fight. Will has already used his ultimate. There's no front line there for him anymore.
Oh dear. Emperor's Divide is going to throw Rich back, and I think Rich is just dead. He is. Doran going to be able to grab some revenge here in his first kill of the game. Meanwhile, could be Owner in a little bit of trouble here, but does manage to click on the lantern. Look at all of those wards. They were invested.
They still will get this turret on the top side, so it's not all for nothing here. And we didn't talk about it just yet. I hadn't really been looking too closely at it, but Rich is just going for the old Triforce build.
Yeah,
not doing the new tech, which we saw, I want to say Bin do over in the LPL.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
And
see a tweet about it.
It's like a lot of power, and you get the double on hit, and it is very cool for Jax. But the way you play Jax and how you want to play around it can change. And I think with this enemy Aphelios comp, maybe he just wants to go for the Triforce. Either way, I think both are viable. But that was the reason I wanted to see Jax. I want to see new items. It's very fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Sadly, not to be the case this time around. As Rich finds himself 1,000 gold behind in this game.
And that's a stride breaker now completed here for Doran as well. So this Zahin is very, very frightening. Faker now having a good time in a side lane as Keria and Pays alongside Ona poised to get into position. Oh, I've seen this play before.
The Thresh isn't here this time, but they have the TP from Doran. Let's see what he can get done.
Yeah, Faker is going to shift some sands. Counter-Strike is going to work out here. Let's see what the Faker... He does have his ulti in about 7 seconds time, and Rich is able to take him down before that does actually come on through. Meanwhile, another fight on the other side as Gio is relatively untouched. Red-white guns from Pays, but he's unable to survive. And now Doran is surrounded. Tempered Fate doing nothing at all as he pulls back UCal, but he's got an arm guard to break. And it is 3-0 in favor of DRX.
I mean, we've called Faker the Matador for a reason. Like, this guy has pulled people around the map. He's got his side lane cape out, but this one backfires completely on Baron spawn. DRX
surely not. They're not allowed to do it with Ona still alive, right?
I mean, he does not have Paranoia. I mean, it's new Baron and it's on spawn, so it's very difficult to take out, but they still do have this 2-item Yunara. It's going to be a contest and a TP.
Rich is very, very healthy. Hook is going to connect onto said Rich, as the rest of DRX are a little bit split in their decision-making. Faker trying to get in there, press divide, and he sweeps the floor with them. There's the steal we were talking about, and you do not take Baron in the face of T1.
I mean, that was Faker getting caught inside, so it always ends up being a positive for T1, right? He never dies without a reason. Perhaps this reason came a little bit later than DRX anticipated, because he dies to TP back in to stop the greedy Baron. 5 kills on the Azir now. DRX 4,000 gold behind what looked like they're into the game. Kills on the top side into Baron is foiled in the matter of moments. as look at this, like DRX play this fight so well. I mean, we have to give credit where it's due.
Yeah.
EP comes through here from UCal as well, and Faker has no options, right? Doran's up here on the top side. They're trying to use the paranoia to buy some space here. Flash is amazing here, but it's not enough to save Faker. And then we look at the turnaround. Look at Willer. He uses all of his health bar, and they take out Pays, which is incredibly difficult to do. They are able to then push forward. The zoning ultimate there makes sure that Doran can't rejoin his teammates. Use the magical journey to make sure, even with low health bars, they get out. As Pays collapsed on again.
Oh dear. Not going to be able to click that lantern this time around. As Ando, great sidestep on the hook as well as Tempered Fate holds Carrier in position. But now Ona diving on forward. Doran gets there as well. The stun does come on through, and Carrier still going in. It is going to be Ona going down though, and now they're just hiding. Geo able to take down Carrier in the end, and now UCal comes on over. Faker goes golden just to see the lay of the land, and he does not like the look of it as the Sand Soldiers hit the air and Doran hits the ground. It's an ace for DRX this time.
What? Okay, we came into that fight with like, why is Pays that far up? And then we ended the fight with, why are they still going forward?
You've heard of the double down, Wolf. What about the triple down?
All right, well, this is a bit outdated now, but we watched Faker save the game moments before, which is why it was really cool. We're like, wow, yeah, they got Baron. This is going to be insane. All right, Owner gets the secure. But then...
I kind of want to know what happens
Pays
here.
Has Lantern, but he just cannot use it.
There were too many bodies.
There are too many people. He can't click on it. Then Carrier here is caught by the Bard ultimate and then decides to go back in here. This is actually really well played by Doran. He gets the pullback, and he's so difficult to kill. But the spacing on everyone on DRX, especially Geo, just too well played. Rich here can buy a ton of time. He has the stun. Faker comes in so late that it just doesn't matter. He's the last man against the world. All Baron buffs deleted in the blink of an eye. And suddenly it's like, well, I mean, I don't know who's going to toss the ball next.
It's a hot potato, Wolf. It absolutely is. You really do need to get rid of it before you burn your hands. And right now, as we're going to look at the top of our screen, it is even. Dead even between both of these squads. There is an extra dragon on DRX now as a result of that last exchange, and 3 minutes until the next Baron. But as you can see, the cliff of T1 that was put together in that goal graph has now reached the shoreline.
Yeah, that was very aggressive. Sometimes cannot click on Lantern, sometimes die.
Yeah.
But then almost never, in fact, not even sometimes, almost never do then team fight happen afterwards, force, and then lose everyone. And
I do like the way you worded there.
Yeah, because there have been some decisions made that warrant an almost caveman-esque speak.
Yes, you would say that yes, decisions were made.
Because if he can click on the Lantern, then where he is doesn't, it's like, oh, of course he can be there. He's spacewalking. That's what I like to call it when you've got like an Ari or a Felios out there just trying to siege and there's a Lantern there. You're like, all right, well, I'm never really in any danger. All right, let's go right back to the spaceship. But they cut the cord, so to speak, on that one.
I've seen the the space movies where you just the cord gets cut and then
gravity. Oh my god, it's terrifying.
So scary, so scary. Who was that? Like George Clooney and Sandra Bullock?
Yeah, Sandra Bullock. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Throw your backpack to get back to the spaceship. No.
It was George Clooney, right?
I want to say yes. I want to say yes.
All right. Other than that, for some reason I got Ryan Reynolds in my, no, that's The Proposal that they're in the movie together. I have digressed momentarily because this game got silly. I have decided to also get silly.
Ryan Reynolds often does that as well.
He does. And I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone likes it, you know? It's kind of his thing. Like, he can do serious sometimes, but he'll occasionally have a joke here and there. He's kind of like Jim Carrey in a serious movie, except like it's like always that kind of movie for him.
Yeah, except Jim Carrey's like ridiculously good at the serious movies.
Yeah.
Man.
But he has an element of silliness.
There is definitely always an element
there is
of
a lot of
to
silliness.
A comedian that's an actor now.
There's a lot of silliness in this game, which was something
Let's bring
that was
it back
the
to the game.
series.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 items now for Ju, who has his IE on the way. He's actually almost done with it. He's still not ahead in gold, as Pays sits on his. But he has a lot of money in his
ahead in gold, and I'm a little bit worried about that for DRX because he's now got 3 items completed. Yuka a little bit further away from that. Looks like he is going towards Rabadon's next, so did skip the Leandries this time.
Yeah, I think if they just group and play as a 5-man instead of splitting, they have a really good chance of closing this game out. But they do not have Prio on this Baron that's spawning in 30 seconds. The Scuttle is going to be the first target.
All right, well, Scuttle is going to get hooked here by Carrier as in goes Willow, looking for that angle as Lantern comes on through the flash Cosmic Binding onto 2. Pays finds the angle though as now Ona down to 100 health. And Rich, he just can't skate quite fast enough.
I mean, the Baron isn't up yet, so this is very awkward. Like, you commit the flash there and a ton of ultimates.
But Flash Paranoia down for Ona means that it's very difficult to get him in without Carrier getting into position to deliver him.
It's a lot of team fight power gone here for DRX, but with a lack of vision here for T1, it's going to be really difficult. The fact that this Baron has a lot more resistances means they have a little leeway here, a little bit of play around this one. UCal is zoning as if he has ult, but he certainly does not.
Well, Rich on an angle here as Ando can also try and make his way in. We'll see whether the Tempted Bait is not actually available as Doran dives on forward. Gio gets himself out of the way though. It's a lot of damage towards Doran, who doesn't really have too much backup. Meanwhile, there's another fight on the other side, and the hook is going to connect onto Willa. Down he will go, and the Zion is put into the passive, and so he's not even killed, and T1 just say thanks for the leash.
Yeah, this was, I think, for DRX a step too far. Joker may have used all his coach comms before this one, because I think the call definitely should have been to play around vision and to force T1 into you in a favorable way and then get your cooldowns back. Because this looked really cool. It's like the most cinematic play I think Andil's made in a while, right?
Yeah.
Getting the double binding here. They end up getting Owner's flash and ultimate out so he can escape. But then the rest of the ultimates employed means that it's really difficult to fight. The only real one that they have is actually Wheeler's ultimate. You can use that to buy space on the bottom side of the fight here, as you'll see him do in a moment as Doran goes into the back line. He makes the call to go in and try to defend and play for the bottom side here after he gets caught by Carrier. But Doran can 1v2 here, has his ultimate back up, and there's just not enough damage on the bottom fight for them to actually win it. And it means T1 win out, grab another Baron. It looks like they're going to grab their second Dragon of the game.
Man, this game is still very, very close, but with the Baron now available for the next 2 minutes on T1, the fact that they stopped the Dragon stacking at the same time does feel like tempo vibes have once again gone into the favor of T1. But, oh man, I still think that this could go either way, given what we have seen thus far, right? Does make me feel good about a less sure of ourselves end to this game.
Yeah, this is a really, I mean, okay, this is a crazy journey.
That is a magical journey as they're into the blender. Down goes Andil, immediately punished for that one as the Paranoia comes on through. Willa trying to keep himself alive there as Rich just goes golden and then goes dead. Now Faker finds the Emperor's Divide. Yukal's gonna flash it, but Jiu, he's still gonna take so much damage. Doran uses the ulti to gap close. That was cute, as it's a triple for Pays. And there is the end of the game.
This DRX team looks like they got so much potential this year, but once again get outclassed by one of our best teams here in the LCK in T1. T1 made a few mistakes, a little bit bullish on some of their plays there towards the latter half of the mid game, but ultimately still do make the right calls, disengage from that Baron, get the reset, and look at the timing on the respawn, looking for Andil.
Making sure they take him down one more time. Carrier says, that's my skin. And it is. I mean, Andil's he's just representing, you know? And it is the best bard skin in the game, and there is no doubt about that one. T1 will take game number 1, but it was the journey, not the destination, that was the most interesting part about it. DRX making them work for it over and over again, and it was the most back and forth game I feel like we've had all week long, right?
It's definitely one of the biggest ones, with a massive lead just tossed into the abyss right away after the post Baron there. But DRX, I think, got a little bit impatient. And when you're playing against T1 and you feel like you've got victory in your sights, it makes sense to send it. Like Andil's flash there into the double stun was incredible, but T1's disengage was so good that it didn't ultimately matter, and they used a lot of tools, and then they got greedy, right? Faker punished them twice on Baron. Pays does a massive amount of damage in this game. I will say I'm very impressed with how Willer and Jiwoo played this game.
Yeah, me too.
He was positioning very good, very aggressive, very calculated. Willer also buying a ton of space on the Xinjiao. DRX, like, they may go after this week 0-4, but they do not look like an 0-4 team.
And this team went up against Gen G and then T1 in the same week. That's the roughest schedule you can have in the LCK Cup, and they kind of look competitive, at least in the game 1 against Gen G and here in the game 1 against T1. We'll see whether they can turn it around with a victory in game number 2, whether T1 will pick up the 2-0 after the short break and then the space to break it down.
다 위로 갔어. 네, 탑미드 조냐인. 여기. 여기. 해볼게. 괜찮아. 구도 좋다. 오른쪽 봐, 오른쪽. 잭스 끌었어. 오른쪽 끌었어. 높여. 공 갈고 오는 거나. 나 짜고 아래 싸운 중. 유나라 끌었고, 못 끌었고. 오른쪽. 조냐 있다. 나 오리 갈 수 있긴 한데. 오리 높여. 오리 그거 돼. 유나 잡았어. 합강 끝나? 예. 나이스.
darkness can
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're just getting off of a crazy game between T1 and DRX. When you saw this matchup, you were thinking, hey, T1 would just kind of sweep this one, it would be easy pickings. But no, DRX actually putting up a big fight, and man, we had so many kills, guys.
Yeah, this was the most kills that we have had so far in the LCK Cup. And obviously, we're only a week in, right? But still, beating out the previous most, which was unsurprisingly T1 against HLE, another T1 series, but a very bloodthirsty match.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the LEC snuff for the entertaining, but I guess T1 with the viewership, you know, like, it's insane. Like, there were so many kills, there's so many ups and downs, like, especially around the Nasher. I don't know, it was going crazy.
And they say the LCK doesn't have action. They're not watching the right games. Guys, we did have some crazy plays, especially early on. We wanted to highlight Keria for some of the stuff he was able to do on this Thresh. Just another champion he's insane at.
Yeah, so they denied his Bard, which I think was a great call, by the way, because he's monstrous on that champion. But they were trying to make so many dives work onto Pays, and in fairness, they managed to get this first kill, but Keria made them pay for it.
Yeah.
Traded back in return, and the thing is, this was the first instance. It only got better. The trades got better and better for T1 as it went along.
I mean, but the good thing is he didn't use the Ignite at the first place, which means that you will have Ignite for the second play. Because like normally when the dive happens, I think a lot of players just panic, use the summoner spells. But I think Keria, he already knows what's happening. He didn't use the summoner spell before, so he uses the both summoner spells here to make kill happen. And after that, the usage of Aphelios skills with the Thresh into the grab is like just insane combination down their bot lane, made the game easier for T1 here.
And I feel like if you're investing so many resources into the bot lane, you're diving the bot lane twice, and this is how it's ending up, you're feeling so bad if you're in the position of DRX.
And I really like his summoner spell choice as well, because I think normally you took the spell book back in the day, but you have to focus in lane in this meta, and I think Lasher argument with Ignite helped a lot for them in the bot lane.
Yeah, it absolutely did, and things started off pretty smooth sailing and very happy for T1 and their fans. But then things got a little bit wacky. We wanted to talk about how DRX won a big fight, and then they started the Baron, only for T1 to once again show up.
It's just one of those moments where DRX was doing a lot of things right and got a big comeback moment, but you can never disrespect T1. And there's one player in particular I feel like you can never disrespect.
Faker! He's gonna jump in again with Azir, his iconic, one of the iconic champion. Again, he saves the game with the Azir shuffle. And yeah, we thought it was the end of the game because they got the Nasher, they clean up the players. So yeah, I thought it was enough, but I guess not.
You have to be really decisive about Barons nowadays. It's healthier, it takes longer to kill. I feel like the second they peeled off of it and gave just a little bit of extra time, T1 were able to come in.
It does more damage as well, and they gave back the AoE shred. So everyone who was up close to it, you saw was super low. They're going to have lower resists, and Faker obviously just one-shot them.
And then eventually we did have some more shenanigans, but we're going to skip some of that and then move on to eventually kind of where T1 secured the game.
This one felt much more controlled. You know, you see Doran doing a fantastic job buying time as Zahen, who has that revive, but on the back line, they're doing a great job of peeling for Pays. It felt like he was a focus point for DRX constantly, and even though it's only one kill, getting the jungler and being able to freely move on to Baron, this was really the nail in the coffin for DRX.
Yeah, the positioning-wise, I think it was much easier for T1 to peel off because Keria was landing all the hooks here, and I think that made Azir and Aphelios really free hitting the front line for that team fight.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios is, it's been very highly prioritized by a lot of our teams, but especially if you have a support that can play an insane Thresh like Keria or some of our other supports as well, it just becomes that much stronger, not just for Aphelios, but for the rest of the team. So really good stuff from T1, although, you know, DRX showing off some more than we expected.
I mean, I think given the fact that T1 have looked to be in such good form, the fact that DRX are challenging them in this manner, you know, there's two sides to the coin, right? You know, T1 doing a little bit of shenanigans, but also DRX, if they can maybe get a game out of this series or bring it back, that would be huge for them. A huge boost of confidence and a much needed win.
I mean, from my perspective, I have huge hype on Pace on this bot lane, but right now I feel like Pace is a little bit choking on stage right now. His positioning-wise was not on point, so I want to see it more from him.
Yeah, definitely not the cleanest game we've seen from him, and expecting a bit more in the future from these guys, but let's throw it back to our casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yes, it was shenanigans, shenanigans, and more shenanigans, and hopefully we get even more moving into this game number 2.
I'm hoping so. I hope that DRX can once again look competitive, because both of these first games, you know, in both titans of series, Gen.G and now T1, they've come out looking really great. And
yeah,
sometimes it takes the whole entirety of the LCK Cup to get yourself into a position where you're actually at that form, right? And we are just seeing them kind of firing on all cylinders right away. So makes you wonder what the ceiling is.
Yeah.
And for them, you know, as I've said, as Ox just said, to take even a win here, which they nearly did, would be so huge for them. And maybe, you know, you could expect that if they could play this close against T1 and Gen.G, maybe they could beat Nongshim. And then potentially, you know, DNS and Bro feel a lot easier. So you can see it on their faces. Like, I think they know this is a great start. Joker's been given a lot of advice. It's just a completely different look from what we saw last year, where there was some desperate moments for Teddy, right? For Lazyfield when he was in. Feels like instead of that, DRX are making decisions quickly. It feels like they're in control.
And it also feels like Jiu is really starting to find himself again, because he was playing a pretty good game in game number 1, and now we have a fresh draft upon us. Let us see what does happen here as T1 do have first pick this time around, and they will have the blue side as well. An interesting decision to go for second pick with the right of first selection, but it's not unheard of so far in this LCK Cup. Just hasn't necessarily been all that successful, as already we do have the Rumble taken away and the Varus as well.
Varus makes a lot of sense. Rumble, of course, pretty much permabanned. I think this will probably be a Jace.
Should be. We need to keep Jace permanently banned throughout every single game so far of the LCK Cup. I think
it is just so incredibly strong right now, so I think that's going to continue to be the trend. Malphite gets banned first.
All right.
For DRX, they do not have first pick. I'll be for second, so they'll probably be the ones who have to ban it. They will.
And Jarvan was banned in game number 1 as well as Pantheon. So that might be a look that they go for as well in something like a Pantheon rotation.
It gets really interesting with you know, the Azir and the Orianna already gone. Like, that's been happening a lot, which just opens up our drafts a little bit more, opens up some extra bans. I think Lulu still being up here as well is something that not necessarily you're going to be seeing first pick, but does really change the sphere of what the jungle is going to look like, because yes, Lulu Aphelios and Lulu Yunara are some of our strongest lanes, but you can still play it with Ambassador Jungle with another bot lane pick, as there's the Pantheon gone, the Vi gets taken away by T1. Well, and like, we could just see a first pick Xin Zhao, like that's fairly safe.
Except that it's fearlessly banned.
You're wrong.
It could be a J4 though, or a Jarvan the 4th.
Or Ambessa.
Ambessa is a big one. Could be taken away. Wasn't actually looked at all until the second round of bans in game number 1. So maybe her priority has sort of reached a higher point, especially when it's like Jax and Zahin that were played. And so it does feel like the whole top lane pool is kind of massive. But it's going to be the Rise that's locked in here for Faker. Certainly another one of his comfort picks.
Owner's like, give me Ambessa. Faker's like, not today, sorry. You know, it's me. So
yeah.
Did you see me save that game a few times?
And understandably so. Ambessa could just be picked away here, though. I do like its flexibility.
I mean, Rich loves Ambessa, too. So the flexibility, like you say, is really important. And again, feels really strong with Lulu, but see if they can draft around that. Instead, we're just going to see Renekton straight up.
Well, Renekton is a champion that we've seen counted before. It feels exactly like it can be in difficult lanes, but it does seem to still get things done.
It feels like the Kennen pick into it is still quite strong, as they will just go for the Ambessa follow-up, which makes a lot of sense. Now you have 2 great wild growth targets, but you got to figure out how that bottom lane's going to work. Nico going to be picked preemptively here.
All right.
It looks like for Keria, which would weaken that potential lane. And will we see Kennen with the Nico already in tow? I feel like that's a lot of engage. It's a lot of magic damage. They don't necessarily have to put Doran on that pick. He could play something else.
And they could also lock away the bottom lane here. Could just be Nico and the Corki locked in. And then you can protect it with some bans. Of course, only one pick can come through here for DRX immediately afterwards. Let's see exactly what does happen.
Might be talking about the pick for Owner, because he's talking a lot here. And see what his read is going to be. Still haven't seen Lilia yet, but I think this is absolutely not the draft for it.
Certainly not.
Gnar will actually be what they lock in for the Renekton top side. Doran, a little bit different of a player than Zeus, the former T1 top laner.
Yep.
As, okay, we're just going straight into Taliyah. So Taliyah, Ambessa, Renekton, a lot of different tools to get back, get on top of a backline that we don't necessarily know what it's going to look like just yet. Ezreal stock's going way up. Probably ban that one away if you're DRX.
Yeah, that's certainly a scary one, especially when paired with an Eco in lane. You can really get some work done and then just be a menace.
This ban Ezreal Corki, I think, is probably the safest bet here.
Yeah, unless you do want to thin out the jungle. That could be another way to do it, and Jarvan is going to be the ban away. I actually probably would prefer to target Pays and some of those more mid-game champs, but not going to be the case. Is Nami going to be taken away here, and I'm not allowed to play that alongside a theoretical Lucian?
What if they do something really crazy and just, now with the Jarvan ban, if they ban Ezreal and then just go for like a Sivir Lulu lane, and ban the Wukong as well. Karma's gone. This is going to get really interesting down here. You can go, you could have, I feel like, gone Ezreal Karma as DRX, which is where that Karma ban comes through, and feel pretty good about it. Sivir feels really good here, especially because she can empower these frontliners. Sivir Lulu's not really a traditional lane. I don't think you necessarily want the Lulu in that lane, but I'm just so caught up on this pick because of the empowering it does for these frontliners. I'm gonna look for the Alistar instead into the Nico. There's not, like, the cameraman's like, are you sure about this?
And I'm not, because there is still the opportunity for Owner to pick up the jungle Silas if he'd like to, and have a whole lot of value there.
Think about that.
Yeah, there's the hover. I mean, Lulu is available. Why not just pick it?
Yeah.
You have I know it's an ultimate that's pulverized, but I mean, you still do the same thing with Wild Growth. I feel like that was just a little bit of a mistake here, but let's see whether Owner does lock this in, and he does.
Let's see what they're cooking. Like, this feels like they're just changing the identity of the draft in some way. But if you go for like Smolder or something, Gio's done this in the past, like that lane loses so hard to anything.
Yeah.
Even Kai'Sa in this lane, in fact, so just gonna be Corki Alistar, that's what we ended up with. I feel like this draft started off with so much potential. The Corki can follow up really well to the CC in the front line. Can Valkyrie away from engage because there's a lot of it here on the side of T1, so relatively safe, but I feel like part of why you pick Corki, and in fact a large part of why you pick it, is lane dominance, and you would win against Kai'Sa if it was a melee support, but it's going to be a little bit trickier. I'm not saying this is unplayable, but it's a little bit trickier here. This is probably going to be one of those lanes where you see Andal press heal at level 1 to try to see if he can get in there and avoid some of that damage from Nico. Try to do anything you can to mitigate that and get Corki into a good spot.
Yeah,
late game is insane for T1.
It is, and they can really sort of dive bomb the enemy team with, you know, the Gnar transformation, hop into crush type scenario, and then Owner's follow-up with Realm Warps on top and a Killer Instinct there as well. And if Keria gets a wraparound to start said fight, I mean, it is almost over before it starts. Yukal is going to have a really tough task getting all of these shoves exactly where he needs them to be.
It's almost comical how many things that Gio will have to avoid in order for them to carry this late game, because Taliyah does a lot of upfront burst damage, but she's not going to be doing anywhere near the same amount of damage that Ryze is going to be doing in these late game team fights once Actualizer is online. So Gio has to be the one to clean up fights. He has to be the one who survives and sits on hopefully 3 items and kills all these engagers after avoiding everything, after his teammates try to empower him and block for him. It is going to be such a tall ask.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult game. You can understand the Alistair into the Nico. Maybe that's the thinking. I just don't know whether it was worth it. As let's get into game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see whether it's going to be as bloodthirsty here in game 2 as it was in game number 1. I don't know whether it is possible because the last game was just kind of insanity the entire time. But with these drafts, there are certainly going to be some avenues for some action early on. Here on this bottom side, though, I feel like it's just going to be rough times for DRX. As Andil already in position. Maybe this is going to be one of these games where Willa goes for like an early like level 2 or 3 gank or something like that in this bottom lane. That could be an opportunity, but I don't know. Some way of bailing these guys out could be a really big deal.
All right, let's see. Where's that heal going to be used? Level 1 heal is like my new favorite thing in lane, where you're like, aha, there it is. There he goes.
Well, he does press the heal button.
Hashtag won the trade.
We've also got a barrier used by Jiu, and that is going to be the advantage that T1 has as Pays holds onto his.
Hashtag lost the trade.
Yeah, it's not great. All right, there's another headbutt. Andil just making use of these buttons when they come back off cooldown, but this wave is going to be shoving into DRX. They're going to have to do their very best to farm it up underneath the turret. And T1 are going to be feeling very, very good. Another cute little headbutt. There's a flash answer there from Andil.
That's how you use your summoners at level 1. You gotta, you know, just
press
much
them all.
damage in as you can. Like headbutt on cooldown, flash of course, because if you get rooted there, you lose the game. So one more headbutt.
Oh, there is a nice little snare onto Andil, who takes most of his health bar in damage.
Oof.
Yeah,
Owner is here. He's like, you know what? That's too much damage. I'm looking for something.
Well, let's see whether this dive is going to work. It's a little bit dicey, but Owner is making his way in anyway. There's the headbutt out. His chains are not going to land. Still they're looking for it, wanting to find that angle. Of course, long cooldown on the headbutt for now, as Owner is going to get taken down first. And there is a very dead Kaiser as well. What the hell was that?
I mean, when I watched them stay after the initial chains combo was set up, I was like, am I missing something here? I think they can't do it. And then
you weren't the only one missing something there, Wolf.
Owner's just like, all right, I guess we lost the game. I mean, that against other teams, like if that happened against Gen G, Ruler's got 2 kills, you're like, well, I see you in game 3. In this game, it's still not great. The Corki has 650 gold, the advantage, in a lane that you're not supposed to be able to really play that well without the Alistair, but T1 gave some donations. We didn't read the message out on the stream. The owner did not look happy on the player cam. He's down a level now as well because he spent so much time looking for that gank.
I think Owner has an idea that Andil is in the area.
Yeah, he's very aware that this is a strong possibility. And this is painful for the T1 squad right now.
Very much is. You got Carrier moving up just to try and allow Owner to get something done in this jungle right now. Willer is having a very good time. We'll be able to take the top side scuttle. Looks like the bottom one will be going over to Owner here, but Gio is going to move in.
Gio's like, I have tier and 2 longswords. Good luck with that.
Yeah, and Andil's just going to trample Faker here as well, here in this mid lane. And so it is just kind of DRX taking control of everything all over the map. That was one failed dive from T1, and it now feels like DRX owns Summoner's Rift.
I mean, it was a miserably failed dive, to be fair, as well. And Jiu is down a lot of farm, but I don't think he really cares.
No.
Because he's up on farming champions.
And there is a wave that's crashing on forward as well, so he should be able to equalize somewhat. Let's have a look at this again.
Watch Andil in this moment. He messes up this combo, and then Owner just walks up, takes turret aggro, gets pulverized, and then Pays still have his turret aggro right afterwards.
Yeah, I think the fact that Pays picked up turret aggro there was the biggest problem. I think that Owner died a little bit earlier, perhaps. It could have been just one casualty in that fight. Could have been just them going for like accepting a 1-for-1. But even then, I don't know whether it's necessarily worth it. I think walking away probably would have given you a lot more. But still, it is a great advantage here for DRX at the beginning of this game and really bailing out what can be a very difficult lane to navigate.
Like the other thing is, beyond this, the bottom lane, which now the CS has reached parity, as you mentioned, with the waves crashing through, that was likely to happen. The jungle's really messed up. Like, Owner is level 4, like early 4. He's about to be 2 levels down on Willer. And
yeah, Willer's
going to have level
everything.
6, and so does UCal, so they can try to set up some dives. Like, they can play through top or bottom here, or even try to make a play onto Faker. And so it's really terrifying the next few minutes here for T1 without that critical ultimate. Owner perhaps may misread this as well, because Willer, he doesn't have 6, but he's so close.
Yeah, pinging on the Dragon for now, so not looking to actually answer a potential gank in this bottom lane. As Owner doesn't find the chains yet again. Andal able to use those hooves for walking and gets himself out of there. Willer is moving over. Is just going to start off this Dragon by the looks of things.
Yeah, Rich gonna, I thought he was maybe gonna proxy this next wave, but not necessarily gonna matter. We have seen like the Renekton roam into mid as a thing. He does ping on the way. He is gonna look for it. Faker might actually get caught while they're doing this Dragon. This would actually be insane. Like, look, he does not commit, but still could have been insane if he actually gets that collapse. It's gonna be a free Dragon. That Dragon Smite will give Willer level 6, I believe. Should be enough experience there. In fact, not even going to Smite.
There he goes.
Just
knows.
level 6.
Got it locked down. So, like you say, level 6, almost double the farm of Owner here.
On to Faker as well. Faker has to leave.
And Willer, I think, could have almost headed over towards the enemy Raptors at the same time, but instead he's going to go grab himself the crab here on the top side of the map. And just continue to have that advantage. Bit of a crab monopoly here for Willer thus far.
I mean, you can understand the thought process behind Owner looking for that gank bottom side there as well. He knows he has the timing before Willer's going to get there. He had some information on the timing of which Willer was coming back as Jiwoo?
Really? Did we need to do this? Don't know whether we necessarily did. As Pays elects not to flash over.
Mind you, he's holding a nearly 200 gold bounty. That was...
Yeah, he did. That was unnecessary.
That was something, but at least he didn't die.
True.
He, if you're a T1 fan, you're like, okay, we got both sums, nice. He didn't get the kill, but still pretty solid.
I think
also,
absolutely worth for T1.
Like, he can't farm very easily here. I suppose he's going to come over a little bit later, and they will let him have it as Carrier finishes his back, but...
Yeah, okay, fine. It's fine. It's fine. We need question marks in the chat on both sides of the rift. And Gio, I mean, maybe Andal, he thought Andal was closer than he actually was, or something like that. Maybe there was a little bit of a fumble there.
Look at the, it just changed as it both bottom mid laners had 69 stacks. Was perfect parity.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Gio a little bit late back to lane though, won't be able to match it. Looks like UCal is going to pull ahead.
Yeah.
But neither of them can hold a candle at Faker's tier stacks. He's got a pretty significant lead. It's going to be a long time before Faker is really big in this game, but the Corki is pretty accelerated, and I wonder now how DRX utilizes this. They got the first Dragon right. They had the Ambessa ult advantage, still up a level, but the ult level, like the 6 to 5, is way more significant. Hasn't been able to utilize that, or wasn't able to utilize that. So how do DRX turn this into a free win from the mistake of earlier? Right now, it's just group around bottom and see what we can get, because UCal has his ultimate, and they could actually try to go for a counter gank here. They do decide to play a little bit slower, because I feel like as this lead continues to stay about the same, T1 feel more and more okay with things. You know, it was kind of like, oh, is this game even playable? And now it's like Pays has a 14 CS advantage. Gio lost his sums, and the Silas got his ultimate and can farm properly now. And yes, he's 30 CS down, but that 500 gold lead will matter less and less. And he's still Silas.
Yeah. We'll just have to see how it is going to develop, because DRX haven't necessarily utilized the lead that they picked up all that effectively, as Andal moving down towards his bottom side, but it was always going to be a tough game to play before the mid game sort of set in. There's good Valkyrie there from Gio to get out of the way of the Tangle Barbs.
Okay, UCal is on a ward, otherwise this could have been kind of interesting.
Not in the end, as Faker does actually close in on him here. Let's see. There's a Pulverize just to try and interrupt. And the Unbreakable Will is now there for Owner. Still not a whole lot to fight for here in this river, unless you talk about a crab being a powerful thing. As in goes Andal, triple Pulverize! Pop Blossom there to answer, but it's only onto the cow, as Owner is just unkillable with that ultimate running. The rest of DRX are looking for him though, and down will go the Silas, and Carrier pops as well. Once the ultimate wears off, I guess the Silas is able to be taken down.
Yeah, that was a really calculated fight there from DRX. Just knowing that in this skirmish, they have the tools, they have the setup. No fear from Andal. Again, this guy is a man unchained, it feels like, in this version of DRX, as Watch the setup here. Jiu's layering damage in. Andil finds the triple knockup, and look at how much Jiu is able to do. Avoids the Pop Blossom. Now that's critical. Andil's sacrifice is not in vain. Jiu takes out Keria, and they can turn his eyes forward here. His owner tries to get back into the realm warp with that charge, and is taken out promptly as Faker almost saves his life. At least he's able to get out. And the gold lead nearly doubles here for DRX. The kills for Jiu, in fact, do, as he's already got his Triforce online.
Yeah, didn't realize that he had picked up every single kill in this game so far. This Corki is extremely fed. And we were saying, like, we weren't all that enthused by the Corki pick. Maybe we should have been more enthused,
Coach
perhaps.
Voice, maybe a shot call on this one.
Yeah, UCal is going to be throwing back Keria here. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way, but will be able to survive.
I just like to think that Coach Voice after a one-team fight like that is like the Han Solo, like, great kid, don't get cocky.
Yeah.
He was like, I got him, I got him.
That might have actually been how the Coach Voice was used. Maybe that's why we're not actually putting it on screen. It did happen, but we're just not showing it.
Do you think the people who watch LCK now even know about the OG trilogy of Star Wars?
I imagine, like, it's been re-released so many times that they have to, right?
I hope so.
Surely. As Rich is going to be looking for a little bit of an engage onto Doran here, who's kiting this one out quite nicely. UCal moving on over those. There's a Seismic Shove flash into an ulti that hits the air, and Doran is still going to be able to walk his way out, but does have to expend the flash in order to do so.
Still, he survives. It's going to be plate gold going over to UCal. Nothing too big amounting from this. The push in the bottom lane, I was going to say someone's going to have to answer that. Rich will be the one to do so, but not before 2 plates go over.
Clears out that wave quite nicely, so very well done there.
The next dragon is in 4 minutes, but I mean, it's Mountain Soul for this comp, which has a robust front line already, and then you consider the 2 Drake lead they have of amazing stats picked up here just in the Infernal and the Hex Tech alone. Feeling very good about the chances.
There was a Coach Voice. Let me read it out to you here. We've got some fantastic translation. When it does come up, we will let you know exactly what does happen. So here is the Pop Blossom from Keria, and Rich, the slice. That's how you do it.
Slice flash, you know. He's like, I can flash a dice.
Is this actually the latest grubs that we've had ever?
Probably.
Because it took a very long time. It's now Andil is wrapping around, looking for an angle onto Doran here. Remember, doesn't have flash, so was a pretty gankable target.
When you get a lead like this, and you have good shot calling, and you have a pick comp, you kind of just turn into piranhas that, are looking for any bleeding members, anyone who's kind of caught out of position. They made that play happen, which, we can lightly spoil. That was a majority of what that coach comms were about there, and when we were talking about the catch, they were very happy with that.
Yep.
In the jungle, and they're just continuing to just pinch sides. Faker does not have teleport, right? So if he gets caught, he is in big trouble. As Rich, speaking of getting caught.
Yeah, he's going to get walloped, and Rich is just dead. Solo bolo there for Doran, and they got his flash earlier on, and as it turns out, doesn't actually really matter too much. There's a Pulverize onto Owner, as once again, he has the Unbreakable Will. He does use it here to get out of dodge, and will be safe for the moment.
Trying to get something cross-map, but it fails, and this means Doran is just going to have this extra wave coming through. Rich feels really bad. You can see on the player cam about this because he's just opened up an entire weak point on the map as the rest of the team was pushing topside there for the pick and fail. Even get a plate in mid, and Doran is going to get the whole turret.
Yeah,
first turret of the game.
That's a lot of extra money here over to T1. That is completely evening out the gold lead that DRX had put together for themselves.
Yeah, this is really rough. The macro here. I feel like it was not bad for DRX, but it was a bit all in to make that play topside. Gets slowed here. And red buff actually for Doran. So he is just going to run him down. Gets the mega. And you can see he tries to dash.
He just walks at him and he's dead.
Toss up.
There we go.
Got him, he says.
That is about as simple as it gets. So really well played, and this is why the Nara is so valuable in this matchup as well. You really can just kind of keep the Renekton at arm's length, but Rich just a little bit overextended.
That red buff did massive work, and perhaps something that Rich just didn't calculate for there. The wave wasn't in a great spot. Doran, you could see, is the gold lead. It's a small one, but in his lane matchup, a hefty one. So he's a big threat, and like, T1 are already starting to get online, the scaling of this Gnar in terms of what he could do in team fights and in sides to shut down this Renekton is already massive. And the Corki lead is still there, but it's much smaller than it once was.
And the bottom lane quests have been completed here for T1, but not quite there for DRX just yet. And so FaZe feeling a little bit better at this moment in time.
I mean, that's going to really be a lot of extra income that helps close that gap, what is left of it, for Gio.
Yeah.
And you could see, like, he had the kills, he had the lead, but it hasn't translated into second item spike, and his tier obviously is a ways away from finishing. And we're only 15.5 minutes in, but it feels like this Corki, you know, was so far ahead. And then you look at the items, you're like, yeah, what does it really mean right now? Not too much.
Does need to complete this quest. Should be done relatively soon, as now Carrier was thinking about an angle, but just a shape splitter throwing a clone forward. 30 seconds on this next dragon. DRX, they're able to lock down this third one. I mean, that is a huge deal. Mountain Soul will be such a big thing for this squad. Add to that durability, but also putting on the threat of Soul this early in the game is such a big deal. Rift Herald does come on through, though, as DRX are going to abandon Shelly. She's going to get a bit of a headache, but will be able to get some work done here for DRX.
And they're trying to group around this Mountain Soul point, already having control over the river, and now trying to push that advantage into the jungle itself. Not quite able to really get the success they're looking for here. Doran's Narbar, I'm curious about. Okay, he does not have one. So it's going to take him a little bit, but he can use Rich as a battery to try to charge that up. This is definitely contestable here, especially because Faker does have Realm Warp. It's going to take a long time for him to get there, but if they can slow this down, T1 absolutely have a fight here.
Yeah, can't quite see the health bar on that dragon for now, as Ona does pick up that Unbreakable Will one more time. Yukal is going to block off the entry as the steal does not come on in. Now Willa looks for the angle. The Unbreakable Will is up, and there is the public execution for Willa into the backline. Meanwhile, Doran finds a gigantic Gnar to take down the cow, and DRX are just looking to exit the fight. There's the dash cannon from Carrier wanting to try and get on in there, but the flash forward from Doran, it just gets a flash from the enemy. And one kill for a dragon for Soul Point. I think DRX are pretty happy about this.
You know, at this stage of the LCK Cup last year, people were like, I just don't know if Doran's going to gel with this roster. At this stage of the LCK Cup in 2026 for Game 2 of T1 against DRX, it's like, all right, Doran's keeping these guys in the game. Doran got a solo kill. Doran's making that happen in that big team fight with the Gnar. Bar set. Gets the big wallop. Now let's see if he gets out of here, though. A bit of a caster curse. Teleport?
Yeah, there's a shove, though, so not going to be getting out of this one. The mini Gnar that could. Yukal takes a fair bit of damage, but he'll be all right. Does have the Seraph's shield. And so a little bit unfortunate. Maybe that's caster
Yukal dead.
Now, yeah, there's a flash in. Yukal's really dead.
All right. Silliness ensues again.
Indeed. It's the circus one more time. T1 fans very well aware of what can happen. As Rich and Faker facing off. The Faker of Hearts versus the Faker of just Faker.
Yeah, he's just Faker, yeah.
He's just the Faker.
The Flash of League. No, it's just Faker.
True.
The Daigo of. No, not really. Now, when you look at this fight, a lot of resources come in to make sure they can secure this dragon, including the Weaver's Wall. That really doesn't do too much. Like, it keeps the rest of T1 from wrapping around, but Owner can still get in here. It's incredibly close. And then in live.
Okay, got another battle here as Public Execution is stolen away. Andal is likely to be very dead. Voidseeker is actually what finishes it off there. Pays on the board now with his first kill of the game. And, you know, I got a few question marks popping up above my head, but just sometimes don't ask.
Yeah, his teammates wanted to put question marks above his head, but they decided to be respectful, which I think is what we should all strive to be.
Yep.
Rageblade's done for FaZe before the Muramana transforms, by the way, for Gio, so kind of eclipsed him there as, yeah, this is
trading places.
Still some question marks, but again, trying to aggressively play through topside vision, try to siege up that mid turret. It's just a fair punish play there from T1 as the observers showcase here that turret is still alive.
Well, Andal is going to park himself alongside Gio yet again. As Pace and Carrier, they do have Owner there. Public Execution connects onto the cow. Flash out from Andal is going to get him to relative safety. And now Faker dealing with Rich and with Willa. And Rich is going to be able to take him down this time with the help of his friends. Nice little pick up there. And 2 minutes until that Mountain Soul, as Pay's gone for the 1v1 here, and Owner is going to turn up to make it a little bit unfair. In the meantime, though, Yukal looks for the angle. Flash out from Pay's, almost gets tagged by the seismic shove anyway.
That should be the mid turret, though, in that exchange. Big W for DRX here.
Yeah, Willer actually diving on in for this one as well. And the jungle ambassador we saw already, I mean, Lucid demonstrated exactly how dangerous the pick can be.
And we're just going to trade turrets here on top lane, which is fine. Top and bottom, that is to say, by top laners. But this is a big win for DRX because this opens up the map significantly for Willer. He's been a level up this whole game. That remains the case. And Doran's a level up on Rich, or half a level, but we'll, of course, have the 15/14. But Rich has been able to make some plays here with this Ambessa, and this duo that they locked in early in draft is getting worked on in this somewhat scrappy mid game, I would say. It's Faker who's pushing aggressively here. He wants to finish his Seraphs. He's just farming as hard as he can. The problem with Ryze, if he gets caught like this, even though he's super safe, you know, if he has empowered recall, oftentimes you could just push up and get out. If you get caught like this, you don't have TP, so you're not going anywhere for a while. So then they make the play mid off of Andil nearly getting caught. So grab that turret there before Faker can respond. When you're in situations like this with the Ryze, like he clears 2 waves, he backs, he's got home guards, he doesn't care. Now his Seraphs is completed, and now he's going to look to build that actualizer. It's going to take a while. Feels like we kind of rushed through this early game because of the Corki situation, but now we've kind of slowed things down, and the game is really even. The big question mark, though, is who takes this dragon? Because if DRX secure this, the rest of the game becomes so much easier. If they try and lose the team fight, it feels like T1 don't care about the first 3 dragons after that. In fact, maybe they don't care about dragons at all, because T1 and they're doing Baron, and there's no vision here.
Yeah, they are a lot of pings. So I think DRX has an idea of what's going on, but this Baron is going down so quickly. Andil booking it to get himself in, but I think it's just gone. Highway robbery as they take it away. Carrier off to the side. Willer is going to catch him as now Yukal making his way forward. Rich in the front line as he flashes on forward, slices, dices. There's the ulti from Willer. So sick on the play as they dive on top of Pays, who look to get over the wall. The cow is going to get sacrificed, but the Baron is not worth this much money anymore. And they lose a couple of deaths and sacrifice the Mountain Soul.
The Mountain Soul is now going over to DRX. I don't know what happened in the coach comms there, but I'm sure we're going to get an update on that because that happened as the Baron contest came through. Maybe they just told Rich, just send it, bro. And he did. And he did it, and it looked beautiful. They are able to kill Pays there on the backside of the fight. So it's a trade even on kills, but the jungler here for DRX is going to smite this dragon away. You have to imagine no way for Owner to get in. 1400 the smite, and Mountain Soul belongs to the underdogs as maybe they get even more.
Yeah, here's a teleport in as Sterix is now completed here for Rich. He's looking to try and kill Doran. The mini Gnar that could, cannot, not this time. As he'll get shoved and destroyed. Unfortunate positioning there for the Gnar, but well played for DRX to be able to capitalize on it. Let's check out the coach voice.
용칠 때 나르 쪽 탈리아 궁극고 레네 강화 W 연결해서 그거 해줘 무조건.
So talking about how to play around the Gnar here for this dragon fight.
Yep. Let's look for the Talia ult and W engage plays and utilize our Renekton, and look what happened.
And look at this. I mean, Rich goes in here, and you can see there's a call for a moment to go out. Rich is like, all right, well, I've got this much fury, and maybe we can turn this. Goes back in, gets a huge heal, survives for so long. Owner goes in to follow, and then this ultimate here from Pays backfires completely. Just goes in by himself and dies.
And the Pop Blossom gets no value because the wall kind of blocked off everything, and then everyone kind of got to vacate the area as Faker is behind the turret. T1 kind of closing in on DRX for the moment, but look at that fresh shield that they've got for themselves. Mountain Soul circulating, a cheeky Hextech and Infernal there as well. I mean, there's a lot of great stats.
Sterix with this Renekton and the Ambassador just having so many additional resistances is going to feel fantastic in scrappy fights, which feels like every fight has been. Gio trying to bait them.
Oh dear, Headbutt Pulverize does come on through. There is the public execution, and Carrier could do absolutely nothing about it. Owner tries to steal away the dominance. The Gnar is massive though from Doran. Can he save the fight? The answer is no. Rich is a huge, huge crocodile, and he'll just cut up T1. DRX are looking to head towards game number 3, Wolf.
It looks
despite
like it.
Doran's best efforts.
And it looks like even though Gio dies here, it's going to be a full rout of T1. Faker the last to fall. And they're going to push in now. We do have all these inners up. So yes, it does look like we're going to Game 5. It does not look like we're going to Game 5 at this exact moment in time.
I like how you say Game 5.
Sorry, Game 5 of the day.
No. Oh, right. Yeah, Game 5 of the day. That's a very good point.
But yeah, I meant to say Game 3 of this series. As we're looking at this fight once again, Gio kind of baits them, right? And then Ando comes out of the brush. They have the follow-up Ambessa ult, so now Willer's exactly where he wants to be. Faker can't really join this fight. Owner's fantastic Zonius here, or rather arm guard, ends up buying a ton of space. And then on the other side of the fight, Doran is trying to get on top of Gio, but he just spaces it well, kites forward. The shields coming up big in this fight here for DRX, and then they just dismantle Doran. Gio dies to minions here and almost a first shot. But it doesn't matter, really. I mean, if he lives, it actually would have mattered a lot.
They would have probably won the game.
I mean, they would have at least gotten the inhibitor. Instead, they don't even get the outer and mid.
Huh. Well, the result of that team fight that looked game-winning is about 1,000 gold difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's 25 minutes in. It feels like this game... I feel like I'm 35 minutes into this game with everything that's happened.
Yeah.
It's been a 4-dragon take here for DRX very quickly. I mean, Elder is spawning pre-30 minutes. That tells you all you need to know about the pace of this game. But it's still a 23-kill game. You know, it's not a slow game. And I mean, DRX are now in a position to where this 3-item, relatively soon to be 4-item Corki, and insanely large Talia are ready to pop off. And the fact that Doran is way bigger than this Renekton doesn't necessarily matter when Rich is still making big plays. And this Ambessa combo with the Alistar that can either lead into or follow up on a Talia shove is just too problematic so far here for T1. And Pays just really has felt quite invisible in this game.
Yeah, hasn't really been able to make the mark that he wants. It's not really that much of a difference between the two AD carries, only 1,000 gold, a little bit under. But the mid lane, that can kind of be felt. UCal having a really, really good game. Honestly, having a pretty good series, to be honest. In game number 1, was also performing very, very well with that first pick Orianna, despite the result. So DRX, we'll see whether they can get behind this Talia, finding some fantastic shoves throughout the later stages of this game, as the Baron is going to be up in 40 seconds time.
Faker doesn't have level 16, he doesn't have his actualizer, and the wave is not in a spot where he can push up and farm it. So he's like, he's kind of in checkmate. He's in his own prison right now where he's like, I really need those minions. Please send them to me, UCal. I need money desperately. We need to be able to get those to be able to fight for Elder or Baron, potentially, if DRX take that first, and he's just not ready for it. The fact that there's a 2,500 gold gap between these mids, and with the upgraded Merc treads here for UCal, he's actually kind of beefy because he has also the Mountain Soul. Like, Faker just cannot play the game he wants to on this Rise. He just is unable to get the economy going. What? Perhaps thought he saw an angle to ult there, but he had no team, so...
Looked almost like a... I don't know. I need a bit more context. Maybe I was not paying enough attention.
Maybe they're like, aha, he doesn't think I have the flash engage. Maybe I'll just get him with a sneaky walk up and engage normally. But I don't think he will, in fact. I think this Baron is probably just gone.
Well, Realm Warp was used just to see what was going on at the Baron. They do manage to get the Scryer out there as well. Shove back onto Owner. He now has the Unbreakable Will, which is so scary. But look at this, DRX just keeping them at bay. The Cow throws down that ulti, presses Pulverize for fun, and DRX can take a Baron and move on now towards this Elder that's spawning in 10 seconds time. And this is probably the fight that T1 wanted to take.
I mean, they use the Renekton ult, but he gets the Fury out of it, and Andal's not going to have his ultimate, but I don't think he cares that much because they got the shields, and T1, this has to be their fight, or this game is lost. This could be the way back in.
I mean, there is that hijacked Unbreakable Will.
And Doran's
lots of tools here for T1.
Doran's Narvar in a pretty good spot here. Keria on the flank as well, no wards. Oh, this could be huge.
Yeah, UCal needs to make this Weaver's Wall work, as it is available. Doran now. Yeah, not actually going to be able to interrupt that. It's at the public execution onto Faker, who gets exhausted and cut down where he stands. Doran trying to find it, gets a double knock into the wall, as Andal will be the one taken out first. Willa still trying to get this work done, but it's Doran that's dead. And the Elder Dragon now getting turned on by DRX with the man advantage. Owner is still there with his smite available, and Pays is up and available as well. Can they lock down UCal? That's the question. The flash out from Pays to avoid getting hit, but Owner is just going to get slaughtered. And DRX, I think they're doing it. They're taking the Elder Dragon, and this could be the way that they win this game.
I mean, such a patient fight from DRX was phenomenal control.
Man, I really want to hear what Joker says. If DRX wins this game, oh my goodness. He's just going to be so happy, isn't he?
I think he might be out of coach comms this game.
Oh, yeah, sorry. But I mean, like, but afterwards.
Oh, sure.
You know, after the game. He's not going to be able to do another coach voice.
Yeah, I think, you know, the amount of time T1 was able to buy at the end of that fight might give them one more attempt to just, like, wave clear here. But Faker still doesn't have his actualizer. I think this is just an inevitable loss here. Man, Yukao's got that wave pushing mid, and this inhibitor is not long for this world.
Yukao is really making Talia look like a great champion in this game. He's just having a brilliant performance. As now with the Elder, going to be very difficult to stop this one as Jiu just kills Faker. Okay, Pop Blossom now being set up, but Jiu is able to avoid it. Carrier's going to get eaten by a dragon. Doran going to follow suit, and DRX will obliterate them as they now take down the Nexus turrets and send us to a Game 3 versus T1.
And you know, I said at the beginning of that failed dive against Gen G, you lose that one, might be game over. That's just it. You're like, well, I guess we're going to game 3. It felt like those advantages weren't really what gave the win to DRX. Sure, they had huge leads, and the jungle lead was massive for Willer afterwards, but T1 kept fighting back. It was not a free win, right? T1 kept them honest. Doran kept them honest.
He did.
But they really earned it through mid-game fights that were set up often by Andil and Willer, and then the follow-ups were there from Yukao, who had an amazing game with Talia. But Jiu looks different, Atlas. Like, he's playing aggressively. He knew his advantages. Even in that last fight where they had the Elder, he's like, you guys think you can mess around with me? You think you can stand up, walk up to me? I've got Elder. I'm just going to blast you to oblivion. And this is just a different look. Like, this is a different player than what we watched last time around just a few months back. Jiu looks a lot stronger. And again, in this game, there's a lot of asterisks to that. But I think old Jiu might not have been able to take that lead and turn it into anything. But Willer and Andil certainly helped him do just that. Yukao leading the charge in some of those, as well as some decent defensive Weavers well play. DRX played not to lose in that game. They didn't throw it away. They held on.
And also, they listened to Joker, who gave them all of that positive energy and those vibes. Fantastic stuff. That's going to give us a full series here in our last one of the week. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, gonna break it down, then we'll have the last game of the day.
나를 메가 사는
아야 뒤에서 진짜 뽑겠다.
라이더 볼게 라이더 노플
밑에 봐주고.
라이더 볼게 나 도와줄게 이거 사인 야 무조건 이겨
카이사 잘 봐줘.
나이스 잘했다 가보자 잘했다 조커 형이 3세트 가면 이겨준대
자.
가보자
All right, we are back here after game number 2, and once again, we have another upset. This one in just a singular game, as DRX was able to take down T1 in one game, and we are a bit astounded as to how this all played out, because DRX, yes, they did play well, but T1 did not play the same game they played in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like game 1, there was shenanigans, but T1 brought it together. We've seen so many games like this where there's a bit of goofiness, but T1 wins at the end. But then game 2, the fact that DRX gets the win, it kind of makes you look at game 1 differently. It makes you concerned about game 3 for T1.
Oh yeah, definitely. After the game 1, I thought Keria is just best support in the league. And now we got that random moment with the Nico, you know, like there was unexpected moment. I don't know. When he just flashed right before the team fight, it was a shocking moment for me. And as well, like on the bot lane, I don't know. There's so many things to talk about. Let's jump into the highlight one, man.
Yeah, we got to talk about how T1 kind of dug their own grave from very early on. They tried to go for this dive. It does not work out.
So this is a situation where you can set up a dive, it can go wrong, and you can back away. They use both the chains and the root, and they miss. And it's fine to back away, but they try and re-dive with no cooldowns.
No damage as well. And this is probably the worst dive ever happened in LCK Cup right now. Because this cannot happen. But how? How? I'm asking you, Dan, Ox. Can you answer me? Like, how? What is happening? Are they limit testing? Actually,
maybe a little overconfident.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think a bit overconfident. And also the fact, like, you're playing into Alistair, they chunked him out level 1. They're like, oh, this is so easy.
Yeah.
And Andal, you know, perfect headbutt to dodge the root, sidestep the chains, and they're like, oh. Okay.
Because, I mean, we were blaming their draft because they picked the Corki, and at least at the same time, we already mentioned this before that this combination is not right. Because as a Corki, you want to win lane, but you're getting pushed by Kaisa Nico. So we were like, oh man, this is going to be T1 2-0. But yeah, if this happens, every champion gets really fat. Every champion gets really OP. And especially Corki, I think you are out of the game as Kaisa.
Yeah, 2 kills for Jiu, and then he got 2 more. He was 4-0 at some point in this game, and it just got even worse for them. As T1, they try to go for a T1 Baron, and it looks good at first, but then the team fight.
I just heard the coach voice from Joker just right before this team fight that, hey guys, let's just combo with the Renekton W into Ambessa ulti, and that's what happened here. This is why coach voice is so impactful for this kind of team.
Yeah, immediately deleting Faker, and then FaZe trying to navigate the fight as the remaining carries gets focused down. And it just felt like really good target selection here from DRX.
Yeah, it was really good. I think the fact that they were able to put 2 and 2 together from the coach voice as well, they're not just listening, they're actually able to put it into action and give themselves a chance to win this game. They end up getting the Mountain Soul eventually in this game, and then even the Elder a little bit later on to win it. But we got to talk about the next fight as well, because DRX were setting up in the mid lane, and T1 trying to contest, and it just kind of fell to the side really easily. Like, Keria gets caught out big time before the fight even begins. It gets pretty wonky.
This one looked pretty rough from the perspective of Keria, but I actually think this was a great trap set up by DRX, because you see Keria's walking up as Gnar, and he sees the Corki, tries to go for a root, but they were all waiting out of vision and immediately pounds. So many cooldowns burned, but they know if the Nico dies before the fight starts, the fight gets so much easier from there on out.
I mean, DRX already knew that that was a Nico because Keria just showed that he was just transforming in front of the enemy team. So I think it was kind of clear that DRX could just go for Keria right there. And also, I mean, at the end, the item gap between those two teams were like really, really huge anyways, so it was really hard to fight back.
I think if you look at how close some of the fight was and how low some of the health bars were, if the Pop Blossom had been used there, would have made the difference. And I think it was just one of those situations where Keria was like, hey, the AD carry looks a little bit overextended, but they were so ready for that trap to pounce on it. Really decisive again. And I think that was what defines some of the team fights for DRX, is just not being afraid to pull the trigger. Sometimes some of our lower end of the table teams can struggle with that, especially against the teams like T1, Gen G, but they saw their targets and went for it, and obviously pulled it off.
I mean, let me be honest, you know, T1, they were trolling for this game. It was shocking. So I mean, they have to clean up this kind of issue, because even if they won the game one, it feels like they're just like testing their limits. But for game 2, they actually lost because they were just not having a clean game enough. So I feel like this game 3 is kind of test for them to, are they actually like top team in LCK Cup right now, or are they actually struggling to find out how to play the game?
You know who must be frustrated is Nongshim, because they just got a big upset to help out the group. And now T1, you know, might get upset on the other end. It's like they really need those wins in their group. So T1 need to lock in for this third game.
Yeah, I just think, you know, as you guys were saying before, like we've seen T1 do this before where they get very overconfident, they try to limit test a little bit, and I feel like, to be honest, even for me, like I didn't expect DRX to be able to punish them for that. Like a lot of teams have done it in the past, but DRX in their current form right now didn't look the best in their first match, so I was like, okay, I think T1 can kind of do this and still get away with it. But when the Corki goes 4-0, when you're taking lost team fights after a Baron, then it gets a little bit wishy-washy.
The thing is, the game 1 is what often happens, where even if T1 makes some mistakes, they can still beat out teams that are a good amount weaker than them. But I think DRX is showing they can't be underestimated. They have really rallied together and are a force to be reckoned with, and that's how they got this game 2. Question is, can they get another game in this series?
That is the big question. It is a best of 3 for a reason, so let's throw it back to our casters for the final game of the night.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This just in. If DRX manages to win this final game, as unheard of as it sounds, it'll be the first time they've beaten T1 in 3 years.
Slightly over 3 years. November 6, 2022.
Huh. I remember that game.
Hey, you remember that one?
Yeah, that one was a pretty. Wasn't that a big one?
I think
a pretty big one.
Carrier remembers it a lot.
Aha.
I think Faker remembers it a lot.
Yeah, I remember. I was actually in Lowell Park. I was watching it, and my wife brought one of her very close friends, who is a very large T1 fan. And I just love good League of Legends, so I was celebrating while DRX were winning, and she was not very happy next to me and didn't want to watch League of Legends with me after that.
Even if they don't win this third and final game to win the series, Jiwoo got his milestone. It was the first time he's beaten FaZe in his career. It was 0-19.
Oh my good!
Until
no one beats Jiwoo 20 times in a row.
No, not gonna happen.
Not this time. All right. Well, at least they've got that monkey off their shoulder.
There's a huge meme in the Korean community about the Jiwoo verse. And like, there's so many storylines about because his name is basically Ash from Pokemon. All these memes, it's actually crazy. This is just another step in the Jiwoo-verse, man.
Oh, man.
I can't even. Maybe on a Pog State one day I'll get into it deeper, but the Jiwoo-verse is real, and
well, you know
it
what?
takes too long to talk about.
We're going to be filming the Pog State immediately after this game, so maybe we can talk about the Jiwoo-verse when we're in there, because I really want to know more. But we have a draft to get into, as already some high spirits here for Rich as they ban away the Malphite. So it's Nope Rock this time around.
Again?
Yeah, again.
It's kind of always Nope Rock, but it's been even more times Nope Jace.
Yes, it's always Nope Jace. He is just not allowed to be played. Pantheon's still getting banned, though.
I'm trying to think of the last time we had a champion banned as many times as this Jace, like, in a row. Because
I think there was some
slipped through a few times when Azir was like, you have to ban it every time.
There was some Kalista metas where she just wasn't allowed to be played ever.
That's true.
But I think she also like snuck through a couple of times. But this is only 1 week. We'll see whether it sneaks into week 2 as well to see this Jace being
DRX
permanently banned.
Do have first pick here. The Rumble and Jace bans make a lot of sense. I'm curious now. I mean, the Pantheon and Wukong are gone. I've got so many of these Bruiser junglers gone as well.
Jarvan stocks are through the roof.
I think you kind of just have to ban it here.
Vi as well, another big one.
Ooh, maybe trade, ban the Akali and look for the trade. I kind of feel with the champion pool of UCal, maybe you go for the Vi here.
I wouldn't mind it. And that is what they're looking at. They will lock that one away. Will are pretty good at this champion. In fact, I think it was the beginning of the Vi meta that he started to rise to prominence on HLE all those years ago. I believe that was 2021.
The Akali ban is pretty interesting because the Azir is already gone. The Sylas is fearlessly banned as well. And it feels like a throwaway ban to trade junglers for the Jarvan, but why Akali? Now, let's see if Faker has an answer for us here, specifically in this. As Doran already terrorized on the pick earlier this week, and it could have been a pick he pulled off in the top lane once again.
Yeah.
This is the big question. What does Faker want to play? The answer is Aurora, potentially. Also a flex.
Yep, theoretically could go towards Doran, but they will lock that one away now. Does make some sense with the Akali ban. Akali, a champion that can deal with Aurora, especially post 6. But let's see what UCAL has in response to this one.
There's so many picks. Like Ahri works here. And it works very well into the Jarvan as well because you have the escape. You're not worried about that ultimate.
Yeah, it is Ahri Vi. It's a pretty powerful combo.
Or just go for big bursty Lucian.
All right. Well, Lucian Braum, just snap lock in.
I mean, Keria does not have Nico, does not have Bard. And if he wants to try to play Karma into this, he has to pick it now, which he doesn't want to and probably will not be playing in this game.
And you can't just pick the Karma now because then Ezreal gets banned away. The Karma lanes that you want to play are just unavailable.
It's really tough.
So I think maybe just pick a top laner and try and round out your top side of the map in the way that you want to and then protect it could be the way to go. And that is what they're looking for here.
But this also reveals the Aurora Flex. So it wasn't a great situation here for T1 in terms of keeping the draft a mystery. See what this bottom lane is going to look like. We already saw the Milio tech, right, from Keria. I'm sure he's got a few other surprises for us. Won't be playing it with Lucian this time around since that has already been locked away. These bans may give us a little bit of a hint, but again, for T1, you kind of don't want any hints to be given over here. So, like, this whole draft for T1, you could tell, like, almost every pick has gone down to the last seconds because this first pick Vi into the Lucian has thrown them for a bit of a loop here.
Well, Cassante,
surprised by that, considering how decent Gwen usually does in the matchup.
Ooh, Xayah. I think it's a cute ban. I would have liked Rakan to be banned away instead, just because Keria, I feel like, is the most dangerous on that champion. But just wanting to avoid giving them any safety into the cease and desist out of the Vi.
I wonder if there's any, like, steam in a Kalista Renata lane here for Paze and Keria. Might be one of the lanes that you could try to go toe-to-toe with and works well into the Vi. Bailout could be quite strong in this comp as well.
Yep. Could it be getting rid of the Karma? I imagine that could be a decent option here.
I feel like that's one of the safest bets here. Zeri is the only other scaling pick that's really left for this best of 3 in this meta. They can just go Ezreal Karma here, but your engage is so weak. I like the Kalista Renata angle more, and I think that's where we're headed.
I like that. Paze thinking about locking this one away, and there's going to be no way for them to pick away a Renata, right? You're not exactly going to be playing top lane Braum ever. So Renata going to be locked in. I mean, pick your poison. It's either of those.
I mean, this is like Keria and Paze being like, we didn't really get a lot of value out of this second pick that we locked in. We chose this, and it is not really going to pass. Like, we revealed our mystery early with the Gwen lock, and now we're kind of just face up on this one. And for the side of DRX, now that they know what it is, we'll see what their answer is going to be. The Gragas can be great in these scenarios because he's not necessarily dive at all. Can do well into the Gwen and like can engage from such a far away to disrupt the Kalista because she's so low range. Actually, kind of a unique pick here, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's a cute one.
And then we just go Ahri from here. Ooh, Syndra, I'm not as sold on. I feel like it's very risky.
I do like the amount of damage that they have available, though. And so it does mean that if Paze starts hopping mad, then perhaps there's just a million orbs that are going to be thrown into his face, and you can't really do too much to hop away from it. The Renata comes in very obviously.
Yeah, I want to say Kalista, or sorry, not Kalista, the Syndra is 0-2 so far here at the LCK Cup. We saw it almost win, I believe it was even yesterday. That was Romer that played it. It's been a pick that wins you lane oftentimes, and perhaps that's part of why UCAL picks it up here into this Aurora. But if you fall behind with this comp here for DRX, like, say goodbye to the game. It's just not going to happen. You have some conditional engage with Vi. Like, yeah, that's why I like the Ahri more, because you have Vi Ahri as a setup, and then Braum can follow up. You have the Gragas, again, somewhat situational engage. Whereas on the side of T1, they have disengage, they have burst damage, they have sustained damage, and like they have so many different ways to disrupt how you're going to fight that if you fall behind, I think it is just not going to be playable.
Yeah. I think it's a creative composition. I do think that looking at it more, Syndra into Jarvan just feels kind of terrible, because how the heck do you get out of a Cataclysm? But maybe, just with the extra lane power, they can utilize that to make something happen. And they have a lot of power on the bottom side of the map. So playing through that could be their avenue to success. But, I mean, it's Kalista Renata, so who am I kidding? Could just be that T1 run away with it on their side as well. This is going to be a pretty, I imagine, volatile game. Let's get into it. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Willa rocking the Team Rocket Grunt Vi skin. I love that. Big fan. And Rich just going to wander towards Faker.
He's cheating.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a 1v1. Yeah.
Get out.
And now a little bit of a walk here for Gragas to get back towards the top side. Thankfully, he's a limber, larger gentleman.
I mean, he's built up his leg strength.
True. Yeah, pretty powerful. All right, who wins this lane? I think it's...
I think it is about who connects the skill shots. And I think the Renata has the edge here. As Braum is trying, but needs to get a few more autos in. That's what you're looking for. They got the heal out of Carrier.
Yeah, double tap. Now, not a lot of heal value onto Pace, as he was already at full health. So there you go. Ooh, Winter's Bite going to miss onto Pace, though. And Carrier just happily drinking a potion. Feel a whole bunch better. Looks like this wave going to get shoved in towards this turret pretty comfortably, and T1 with control for the minute.
All of the cocoa potions have whipped cream and cinnamon, it looks like.
Yeah, they do.
That's a bit too much for me. I just like the cocoa. I need all that.
You're not a fan of just adding a bit extra onto the top?
I always tell them to take the whipped cream out if I ever order hot cocoa. Because in Korea, it's like by default, has to have whipped cream in it.
Yeah.
I just wanted the chocolate, you know, warm winter drink.
I kind of don't mind a little bit of the whipped cream. Just like, I feel like there's way too much.
Yeah, no, it's like, I was actually meeting up with Tasteless a few days ago, and he ordered one, and it was like so much whipped cream, he was like, I just don't know if I can drink this. I was like, oh, you gotta always tell him, man.
Well, sometimes if there's too much whipped cream, you're not drinking it, you're eating it.
Yeah.
So just get a spoon, you know? Deal with it that way.
The Syndra is dealing with the Aurora quite well, speaking of dealing with things. This is what you're supposed to do in the lane, and part of why UCal picked this. And like pro Syndra is, you basically don't miss orbs and you win the lane. And UCal missed the last one because Faker avoided it. But otherwise, looks like he's been hitting quite a few of those. We're starting the coach comms early. Or no, we're not. Yes, we are. It just took a minute for that to go away.
Yep.
It was like, UCal don't miss those, and then he turned it off promptly.
And DRX make sure that they use all three of their coach comms every single time. That is just the way of things. And so having a bit of a chat to DRX and how they're going to be able to navigate this lane. You can see that was an early back from Jiu. Decided to pick up a longsword because he was getting zoned out of lane. But that does mean that he's extraordinarily far behind. Oh, this is a little bit cheeky. Cute little ward there, spots owner on the invade.
It looks like maybe the coach comms shot called Willard to wrap around and look for a gank on Doran.
Yeah, as he's going to be making his way in. Rich looking a little worse for wear as double flashes are going to come on through. Vault Breaker is going to be the result as Doran goes into the mist and will now, without flash, just look to go back home.
They stay, actually, up on the top side. Kind of a scary situation here for Rich. And maybe we'll see a back interrupt there. They have vision, so they know that Vi isn't there, so just kind of an awkward spot now. As Andil is in an awkwarder spot.
Yeah, don't know about that one. We'll be able to stand beside Jiu to get himself out of here, but he's down to about 150 as Carrier looking for a few of these autos. Jiu answering back here momentarily. And Andil still had his heal, which is, I think, why T1 didn't go overly aggressive. And UCal is running out of blue stuff that is hitting Faker with a lot of abilities. As that's a great handshake back onto Jiu. Oh my goodness, Pace almost just kills him. And that is going to be another reset necessary here for this Lucian.
Can Carrier get the backstop here? Like, it'd actually almost be worth a flash, but he doesn't go for it.
All right, this is kind of falling apart for DRX in this early laning phase.
Oh, but Rich is going to get the charged up Q.
Hey, there you go. Never mind, it's Gwen.
Oh, but for a longer cooldown?
Gwen?
You know, Rich,
Gwen was
he's
immune.
bringing it back. Yeah, but, I mean, when can it be immune again?
Hey, that's true.
3 points in Q for Rich here. He's ready to do it again.
Let's see. Doran, do you have it?
He doesn't have it.
All right, let's have a listen to the coach voice here. Yep, just making sure that Willa knows exactly where he needs to go and sending him possibly towards his top side. We'll see whether that is going to be what Willa is going to be doing here. Joker really making sure that the coach voice works out, as DRX even posted it onto X about like the voice of victory, utilizing their coach voice over and over again. The team that really has made the most of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wise. I feel like they prepped this, you know, and every other team, not every other team, but a lot of other teams are just simply not utilizing it, which is fair because every team has their own style. But when you have this added benefit, if you prep it well and you don't overdo it, like KT did in the very first coach voice,
yeah,
it's kind of like, well, I mean, why aren't you using it? It's a tool. As the second one is being employed as we speak. But early on, the coach voice is in the deciding game here, but perhaps could be game-changing. It might be once again directing a gank of Willer onto Faker. I doubt it, though, because I don't think it's really a great gank option, but he was trying to get some additional vision off of the prio.
Gets a control ward here to try and spot out where Owner is going. I believe not spotted as he moves towards the top side, but pings out here for Willa, and we'll be able to see when this red buff is going to spawn.
If he gets the red buff and gets level 6, there's definitely a play they can make with the mid prio. And Owner doing this Krug camp means that it's going to be a pretty thin margin.
I think Willa's got this.
I think so too. He's got this smite. Oh, it's going to be close. Got it.
Picks it up, and Vault Breaker gets him out of the Cataclysm as well. Now Doran looking to try and close this one in. There is, oh no! Delivers him over the cease and desist, comes down. They're looking to try and kill Doran, and they do manage to take him out. First blood over to Willa, as now Owner desperately trying to pick it up, and he will be able to at least get rid of the enemy jungler, as body slam avoided with a swift flash from Owner, and between worlds goes Faker to get out of the way of UCal.
All in the bottom lane, potentially.
Yeah, another one here, as Gio taking so much damage here. The handshakes are just so good here from Carrier. Hasn't really dropped a trick when it comes to his ability to play the Renata.
UCal, very wise, comes up here, spots out Owner, sees the crab being taken, but doesn't want to push his advantage into Faker any further. Faker stayed, even though the ult was available.
Yep. Looking for a red buff invade, giving Willa all of that information. And this is the time to assert pressure on top lane and push mid and go top, and we can deny farm and things like this.
You know what? Like, watching this, I'm like, I think Joker's going to have a job next year no matter what. Because he's showcasing that he knows exactly what's going on. He only has DRX's vision, but he's able to set up plays like this. Now, this is kind of funny. Puts Doran into the Vi, but or into the Jarvan, and it pushes him into melee range, is really what I'm trying to say. And that means that the Mist isn't really going to do a whole lot, so it doesn't matter too much. Flash from Owner gets him away to trade of kills. And all of that coach calming led up to an attempt there to get a huge lead in the top lane. Still, unfortunately, though, Rich behind on farm.
Yeah, behind on gold a little bit as well, as Scat of the Week does connect onto Faker. UCal not exactly getting the most damage down there. Looking for that first plate where he can find it, but not quite going to be able to get there either, as both of our mid laners do have their Sork shoes now complete. So,
nice TP.
That is a teleport that will be interrupted and punished. And maybe that was baiting UCal in the whole time.
Man, remember that Faker?
What does it mean?
Remember that Faker TP on Orianna last year where we were like, wow, it's the shortest TP ever, but Faker really is the GOAT. This was like just another version of that, surely.
I mean, he is the best at short teleports, I guess.
He got the scatter out with the bait.
And now, T1 looking for an angle here. Handshake onto Willa is going to miss. The Fate's Call also kind of goes wide here, as now Pei's in a bit of trouble, but Faker makes his way over. Cease and Assist comes in. The bailout is successful, but it's Gio that takes him down in the end. And Andil, not long for the world. That is Faker collecting that kill. It's a double for the GOAT. And T1 well and truly on the board now.
Unfortunately, UCal not able to impact the play. Can't go in there and scrap at that point. It's way too late.
Oh, there's the car scout, as Rich is not exactly having the greatest of times, but is winning in farm. Sorry, never mind. He's not winning in farm at all. I didn't see the 85. For some reason, I saw a lower number. So still behind a little bit when it comes to the farm, but is doing okay because he does have that added assist as Doran did die. Let's have a look at this in the bottom lane one more time.
It's a little wonky. Like, Gio's still getting these minions. Carrier misses the handshake. And then this also, the Pei's Fate's Call is a little bit messy, right? Like, it doesn't really work out. The ultimate from Braum also, like, helps them get into the play, but they just don't have the damage, right? I mean, it's Faker showing up faster.
Yeah, UCal just not being able to get there is everything.
Like, even if T1 hit all those things, the result ends up being a lot more clean for them, but it doesn't matter when Faker just shows up and he's like, thank you for you know, +2 kills and a massive lead.
Was that tiny teleport the reason why Faker then just got a double kill?
I'm gonna say no, but I think it was a reason why they almost got a kill on the UCal and got his flash.
True. But, you know, like the butterfly effect, man.
Yeah, I thought about, you know, when I was watching, I was like, was there really a spill-on effect here? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Just, it's really hard to doubt the GOAT, you know?
I mean, like, Owner pushes UCal out. It was the first time he didn't have prio, right? And that's why Faker gets the faster roam.
All right, Vault Breaker, not quite enough there to land onto Faker, who does take a fair bit of damage here. Unleash Power still being held onto here by UCal, as Owner making his way forward, Carrier moving up as well. And Andal just going to stand beside Willa, keep them in safe position. Good handshake there from Carrier, and they should be able to transition into this Hextech Dragon. That'll be double Dragon available for T1, as now Faker could be in trouble. Pays moving over, as Andal puts up the door, gets exhausted there at the same time, as they go back to the Drake, but it is going to reset.
Gio gets his wave pushed in. He can actually kind of sandwich with his ultimate. T1 have to back away. They're going to lose Scuttle control here as well in just a moment.
Don't know about this from Gio, as he does move into this crush. Willa gets on top, though. Cease and desist once again, as Pay's not going to get bailed out this time. Handshake comes forward as Gio just trying to stand his ground. The flash has to be used from Owner to get himself out of the way, as Andal is going to hold him in position, and down goes the Jarvan. Well, out goes the Jarvan for the moment, and is going to dodge a bunch of abilities before he is inevitably dead. There it is. UCal locks down that kill, and DRX moved to 4-4, and the gold is dead even.
Very aggressive play from Gio. This guy is really, he used to be kind of the guy who plays safe and then sometimes makes mistakes, but the late game team fights are great. His early skirmishing has been phenomenal this season, as this is a very aggressive little look in. I don't even want to call it contest from T1.
Yeah, FaZe is going to move on forward. There's Between Worlds. Is Andal going to be the target? He is taken out. Faker very low on mana, but Willa is looking to try and catch up to him. Let's see whether they can get that one done, as UCal is already dead. Out goes Willa, but in goes Gio, and Faker is going to survive. A couple of swift kills here for T1 in trade for the Dragon.
All right, well, it ends up being a real contest in the end. Not able to get the objective, as you say, but some money is definitely feeling pretty nice for them. They'll take a 700 gold lead. Rich, maybe some more money.
Yeah, he does have flash, does use it, and dies.
Yeah, it was not. It was maybe a cask to celebrate for T1 in that scenario.
Yeah, party casks, they do happen.
Unfortunate for Rich. Misses his ultimate. The flash, no value. As we'll watch Coach Voice again.
Yeah, another one. This one is talking about contesting the Dragon. They absolutely have to. Braum needing to go mid, and Lucian just farm by himself, pick up the wave. We saw that, exactly that happen, and just pointing out the importance of denying double Dragon. And so no more Coach Voice here for DRX, I believe, using all of them very, very quickly here, as Willa wanting to chase down Doran, see whether he does connect that Vault Breaker, and he will. Cease and desist is up in 7 seconds time, but I don't think he will need it, as Doran is just dead, punched to the face.
Probably would have given that kill over to UCal, but guarantee the kill there.
At least gets an assist.
Yeah, I don't know if there's really a cross map here for T1. And in fact, there's not. I mean, maybe Raptors? Yeah, Rich not quite able to secure those. So they get something in return.
UCal actually now going to be farming between the turrets here, just try and get as much tempo control as possible.
Game state is so wonky. Like, they've been playing so aggressively through this Vi that they first picked, which is working out. Like, that, you know, you have the Rich on the Gragas top lane. This bottom 2v2 is still going in full swing, as they have the quest completed now, at least for Jiwoo. And, I mean, a lot of mains are lost for Doran in this interim, and they have so much control. They're not turning that into a grub take, though. They really just want to constantly fight, constantly brawl, because they know that if they lose control of tempo, they already have a gold deficit. They might not be aware of that much because they can't see that, but they know the tempo they need to hold, or T1 will just outdo them when we get to the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I'm feeling like DRX do have a decent position in this game, but like you're saying, T1 still hold the gold lead, and they still have this comp that is going to just perform so well in these mid-game skirmishes that are going to be coming up. Hostile takeover, Cataclysm to hold things like this Syndra in position. We've seen already they have been skirmishing very, very well. And DRX have found some good angles because I think their positioning has been better in a lot of these instances. We know what T1's capable of.
All right, it's Herald is up, and T1 trying to contest here in this choke. UCal can control so much space.
And Andal is just trying to hold them at bay here. Not providing himself as a target, but always getting information where he can. Teleport in for the Gwen, as now Pays just dashing around the fight here. Tries to get a few sticks into Andal, as it will be Willa taking down the Rift Herald. Also gets himself the Scuttle. And
it's like
T1 are now here.
What is...
For no reason.
Yeah, Owner's almost like he didn't see the kill feed. Like, he's like, wait, where'd it go? Also, like, bizarrely, Rich was, like, doing blue buff. I didn't even know he didn't even do blue buff. He was just rotating up that way. He had TP. They got the TP out of door, and Rich just wasn't involved at all. Just hit himself.
Well, Faker goes between the worlds. Flash out from UCal, respecting the damage potential of this Aurora. As now Gio possibly in trouble, throws down the barrier to try and keep himself up. As now Willa looks to get in there. There's the flash, gets on top of Pays, and they will be able to get that hostile takeover out of Carrier, but it's dodged so beautifully by Gio. He does go down in the end, but it's a trade of 80 carries. Owner's going to go down as well as Willa, surviving for a very long time, but it's Faker with the cleanup. He comes in, takes down the enemy jungler, and it's a 3-for-2 in favor of T1.
I mean, DRX in this situation just will not stop the fighting. Like, they are hard forcing, but in this case, hard forcing on, you know, a Fate's callable target there.
But it's like Gio actually played that so incredibly well. It almost broke my brain in that fight. The dash out of the way of the hostile takeover to make sure that he could keep hitting.
Yeah, look at this. They go on to Carrier, but he gets Fate's call, but then they turn the focus on the Pace. He still gets the bailout off and can kite away, and that's really the difference maker here as Rich finally shows up. He has teleport advantage, but UCal can't be here, so it's really not the numbers advantage they would have otherwise liked to have. And Willer sacrifices himself to secure that kill, but makes it a 3-for-2 for T1. Winning out on the exchange ultimately here. And tempo slipping away a little bit here for DRX, but they're not done yet. They're going to now try to collapse on this bottom side of the map and look for a dragon take. It's once again Mountain Soul here.
Yeah. Willa does have his 2 items complete. Owner a little bit further away from the Black Cleaver because he built some shoes.
It almost feels like every time we look at one of the side lanes, like DRX have an extra member there and are getting additional push. Like Doran doesn't have TP. And this wave is going to crash into this turret, and DRX also have control of the bottom side of the map. Like, they just will not stop the aggression. The tempo is theirs. Like, they are constantly pushing T1 around the map. It's really impressive to watch, despite the gold deficit, despite that loss in the last team fight. They are just going to keep trying to force, and it's working well so far at the start of this dragon. Rich rotates down. Doran isn't here. I don't think this fight is possible for T1. It's not playable. A free dragon.
Yep, they do just give it up. And now Gio able to dash over this wall. Owner was thinking about going for a little bit of an engage in the interim, but doesn't actually come on through there. As the handshake onto Andal, not too much to come of that one either. As Rich is going to turn up towards his top lane, but Doran has taken so much crockery out of this top lane outer turret.
Yeah, that's the trade-off. You know, makes you wonder if for T1 they're just kind of like, that was not going to be a playable situation. Doran just push. We'll give this dragon. We'll fight for dragons later. Our comp is starting to really gain some steam here. This 4-kill Aurora. Looking for UCal.
Yeah. Between worlds goes Faker and dead UCal in an instant. Willow was thinking about trying to back him up, but he was, he was already on the floor.
It's really starting to feel like DRX might not be able to right the ship. And they ended up getting the dragon there, playing through that aggression, but they lost so much gold now. Bottom lane, top side, as you already mentioned, Doran has pretty much put this turret in the bin. Just a few more waves will do it, especially if he gets any jungle attention up there.
Yeah.
Empowered recall.
There is still a Rift Herald to be used here for Willa to try and get a bit of money back, but it's 1,000 gold, the extension of the gold advantage here for T1.
And they know...
Look at this, the burst damage is insane from Faker. He's 5-0.
Exactly, he was 4 kills at this point. Obviously has his tier 3 boots because he has his quest complete. He just has so much burst. They know that even if Willer ults, that they're pretty safe to do this. They also had Faker's flash. And it's really just a zero risk play on that one.
Well, T1 now continuing to push here now in the mid lane. Some crystalline overgrowth coming on through on both sides. If they get any spare time with this turret, I think a little dangerous as the culling is going to come on through here. Carrier taking a lot of damage. Does have to flash.
That's a big win, and I think they can just drop this and take this mid turret now.
Yeah, should be able to. There is the Rift Herald going down, so that is going to be Shelly charging in. Pays is going to turn up yet again as the crystalline overgrowth does go down. And DRX move forward. They should be able to take down this outer turret. Okay, there's a Cataclysm from Ona. Gio still inside it. Hostile takeover, and they're just fighting each other. As Gio survives for such a long time. It is Faker going down first. Yukao collects that kill. Still has his little shield available, but it is 2 on the floor on the DRX side. And T1, they successfully avenge their turret.
I mean, Willer with the ult there, I thought perhaps the T1 were playing a bit too aggressively around this, but with no Gio here, no Willer, they're going to actually try to just send it on this Baron, and I think positioning is going to be everything.
That's a bit crazy, as in goes Doran looking for the angle here. Yukao, as soon as someone's in melee range, there's just not a whole lot he can do. And T1, they stayed on this Baron. It's down to 50%. Ando looking to make his way in. Rich just being frustrating here as they show Doran the door. He gets onto this Baron one more time. It's down to 3,000.
6 seconds on Rich's ult, but he doesn't have it.
Yep, the barrel comes in, and that is going to be Pays locking down this Baron. T1 and 20-minute Barons, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty impressive. And now Gio looking to try and take down Pays. That is Carrier also falling. And Rich,
and the TP.
He's teleporting. He wants to try and find this angle. Doesn't have the ulti, but he does have barrels, and he takes down Pays. Doran now underneath his turret is having to deal with this very large Gragas. Owner is there to defend, and I don't know whether it's quite going to be enough because DRX are closing in. There's Willa. Down goes the Gwen. The Gragas is going to be sacrificed, though, and Faker turns up. And this is just a bloodbath. It's a mess on both sides.
I mean, still, ultimately, T1 walk away with the prize. They get the Baron. They get multiple kills there on the exit, even though it looked like DRX was maybe going to be able to get the full wipe. They get the teleport out of Rich as well. It was such an incredibly close fight. Like, if Rich's ultimate is 5 seconds faster, I don't think T1 can really do that. Baron all starts off back at this play here where they get the mid turret. And then things get a little bit dicey, right? Owner looks for the Cataclysm here. Watch what happens to Faker as he goes between worlds. Gets vi-ulted. Instantly, Rich falls up, and the turn charge Q from Willer is like clockwork. He does ultimately die in the exchange, but gets the shutdown there onto Faker. And T1 turn over to this Baron. Rich wants to do as much damage as possible. Look at Carrier's positioning. He's playing it slow, as we might have something happening in live. Here just looks like a siege up on the mid turret. This fight gets super broken up, and then you have the late TP from Rich to try to stop them from getting out. And all the while, this Lucian is running over as fast as he can, but he just doesn't have any way to gap close, right? He doesn't have any way to get here faster. He doesn't have Hex Gates, doesn't have teleport. And then this teleport here from Faker as well looks like, okay, they've sealed the deal, but enough time is bought. Gio finally shows back up here. Rich flashes in, then goes for the TP to cut them off, and just barely through some heroics from Jarvan and this Aurora, Owner and Faker save them.
And in the meantime, we have even more stuff happening. Owner goes in, Willa down very, very low, but he has now a door to try and keep him safe. The culling is just going to split off this fight as the Fate's Call does go down, but Carrier not actually going to utilize it. There is a soul point on the table here for DRX, but T1 have started off this Dragon, and Ando looking a little worse for wear. Some big buttons on cooldown on both sides. I mean, but it's Willa being so low that means that it's just impossible.
I mean, DRX, it feels truly they've reached their expiration date with this composition, and yet they just keep trying to find these angles, and sometimes they nearly do. They nearly do. They make it so close. They make it so competitive. This Baron, relatively low on the power play here. 20 seconds left on it. It's only at 400. But the fights they keep taking, these scrappy ones with the aggressive scatters, the vi-ults, the crazy Gragas casts from Rich, it gets tougher and tougher as these resistances start to come through on any mountain drink picked up, as these items start to come through on these fed carries. I mean, this Gwen is so big, almost too big to fail already. Looking for the ult now, and Owner's there. They're going to have to just send it mid, I think.
Yep, DRX looking to try and go for a bit of a cross match because they know that Rich is just very, very dead. Doesn't have the cast, doesn't have a chance, and he is going to be taken out. Looks like no real angle here, though, for DRX to try and make any cross-map play, as it's just going to be Willa taking away the enemy red buff, and that will be given over to Gio as well.
Yukal just goes to the top lane to clear that one out. They're going to then push this Gwen, Doran into the bottom turret, see if he can get some plates, but Gio's coming over to answer, and we kind of reset here.
Teleport is up here for Rich, so he can get anywhere he wants in 20 seconds time. And teleport going to be used here for Yukal to try and defend this outer turret, but I mean, there's 4 people here. I don't know about this one, as Yukal just put immediately into the Cataclysm after the flash. He is able to throw down a bunch of damage, but Pays is able to shrug it off, and it's a double kill for Doran.
It wasn't the right call to look for the TP defend of the turret. They didn't have the tools. If they had a Gragas there, who's going to spawn now, I think that would have been a realistic option. He's got Body Slam, he's got the cask, he appeal. They thought the Braum would be enough. It absolutely was not. And as a result, it's a dead Syndra and a second turret to follow in the mid lane. And there is no defending this one. T1 pulling ahead massively now, 5.5k the advantage. DRX kept it close, but it is starting to feel unwinnable now.
Culling coming on forward as Doran is going to at least dissuade you from going more aggressive. They spot Rich on this control ward, and T1 will back away, but now it's a 5.5k gold lead. This is the first real large one that we've had so far this game, and this teleport may have been game losing.
Like, look at the Vi setup, the Braum setup. I think they thought, okay, we have enough here to peel, but you really don't. I mean, that's a Syndra. That's not a tank. That's not something with peel tools. But to teleport into defend, Rich needed a little bit more time, and he just kind of teleports to his death. Now he doesn't have TP, and now they're missing 2 turrets. Like you said, that turns into a 5,000 plus gold lead here for T1. Faker almost has his death cap. He's got to be having it pretty soon here, maybe even after this wave. Like, he's been farming so hard this game, both champions and the sides.
Yeah.
Even though he's behind in farm over UCal, he's been able to stack up so much money here.
Yeah, UCal really hasn't been able to get too much done. He does have a fair few splinters now completed, so the Syndra is starting to do more and more damage. But Banshee's Veil and a Torch, it's not quite enough to really give you that explosive power, as Willer is behind enemy lines. But will be able to make his way out. And Faker here towards his bottom side, going to be shoving this wave in. It looks like Rich is going to be tasked with defending that.
Okay.
Baron up in 20 seconds time, Wolf. That is what both teams are looking at now.
Faker has TP. He just cleared another wave in the bottom side. Rich also has TP. He's not backing, so I guess he doesn't quite have his death cap, but he's got to be super close. It looks like he's even doing the scuttle right now to get that last 1,100 gold to complete the recipe. Full 10 stacks of Dark Seal. So much AP, so much burst if he could actually complete it as this Baron spawns. Vision game right now, advantage DRX, but they know, like T1 know they have enough vision around the Baron that there's no way they could be doing it right now.
Ooh, UCal. I mean, Doran is not exactly his favorite target, as the mist can be very problematic. He puts it down now as they look to try and get rid of this turret first. Scatter the Weak does come in. There's the culling as Doran goes golden, but they just take down the turret. In the meantime, teleports coming in from everywhere, and Ona from over the wall. Jiu able to dash out of the way again from some more buttons, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Willer is also limping out of the fight. UCal takes down Faker, though. DRX, the rest of them are just melting. Ona gonna grab a double. Doran dashing towards UCal to get rid of him again. And Ona feeling like he will be able to take down this Syndra, but Scatter the Weak to try and create that distance. But with only one left standing here on DRX, it is another Baron for T1.
DRX have been scrapping and fighting and forcing this whole game. They've been trying to hold on to the tempo. They've been trying to wrestle it back, but I think this might be the last of those attempts as they try to take this turret out quickly so they can then continue this longer fight. Doran having the arm guard is such a problem here. It buys a bunch of time, still survives and offers damage back with the needlework, but it's Faker's TP in with the ultimate that really stymies the push. Jiu can't get out. He's taken out by this aggressive push from Owner into the backline, and the rest of the health bars are just super low. Pays is unstoppable in the backline, gets the kill onto Rich, and it's just an easy cleanup. And from here, T1 grab Baron. They already had map control. This was DRX's last feeble attempt to get back the game. And now even a Majai's is put together here. It was actually a Zhonya's, not an arm guard for Doran. That's how much money he has this game.
Damn.
And that's going to be Dragon going over to T1. Baron already picked up. And I think that was the final fight. I think that was the game-winning moment for T1. Great defense. The death cap Faker was desperately trying to put together. He's got it now.
Yeah, and so does UCal, but I just don't feel like it's going to
not the same
have
kind of impact.
Same gravity. Exactly right, Wolf. And it's the Black Cleaver version of the Lucian as well. I feel like the burst damage just not quite there in comparison to other Lucian builds. But we do have T1 now pushing down towards this bottom side. Soul Point in hand. And just a lonely Rich trying to defend this against Baroned up minions is just not really going to happen. And yeah, just a few thumbs up as the inner turret is going to inevitably fall.
Jiu does not have flash, so difficult for him to layer damage in. GA is done for Willer. He needs to find an angle. Faker.
Yeah, is going to try and get himself out of that. Goes between worlds and is going to be able to survive, but now looking for that empowered recall. Doesn't have teleport, so the rest of T1 are going to be here without their pretty fed Aurora.
I mean, that does give DRX maybe some miracle chance before Faker can get back here. Running as fast as he can through the mid lane, but I just don't think it's a winnable fight, even without Faker. And if you just sit back and lose the turrets, okay, hold on, Owner.
Yeah, Scat of the Week, he's going to connect. Owner is going down very, very low. Does have GA, and it does get procced by a big old cask from Rich. But still,
I think Owner might be okay with that because Faker's back now and they still have a minute left of Baron. They can now siege the base freely, and with no cast to deal with, it's pretty safe.
Yeah, exactly right. And they should be able to now get rid of this inhibitor turret. The rest of them had to go back to the fountain because they were looking worse for wear after that fight. They do get their health bars back though. And now Doran, he's going to be the one that steps forward himself. Owner still looking a little low, but still, inhibitor turret is now gone. Inhibitor still standing for the moment, as DRX not giving up without a fight. As Willa diving on in, good handshake there from Carrier, but the culling is going to soften him up. There's the Fate's Call, has to be thrown through as T1 considering a re-engage. Scat of the Week connects, lands onto Faker here, who takes once again so much damage. Hostile takeover, tries to get avoided, cease and desist though, onto Pays. The GA comes through now for Willer, as now Rich moves away from Doran to try and join the rest of the fight. And they're chasing, but these health bars are so low, and Pays is so mobile. It's such a difficult moment.
Oh, Doran's 2 levels up. They're going to try to collapse on him here, but good luck.
Yeah, the needlework comes out. Out goes Willa because he knows it's only a couple of those, and he's just dead. The rest of DRX are able to navigate it, but look at this, T1, they were the ones running away before, and now they are looking to try and take down another inhibitor in the enemy base.
I mean, DRX from a thread, hanging on in this game, looking for Pays now.
I think he's just dead. The handshake goes wide, the bailout doesn't work, and now they're going to chase down Carrier. There's the Scat of the Week, and Force of Will be able to take him down.
I mean, a few more kills, and they could actually turn this game around. I mean, it's not even about the bounties, it's just about these long respawn timers here. They get map control back, and suddenly the game feels playable. They defend the bottom inhibitor. They're able to collapse on the Doran there. It took a long time to push him off of those Nexus turrets. His Owner is just barely going to get out before any follow-up comes through, but this jungle does not belong to T1, at least not until these respawns come through.
This is such a weird game.
I mean, DRX are playing phenomenally well. Their team fights have been scrappy, but they have been so well coordinated, and this is without Joker's help this time.
Yeah. No more coach voice available unless they start using T1's coach voice options, because I don't know whether they've used too many of those. As Willa now starting a fight once again. There's the cast, but down goes Willa. Owner is still standing as Jiu trying to finish him off. Faker goes between the worlds and will be able to get himself to safety, and they're
DRX.
unable to kill Owner.
They just spent everything trying to kill the Jarvan and lost their jungler in return.
He will be up before any of the neutral objectives do spawn. The problem is 5 versus 4 with a base that's open like this is still very, very difficult.
That's why they're
T1 will be able to continue pushing down.
That's why they're dropping every orb, every cask onto this wave right now to clear it, as he will respawn in 20 seconds. And this wave is cleared. They push it up so far that the base is safe for now. The fact that DRX have a chance in this game, the fact that there's still a world where T1 could mess it up, the fact that there's still a world where a cast could split Pays and Carrier or any carry and take them out and then possibly win a 5v4 with this Lucian that doesn't have IE. He's got Flicker Blade, even brought the Maw for safety, could somehow still come back and win this game. Doran is about to hit level 20. I mean, I don't think DRX are going to do it, but I've seen this game flash before my eyes a few times here, and we've already seen an upset today.
That it's still competitive, Wolf. Right now, 8.6 thousand gold. It's
by
a
rights,
very large lead.
I mean, by rights, it should be done. It should have already ended, and yet, here we are.
We are. All right, let's just see. 12 seconds on this Mountain Soul as Rich looking to try and catch Faker here. Did have the rest of the squad coming on down. As Doran diving on forward. There's the Drake spawning. This is Mountain Soul.
Yeah, Mountain Soul for T1. Carrier rushing over. He has Ghost, ironically. Should be able to get here, no problem. And also has his ultimate to push, stop the push.
Yeah, Rich, oh my goodness, that burst damage, absolutely insane. As Doran diving on in, Willow looks for the angle, great handshake onto the Vice. Doran thrown around like a ragdoll. Great use of the body slam, but Doran should still be able to kill him. He goes golden just to buy some space, but Yukal's dead. Both solo lane is down, and T1 have decided that it's time to win. As Jiu not able to keep himself alive this time. It's Pays that locks down the kill, and this time it's only Willa that survives.
And top damage in the fight goes to Jarvan for T1.
That's insanity.
And unfortunately, the fight was a bit disjointed there for DRX. It needed to be a desperate one. Willer's ultimate on the wrong side. And T1 walk away victors on what was a closer game that I think that it had any right to be.
Oh dear. Willer is very, very dead. Nexus turret's going down, and T1, they will finish this one off 29-15 in a 34-minute game. Are you not entertained? As this was a bloodbath from game 1 to game 3. In the end, T1 able to take it, able to even up the scoreline between Team Baron and Elder. But man, DRX made him work for it.
A very, very close series, I think, compared to anyone's expectations. You know, when you look at how close DRX made that first game against Gen GE into getting completely obliterated there, we're like, okay, was it a fluke? And you watch these games and they were able to turn the lead that they got in game 2, albeit not as cleanly as maybe a lot of other teams, into a victory. But then in game 3, massively down. The sun had set on their composition and they still kept finding crazy angles. Some of the synergy between even Willer and Rich and some of these fights, 8,000 gold down, makes you feel like if you're a T1 fan, you're watching this, you're going, all right, well, we took the W, now we're tied up. We tied Baron 5-5 with Elder, put us on that 5th win for Baron, but it was not easy. It was so hard fought, and I don't think it says that much about T1's mistakes necessarily, but there are some errors that were made, and DRX were punishing constantly. The bottom dive in game 2, I think we could definitely work on that one, but otherwise, DRX just kind of trying to walk toe-to-toe with T1 with this composition, and I think T1 sometimes not respecting it, but other times DRX just finding these unusual angles. Even game 1 was definitely winnable. We could be walking out of the series watching a second upset of the night. Instead, T1 reigns supreme, but I did not expect this to be a banger series. You and I both walked into today thinking like, okay, Hanwha probably crushed Nongshim after they looked in their first series, Nongshim 2-0. Second series, T1, there were moments where they could have lost this one.
I agree. And I think that now we have a look 5-5 Group Baron and Group Elder. We love it when it's all tied up like this between the groups. But checking out some of these highlights, I just want to commend DRX, because oftentimes what we're looking at here in the LCK Cup is what are our group distinctions going to be moving into Legend and Rise? Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Rise Group last year was peak League of Legends. I think Rise Group this year is going to be even better, with teams like DRX, B&K playing so well, although they look like they might also be a Legend team. You never really know. There is just some incredible performances here from the teams that weren't necessarily at the top end of the LCK.
This fight here looked like it was the game-ending fight. And then, yeah, like we had these crazy scraps, right? And on this final fight, unfortunately, Willer goes on to Faker. Gio is unable to connect his culling there.
And the Fates call was so good.
Keria gets the Fates call in, zones 3 people away by himself as a Renata.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he played phenomenally. I think there will be some votes for Keria. I think I really wanted to vote for him, but I won't spoil my vote for just yet.
For me, it's the day of top laners. I think it just has to go to Doran, who even in the game that they lost was playing so incredibly well. His Gwen in this game, absolutely fantastic, and he has just been the most consistent in my feeling for today's matches. But I don't have a vote, so don't worry about it. If you disagree with me, it's fine. My opinion's irrelevant.
Doran was so huge this game.
Yeah, that's a lot of
damage.
Okay, boom damage vote from Atlas right here. That's one that I was going for. My gosh. Yeah, he was hitting a Gragas for a lot of that game. Gragas, a lot of sustain, a lot of an ability to take hits like that. But let's have a look at who does pick up the POM for this one. Honestly, could be Owner as well, who's had a great performance today. But it's just really, I think the real POMs are all of us that went on this beautiful journey between DRX and T1 today, because there was just so much action. This was such an incredible series. And Doran, he's the one that picks it up. And there is a gigantic scream from the crowd as well as it happens.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Doran is he, in the loss, was by far the most impactful player.
Yeah.
Win in game 3 was absolutely bonkers. And then the Zahin in game 1,
he took control of the team fights that they won, right?
It was a big part of how they got back in and solidified their victory there. I think it's a pretty solid vote, you know,
yeah.
those who did.
Absolutely amazingly performed by Doran. and we will have him alongside for an interview pretty soon. But man, that
DRX
wraps up the week, Wolf.
DRX end the week 0-2 -3, but yet might be the most interesting team, the most difficult to predict and the most difficult to place team.
But they also had the most difficult week out of any other team.
So what happens when they play against, let's say, Nongshim, DN Supers, and Bro? I don't know their exact schedule next week, but it'll be 2 of those. And I kind of feel like maybe we should favor them in both based on what we've seen so far.
Do you know what I know is going to happen? They're going to have a lot of coach voice. That's what I know is going to happen. Joker definitely leveraging that one as much as possible, and it's been great to be able to get a little bit of extra information. And the focus on getting it all out of the way in the early game to make sure that the players have clear direction on what to do seems to be working quite well.
Yeah, and yet in some other games, saving it until like a Baron fight later on, having that last moment, the last setup. Remember the rich stun setup, that call, that ended up being really cool from them as well. It was just a great day from DRX again.
Yeah.
Being the only team who really utilizes coach voice to the fullest of its potential.
Yeah, I don't think T1 used it at all throughout any of the series, but teams function very differently, right, between them. I think that, Faker, because he's been around so incredibly long, pretty smart guy. Basically, it's like having a coach on your team anyway, as I believe with the screams that we have in the background, Doran is making his way out here. And hearing this interview, I think, is going to be quite intriguing because of how this this series played out and sort of the happy-go-lucky vibes that were on the Rift today.
Yeah, I do wonder how positive Doran will be about this series, or if he'll be very critical of
I think that he will be very positive. That's kind of how I expect. But let's find out right now as we throw it over to Doran in the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation, joined by Doran on the side of T1. Congratulations! Wow, the fans are going crazy for you. 2 back-to-back LCK Cup wins. And you evened out the score between Baron and Elder Group at 5-5. How do you feel? Just giving Baron Group a little bit of the push that they needed feels great, and also getting POM today. And seeing all the fans with the fan sign that says Doran makes me feel amazing. It was a 3-game series where DRX fought back extremely hard, so what gave you the most trouble? I feel like DRX actually knows how to create that variable to come back from being behind. So I think we just tried to go around that and play around it and had a lot of fun today, to be honest. And talking about Game 1, we saw a classic comp from you guys with a side of Zahen. It looks like both sides had high value comps, so what was the key in terms of the team comp? We played Nocturne, and it was sort of like the wombo combo comp. And with the Zahen, I feel like it actually left a lot to be desired. What was disappointing? I'm not that disappointed. I'm just a little bit disappointed. I think I just have to go back and review and watch it again. It looks like you made great use of Zahen's strength, especially in the late game. So compared to practice, did it feel different playing him on stage? I was really good at proccing my Resurrect in practice, but because the enemy team, they're all really good players, there's really not a really good angle to find that Resurrect, like to proc that passive. We're looking forward to an even stronger Zahen plays from you. And we also want to ask about Gwen. Before seeing the top's pick, your top enemy's pick, you blind picked Gwen with confidence, and you were in great form. And earlier, we actually heard Kingan say that she's still very good, so how would you rate her? Gwen currently, I don't think she is OP as far as you would actually pick her as the first pick in game 1, but you know, you definitely want to see her throughout the series. And I think she's very helpful in terms of building your comp. And from this season, FaZe joined your team. And you played with them before, so it must be a smoother process for you. How are you guys clicking? You know, I've played with FaZe 2 to 3 years ago in the same team. I feel like he has grown as a player. He's actually a lot better and doing really well, so I don't think there's any difficulty meshing and blending in. And this is your second year with T1, so what's something that you want to improve more this year? In terms of last year, I feel like there are a lot of moments where it felt like a big bummer whenever I lost a match. But I want to make sure that I take accountability and make sure I'm prepared, well prepared enough to continue winning from now on. And you are concluding week 1 with 2 wins. Your next opponent is KT. Any predictions? You know, KT, we faced them in the World's Finals. I believe that they're a very good team. You know, we have to do our best to prepare and face them on stage. And any word for all the fans, you know, with the fan signs that are cheering for you? You know, a lot of you guys always come here to support us. I hope that you guys have a safe way back home. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you. And that's the end of the interview with Doran, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation of the interview, this time with Doran, who did pick up the POM for this series. You guys did not go for Doran on the vote. Maybe we can get the result up here. You guys went for Faker.
Yeah, I think Faker had some big clutch plays. I think Doran was a good vote, though. You know, I think the Zahen game, he was having a lot of impacts in team fights. Obviously, the Gwen was massive. So I think, you know, we have a spread of votes. I think there were some decent votes here. Me, personally, I think Faker had some really clutch moments. The Azir moment in the Baron was obviously an absolutely massive one, and often Faker comes in when you need him in tough series like this.
Yeah, I mean, for me, most important thing was about the game 3, and I think he made the most important play in that game to make a huge advantage for the T1. There was one play, he TP'd on the minion wave on purpose to bait out the Syndra's skills. So you can see Honor was already pathing towards mid lane. So the only way Syndra could just back off is actually hold his skill shot to just stun out the Jarvan. But because of that, Faker TP bait out. Syndra had to use Flash, and after that, Faker could clear the mid wave into the bot lane with his ultimate up. So that means they can win the skirmishes really easily. I mean, if that didn't happen, I think Syndra could join this fight because he had the full priority in the mid lane. But that was just insanely genius play by our GOAT, because I mean, you could clearly see that was intentionally happened by Faker to bait out the skill shots.
You can see the logic behind it. And as a Jarvan, playing into a Syndra is so frustrating.
Yes.
The Scat of the Week is such a problematic skill to deal with. So the fact that it's already on cooldown, you can just walk in. And also from the other side, it's like you see him do the TP to the minion. Like, it's such an uncommon situation. Are you not going to like free combo him? But like in the moment, like you look back and you think, well, obviously it's a bait from our perspective, but in the moment, you're just going to take a free combo.
Yeah, I think 100 out of 100 Syndras will combo that. They're like, oh, you must have misclicked. Like, yeah, and that's part of why it's genius. Everywhere, all the time, says Wolf about Owner. It was him and One Media who did go for Owner. I think Owner had a solid series, but did not get the majority of the votes. And he was everywhere all the time. Very consistent player, as we do have HLE is ready to take off.
I think he means that he's gonna play Zahen in solo queue. Man,
oh no,
disaster.
Oh god. You know, after we saw, I think it was Showmaker, right? He played Echo mid. I went home and played with 2 echo mids in a row. Like that actually happened. So it is a big effect on solo queue. God of Silence, Do-Hen, Do-R, and Do-Wen. He does it all.
Yeah, for sure.
It's cute. I like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Very creative. No words needed. A super carry. I think especially on the Gwen.
This one's a little confusing though, because he says no words needed, and then he adds additional words.
Oh yeah.
If he
was really no words needed, leave it blank. That would be a real statement.
Not even just no words needed, just like nothing.
Nothing. Then we know your intent after this one. That would really be a statement.
At first, we'd be like, "Huh, that's weird. He must have mistakenly not put something in there."
Just like Faker.
Just like Faker.
Oh, that
He's baiting us all. Actually, that would have been the best. Now it's ruined. DRX's guard Doran tore it apart. Sure, he really did. I think Gwen is very good in situations like this. Like Doran was asked, "Do you think Gwen is actually really strong?" And he's like, "Well, certain situations, like it's not first pickable, but it can really take over games when there aren't a lot of good picks."
See, what he was trying to say is, no, I'm just built different.
I mean, he is world champion Doran.
Built different. He is built different. He's that guy.
Yeah, he is that guy for today. Guys, we do have the best ceremony. Now let's take a look at some of the best ceremonies from this week of the LCK Cup and see who you guys think deserves it, as this one's pretty good.
Oh, I like the emotions as well.
Already practicing the support ceremonies, despite being so new to the role. That's pretty good.
And career? Oh.
I like the vibes.
How dare you?
Yeah, I like the attitude. Here's
one more?
This is the Lucid celebration, where he puts the L.
Wait, what is happening?
Okay, so this one wins.
What is happening? Like, what is happening?
Oh, no.
What? What the heck is going on?
And then...
And Vigla is dancing? Guys, we have to invite Vigla next time.
I think we need to up our game, actually.
Just an insight into the Korean analyst head, you know? We've been outdone, honestly.
Where's Digon dancing, by the way? He did like a little dance one time. They totally cut him out.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here today, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone for good.
Yeah, he's cut. Yeah, that's it. Well, guys, let us know who you think had the best ceremony this week in the chat. And, you can use all of these great emotes that we do have in the chat to let us know whichever player from whichever team did have the best ceremony. As we do have T1 getting another win here for Group Baron, making it 5-5 on the week.
What a comeback from Group Baron, honestly. Like midweek, it was like it's so over for Group Baron. Is any team outside of Genji and T1 going to get a win? Well, the team has, and that was Nongshim with a big upset, and now it's even in score. So I think Group Baron feeling a lot better. Group Elder, some teams need to pick it up. I'm looking at a certain orange team, a certain team captain of Group Elder. Maybe step up the game a little bit.
I mean, for me especially, I feel like DN Supers, they were like playing better than last year, but I mean, it turns out that they ended up with the 2-0, but I'm expecting more from them as well.
So for next week, these are the matches we are going to have. I'm personally looking for Genji versus DK. I think that that's always a really fun match. DK always really plays up to their level, and Genji are kind of untouchable right now.
Well, I'm going to say for match 17, I'm going to put DNS on the winning side. I think DNS can win against HLE.
You have fun with that.
All right, we're going to get ahead
in the Telecom War as well. Match 15.
Yeah.
Could be spicy.
Also a good one. I do think that KT has not been playing 100%.
And you think T1 is playing 100% after today?
No, but I still think when they're both at, under 100%,
that's
probably T1's got it.
But that's when they get you.
So apparently chat did go ahead and vote for Helios, Prince, and Vikla.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
It's obvious. And I'm telling you, we should invite Vigla next time.
I don't understand it, but there was a lot happening, and it was,
I'm still waiting for Digon's dancing clip. Maybe someday. Justice for Digon.
You could make a dancing clip right now when the camera comes.
I could.
By yourself.
Yeah.
Right now.
But I'm not going to.
Nah.
Make sure you guys are tuning into the Challenger League as well. Lots of fun things.
Will you dance on challenges?
We're going to send you off from the LCK. Thank you so much for watching, and Ox is going to give us a fantastic send-off dance. Take it away, Ox.